Okay, let's continue. So, we've looked at how when unawareness arises, we enter into the delusion of separation from the ground, which returns us to ourselves again and again. I am me, I am the enduring point of reference. In order to free ourselves from that, we seek a union with Padma Sambava, like we will do this evening in the practice. We can also release ourselves into the aha. And there are many methods of doing this. So here he says, meditate on the form of your deity without taking the appearance to be strongly real. So you have to believe that this is Tara or this is Chenrezig. They are looking at me, their heart is full of love for me. They have taken the Bodhisattva vow. They have taken many tantric vows. They are committed to the welfare of all beings. So there is no need to doubt that they will be present for us. They are not fickle or uncertain or unpredictable. So we have to do the practice with full confidence. And when you do that, you gather yourself together into one clear line, and then that line of devotion links you to the heart of the deity. So he says, pray very strongly and then allow the deity to dissolve into light and melt into yourself so that he or she is inseparable from your own mind. So you start with two, there's me and the deity, and devotion brings the linking between these 2 points, and the intensity of the devotion brings you closer and closer, and you feel the rays of light coming from the deity into you, and your heart opens more and more until you dissolve into the deity. So in some practices you dissolve into the deity, some practices the deity dissolves into you. Either way, the main thing is not to remain in isolation. These are a means to dissolve this fixed idea that I exist, I am myself, I know who I am. So when you have devotion, all you have is this feeling, don't leave me, don't leave me. I can't survive without you. All our Western love songs are simply saying the same thing. I am nothing without you. But of course that's operating in a dualistic framework. One account of the development of romantic love is that it was an import from the time of the Crusaders who went to fight in the Middle East in the 11th, 12th century. And while they were there, the singers that accompanied the army learned some of the Sufi songs. And in Sufism, dissolving into the beloved is a major practice. I cannot bear to be without you. I'm nothing without you. So, in the Tibetan tradition, they say you should pray like a small child that has lost its mother. There has to be both hope and desperation. When you realize, if I don't find this door to myself, and you, the deity, you are the door to myself. If I don't find you, then I will be abandoned in this desolation, lifted up with hopes, cast down with fears. So devotion is very, very important. There are many ways of evoking that. The simplest form is simply Lama Kyeno. Lama means the guru, the teacher. The guru is both your unchanging, pure mind there from the very beginning, because that's the main thing you need to find unity with. The guru is the teacher, the guru is Padma Sambava, the guru is the blessing of the lineage. So we recite Lama Kyeno, Lama Kyeno, Lama Kyeno. Lama. In these words, you can put so much emotion and feeling into them. You can do that practice. It's especially good to do it on your own so that you have the full force of your own desolation, all your sadness, all your sense of failures and lostness. They can become a fuel into the practice. Something is missing in my life. And what is missing is you, because you show me how I am. And I cannot find myself. I wander here, I wander there, looking everywhere, with hopes and fears, but still I'm looking and looking, as the text says, wandering in samsara, wandering hither, thither. We go on pilgrimage to Kailash, we go to Kashi, Vishwanath, to Varanasi, bathe in the Ganga. You go to Sopema, Bodh Gaya, you go to all these holy places. You're looking for something. You're looking for yourself. How do you find yourself? You have to lose yourself to find yourself. This is a very well-known saying. But what does it mean? You lose yourself into this devotion to the other, and the other opens to show you yourself. The other is the door to the truth of yourself. Because here the other is the pure form of Tara, Padma Sambava. All these forms have the same quality. They are the Nirmanakaya emanating from the pure ground, and they will release you into the pure ground. They have no other function in showing themselves than to be a vehicle for your return to yourself. So if we want to see the mind as it has been from the very beginning, devotion is very, very helpful. I cannot do this on my own. This is the true statement from inside duality. Well, in duality, I am a fragment. I am a part, but I can never be the whole. So I sit in myself and I look out to other people and I relate to them and, oh, you have some qualities and you have some qualities and you have some qualities. Everybody has something, but can you give me enough? The Deity gives us enough because they are empty. Each of us can give the other something, but we want the nothing which dissolves the yearning for something. We have a hole inside us, a hole in our heart, that only nothing or emptiness or mahashunyata can fill, because nothing and nothing are nothing. But as long as I am something, looking for something from someone, perhaps it's you, perhaps it's you, perhaps it's you, we go hither and thither. Well, with devotion, I offer you everything. I offer you my body, my voice, my mind, my past, my future, because I have nothing. I am an orphan. Everything I have picked up along the way. It has arisen due to causes and circumstances. But what is intrinsic in me is this space I cannot find, because every time I look, I find myself looking for something. And there are so many somethings you can find. Something becomes nothing. Something becomes nothing. Something becomes nothing. It's very, very tiring. It's like at school, you have your exams to do. And you do the exam, and then you get a little letter saying you've passed the exam. Next, either the next year you're still at school, more exams, or you leave school and you go to university and you have more exams and more exams. And when you leave the university with your bit of paper, nobody ever really asks you, where is your exam paper? What degree, what quality of degree you got? Nobody ever asked me about any of my qualifications. It's remarkable. So all that effort to get a fucking bit of paper that doesn't do anything, because it's not about that. These open the doors to formation. Because on the basis of having passed this exam, you can get this kind of job. If you have this kind of job, you have access to these kind of resources. And you take on more and more formation. But what we are looking for is how to dissolve the delusion that the formations of identity have some truth in them. They are illusions. They are like theater roles. I don't know in Germany, but in England in the old days, you had many, many touring drama companies. And they would go from small town to small town to small town. And they would usually come for a week. And in that week, they would show at least 3 plays and maybe a different play every night. So the company had to have memorized their repertoire of plays. And that's what they presented. So they would go from one role to another role to another role. So some of you here are mothers, certainly daughters, you work or don't work. You have particular roles and functions that you occupy for a while, and then they dissolve. You put all your energy into being good at your role and fulfilling the requirements and being useful and helpful, and then you retire and you become redundant or the company closes. And all the pathways that opened up with that role become closed or vanish. Not required. All the coal miners who've lost their job, all the shipbuilders who've lost their job, the heavy engineering people, so many occupations that people had gone. All the people who looked after horses up to the First World War. Every village had ostlers, people looking after horses, blacksmiths. They can find a blacksmith. So, due to causes and conditions, what seemed like an identity, a way of life, suddenly vanishes. Not due to some fault you have, but the fact that there was no eternal integrity to that formation. So that's why samsara is so dangerous. At this time, we have a chance to see the illusory nature of life. A chance. So when we do the practice to Padma Sambava, we pray to him, and then these rays of light come from him. There is no point to do this without feeling. And in a group setting, it's more difficult because you've got other people and there's a rhythm to the chanting. But if you do it on your own, you can spend a lot of time. When I was in retreat in India, there's a practice I did that would normally take 2 hours. It would take me 10 hours because I would repeat the pieces again and again to get into the feeling, because I was so sad and lonely and desperate with Padma Sambava. Where I need you. And it's this quality of the desolation of the usual, the desolation of samsara, that it's tasteless, it's like chewing paper. So I want light, I want the vitality of presence. And so this is what we were looking at earlier, is looking at your own cobwebs, looking at your own dust, looking at your own old unresolved habits and attitudes. Time to clear them out, because they get in the way, they obscure us. Fresh. I have nothing. So there are different accounts of Padma Sambava and how he was born. But he's born in a lake, the Danakosha Lake in northwest India, in Udayana, on the lotus blossom. As he's born as an 8-year-old child, and he's naked. Of course, naked. Sitting there, naked child. Nakedness is very, very important, because it allows the possibility of freshness. As soon as you put on clothing takes you into the symbolic register. So we have a short text which describes all the items of Padma Sambhava's clothing and what they mean. The vulture's feathers on his head, the shape of his hat, his outer robe, inner robe, kind of vest, costume. They all can be read as signs of something. They're like a mnemonic device, a tool for having an accurate recall of the Dharma. That's nothing for us. You know a lot about Padma Sambava? What? It's not knowing about. We know enough about all sorts of things. We want to know directly. So we looked at this word yeshe, knowing the origin or original knowing, knowing the ground. That's what we want. Padma Sambava, show me the lucidity, the clarity of my own mind. I don't need more things. I'm dying from the excess of things that I have. I have so many books and I'll never read them. I'll be dead. And my children don't want them. What was so meaningful to me, and I show them the books, and say, yeah, your books. No, but you, this could be interesting for you. Then we could have an interesting conversation about what interests me. And I said, no, I think we'll go for a walk. How can it be that this shiny world, or a world that's shiny for me, is not shining for them? Now, when we meet here, we are like stray travelers who've ended up in an inn, in a storm. Could be the beginning of a Gothic horror story. But we're washed up here for some reason, because we're drawn towards the hope, the possibility of not being trapped in this coiling, roiling movement of our own thoughts, feelings, and perceptions. So, although there's a formalism to doing the Padma Sambava practice, when you have a chance, you can just say this simple, Lama Keno. Keno means to know, but to know in a profound way, means to know the truth, to know the intrinsic, the unartificial quality of you. So we say, Lama Keno, know me, stay in touch with the truth of my emptiness, the truth of my radiance, the truth of my compassion, and hold me to that, because you see the truth of me, and I imagine myself in so many different ways, liking myself, not liking myself. I'm caught in this jungle of thoughts and feelings and memories and plans. Lama Keno, you can see who I am, and I can't see it. I can't. I need. So this desperation is very, very important. And Sia Lama said many, many times that Western people are too sophisticated. They don't cry enough. Because we've been so cultured, starting, from whatever, Louis XIV, and this culture in Versailles of good manners and bowing and being polite, and everything's covered over, and you shouldn't leak. You should maintain your face, like in the Chinese emperor's court. But that's nothing for us. We all know how to fake it. The question is how to be authentic and genuine. So that, I think, is very important. So maybe we could just sing together a little bit. Hare Lama, Hare Lama, Lama Lama, Hare Hare, Hare Guru, Hare Guru, Guru Guru, Hare Hare, Hare Pema, Hare Pema, Pema Pema, Hare Hare. Hey! This is one of the sadnesses of Tibetan Buddhism. Is so fucking serious. We need more irony and laughing at ourselves and having spontaneity and ecstatic release. So I hope that some of the musicians among you will develop some good songs and chants. But in the short term, we can take these Hindu chants or traditional Buddhist ones and bring some energy into them. This is our chance. We really do not know how long our chance will last. There are a lot of dangerous people in charge of nuclear weapons. There's a lot of very unresolved resentments. So I was talking earlier about my childhood and the issues that came from that and how I had to find a way to release it and release it and release it. And we have Mr. Putin. And Mr. Putin remembers how the collapse of the USSR brought shame on him as a KGB member and on his father. All that they had worked for was thrown in the gutter, and the West had won, and many politicians in the West were humiliating Russia. And so there was a sinking, but then there's a huge wave, a tsunami arises, and that is Mr. Putin. He's coming back. Don't you fucking put us down. We are Russia. We are great. We are victorious. We won the war. 20 million dead for you fuckers, and you treat us like shit. We'll show you. It's like that. He really feels that a terrible rage because he was insulted. Insulting is not a good thing to do to anyone. So our world situation is unstable. But while we're here, we have each other, we have the practice. And I hope that these small groups will function for you, that you find a way to find your voice, and you start to trust that on the basis of your life, your ordinary daily life, your family, your work, your studies, and so on, you find, oh, Dharma illuminates my life illuminates Dharma. And then you have a real unfolding of the meaning. So you don't have two streams, my ordinary life and my holy Dharma life. But you have a real intercourse between the two. And your hopes and fears, your successes and failures are all illuminating the pattern of the mind that's described in the teaching. And this is our chance. In a few days, we will vanish. We leave here. Whether we meet again or not, I don't know. Some days I feel fairly well. Other days, like today, I don't feel too well at all. I do my best, but I can vanish. And if I vanish, then you have to think, okay, what is my support? What is my belonging? Because if you have the practice, you need to do the practice. We have many, many books now explaining the nature of the mind, many recordings and so on. The question is, can I belong to a Sangha? Can I support my brothers and sisters? Can we have mutual support? Mutual aid. This is one of the great slogans of the anarchist movement. Mutual aid. Then I help you, you help me. We have a pulsation. This is so important. So this is our life. There's nobody outside who's going to sort it for us. The cavalry ain't coming. Nobody's going to rescue us. We need to make the kind of alliances, and you can do it on the basis of friendships, you can do it on the basis of people's qualities, but forming, forming small study groups and practice groups can sustain the vigor of your life in the Dharma. So it's up to us all to find a way to make that happen. This is something new. In Tibet, they didn't have to do that. When Dharma was on every hill had a story. Padma Sambava split this rock in half, or Longchenpa found some treasure there, or this or that. There are stories about everything. It was breathing Dharma through the stones and the birds and the trees. We are in a much more bleak situation. We are the fire that can warm us. So it's up to all of us to find how we will position ourselves in relation to that. Okay, so we have some food now, and then we have the practice at, 8:30? Yeah. Good.
Can I ask one question? Thank you.
Pardon?
Can I ask one question?
Of course.
Yes. Hello?
Yeah.
So I have a question about the Vajrayana path.
Okay.
Because for me, somehow, it's often said that it's the fastest path, and for me somehow it feels like a detour, because first of all I have to create the sense of orphancy, the sense of belonging, the sense of the two.
Yeah.
in order to melt, in order to recognize that there never was an offense in the first place. There was never a losing of a home. There's no returning to home because I never left home. So this was the first thing that I was like, why? And now it feels to me like, because having this kind of healing relationship, even if I can have true refuge, is still a big help. Like it's also an expression of the interconnectedness. I don't have to do it on my own. So is it about that, or what is this saying that is the fastest path? I don't quite get that.
Well, it's not just about ideas. It's not just about theory. It's not like, especially, I mean, that's a saying which is linked into the Tibetan context, where most of the people who did practice would have been in a monastic school at some time. They would have studied Madhyamika philosophy, mind-only philosophy, and these various things. So they're going from theory in the study school into the practice school, the Drupdra. And then they might do a 3-year retreat or something intensively to bring it about. But they would have the view very clear, and they would examine difficulties in understanding the view, and then from that the practice would flow out, because everything flows from emptiness. So Padma Sambava is a kind of emanation of emptiness to meet us in our reification, in our solidification, and gently guide us back into emptiness. So we receive the 3 lights, our body is full of light, and then this body and the light body of Padma Sambava come together and then dissolve into emptiness. So we're using the function of devotion in that is mindfulness or one-pointedness. So you could do a lot of shamatha practice to bring your mind into simplicity, or you can use devotion. Devotion is much quicker. So in the Vajrayana, devotion means I offer everything. I'm not hiding anything else away. And so my instead of being spread out and dispersed in the various doings of my life, I'm gathering myself into one point. I need. And then when that quality is refulgent with the light shining from the Guru, the 2 lights merge together, and then there's open space, and then, and this is the most important part, you see everything arises within the open space of the mind. That's what it's for. So it's to dissolve the seeming solidity of the egoic sense of checking things out and knowing things. That dissolves into nothing. I am finite. No, I am infinite. And then in the infinite, all kind of finite forms arise, including myself. So I am now a manifestation or an emanation of the potential of the open empty ground. So in that way the 3 kayas becomes how we are.
So does that mean that the more this kind of longing, one-pointed longing, goes totally into that, the more effective it is in the end?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yeah.
Absolutely. We're not thinking about. Thinking about is the work of dualistic consciousness, where you get information and you analyze and you compare and contrast and you build up images. Here, we're letting go of that. We're not thinking about, we're being with. We are offering the wholeness or the integrity of how we are, gathering ourselves into this, so that our the unique specificity of how we are finds a niche in emptiness. So it's not about being homogenized or being a standard issue Buddhist. You come with your own particular contouring, your tendencies, but now you see, oh, this is actually manifesting moment by moment out of emptiness. I am the flow of emptiness. Everyone is the flow of emptiness. And inside this, we are constantly creating different patterns. And so I stay with the patterning without reifying. But first of all, we have to dissolve this inner grasping. Yeah. Good. Okay. Bon appetit.
Thank you.
Okay. We start with the 3 R. It's like backstage at the opera. Everyone's getting ready.
Lots of things in Okay. So the primordial Buddha, Samantabhadra, taught that the source or the ground or the basis is the basis of all limitation and all freedom, both. Because freedom is freedom in recognizing the source. Limitation arises from not recognizing the source, but that not recognition of the source also arises from the source. Arising from the source, it has no substance of its own. We are imprisoned by shadows, by echoes, by dreams. So, if we recognize how we are, then this is the simplest, insubstantial yet very present form of I. I faces in 2 directions, like Janus. I faces into liberation, and it also faces into limitation. I as liberation is presence, because if you're present, you're present. It's not that you have a presence. It's not that you are present as something, but there's just, if you like, pure presence. It's just a state of awareness. But it's the presence of your vitality. Otherwise, all the Buddhas would be in some big blender. Each Buddha has their own particular stance, which has certain qualities. The clarity of the Buddhas is the same for all Buddhas. How they manifest is different. So, said that following the teachings of Garab Dorje, the most important thing is to recognize your original face, the face you had before obscuration occurred.
So we recognize this by not layering our experience with interpretations and assumptions and likes and dislikes. We're just open to it. And this face is like our own face. It never becomes an object. Even if you look in the mirror and you see a reflection of your face, you don't see your actual face. It's impossible to see your face, and yet you live your face. So if you get the flavor of that, it gives you the sense of, I'm present here, undeniably so, but not as an object. I'm not a thing that I can know as something, but it is self-luminous. If you bring your attention up into your face, just when you're here, you feel this. Very naked, very undefended. It's not cooked, it's not prepared, it's just this. One of and this is the quality of the Dharmakaya. It's present, but not as an object. It never becomes a thing. Now, if you have a face, you have complexion. And complexion shows the potential of what's happening in the body. The face can look very fresh and bright when all the organs are working. And it can look yellow with jaundice, it could look grey with exhaustion and so on. So the complexion is the showing of that which you can't get directly, just as you can't catch a thought or a feeling or a memory. So this is like the Sambhogakaya. It is a display, a revelation in which you can see the dynamic nature of your own experience. Then thirdly, our face is expressive. We show happiness, we show sadness, we show eagerness to meet someone, or no eagerness to meet someone. So the face as expression is the meeting point between self and world. That our expression is part of our connectivity, how we relate into the field. So this is like the Nirmanakaya. The naked face, the displaying face, and the participative face, if you like. Now, when this open naked face is not seen, you have the idea of yourself. So I, instead of referring just to presence, I seems to refer to some inner substance. I, me, myself. That I have my own basis inside me, which is private and personal and just mine. That is to say, I'm resting on myself. So, as we've looked, this is a pseudo autonomy. It's a false notion of separation, because this face is always connected with what is around. So, I in this formation is like a mask. The mask hides the face. And our dualistic consciousness has the work of maintaining the mask, adapting the mask to different situations, to modify it according to who we're with and what we're doing. You can look at a mask again and again and again, but you never see the face. So this is the basis for the Dzogchen practice. In general Buddhism, we start with the idea, I'm a sentient being in samsara, I need refuge, I take refuge in Buddha, Dharma and Sangha, I want to help others, I will work for the benefit of all beings. These are all assertions of the good qualities of the mask. They are not intrinsic, because we learn to do these things. You join a Buddhist group, you learn how to recite the refuge, or you develop the Bodhisattva. It's part of the dialogue of being with others. You could have other kinds of dialogue. You could join a criminal gang and sell drugs. You could join the army and train to kill people. or you can develop the Bodhisattva intention. These are constructs, and that's how they are the terrain of the mask. Although the mask has many things going on behind it, the mask allows us to have a private life. So a private life is a life that is hidden from the field. Although we've never truly separated from the field, it is as if you can't see how I am. We want to be seen, but on our terms. And that's a function of the mask. And then, of course, we participate in the world with the mask because we have our sense of personal identity. And so we want to present ourselves in a way that optimizes our chance of happiness, of safe relating, of protection from danger, and minimizes invasion, attack, abandonment, and so on. So the mask then becomes something you can paint on. You can change the patterning of the mask, which we do in all kinds of social situations. We're used to this in terms of talking about roles. So if you go into work, you take on the role of your occupation, and you talk in the manner of someone occupying that role. So although you are the one who is talking, there is a kind of choreography or a organization of how you speak and what you say according to your role. So that's like the mask. If you can't keep your mask on at work, you're going to lose your job. So the mask is where you're trying to show not too much and not too little. So you can adjust your mask. This is very different from the face, because the face has an authenticity. It's not cooked, it's not pretending, and it has no agenda. You can read, we have this book, Sweet Simplicity, the Mahamudra songs, and you can see again and again that these great yogis like Sarahat and so on, they were not at all concerned with what people thought. Because they were clear, I am not an object. I'm not an object for me, and I'm not an object for you. You may feel I am an object for you. You may develop all sorts of ideas about me, but your ideas cannot catch me. Because your ideas only hit the mask. The face you can't get. So this is the intrinsic freedom of presence. But if we identify with our mask, then we're caught again and again, because we've nailed ourselves to this particular form of presentation, and we can get apprehended by other people. And then we react to that, and we develop some notion about their mask. Oh, I know what he is like. So that you're talking about a mask. You're talking about an image, about an idea of someone, an identity. Just as when I go to the police point in the airport, I show them my passport. The police officer looks at it and he puts it in the computer and they read it. He doesn't say, oh, wait, 1 minute, I call my colleague. This person comes out, oh, I'm a doctor. The policeman is a bit worried about your health. He's looking at your face. And you get enough sleep? What's your diet like? They never do that. They don't see your face. They only look at the passport. They're looking at the image, the representation. And so many of our transactions are like that. We're like ships passing in the night. We don't really have vital living contact because we are enacting the choreography of how to be a reasonable person, how not to get rejected, how not to get attacked, and so on. It's a slightly paranoid structuring, and of course it's very necessary. I read that in the Second World War, in Poland, there were people who were teaching the young Jewish children to say the Christian Lord's Prayer in perfect Polish, so that they could appear to be Polish, and in that way put on a mask that will protect them from the identification of being a Jew. So these kind of things are there. There's also this word shibboleth, which comes from time of Moses and the early Middle Eastern people. And there were two tribes who didn't like each other. And in one of the tribes there was I forget the exact sound, but there was a sound they couldn't pronounce because of their background. Just the way Western people find a lot of Chinese sounds difficult to pronounce. And so they would always be asking people about this word, and then you can identify, you're not one of us. So inside, outside is a great marker. So we are concerned not to be caught by the mask. We have to show masks, because masks are also part of relating. So when you see this Lama sitting on the throne with a big hat and the Vajra, this is mask time. You know, if you were to meet their mom and say, "Oh, what is Rinpoche really like?" He never eat his vegetables. But looks good. Because it's show. And some people are like that, they're impressed by it. Other people are not impressed by it. That's the choreography of culture. So we have a king, King Charles in England, and he likes to dress with all his medals. King Charles has never fought in any war. His medals were awarded to him by his mother. So when I see him with his medals, I just think phony. And other people think, wow, it looks so impressive. But it's pretense, it's theatre, it's a drama. So we don't want to get rid of the mask, because when the face and the mask go together, and the mask is not sitting on the face, the mask becomes part of your repertoire of ways of moving with the world. But when you have that integration between clarity and obscuration, you see that the patterns of obscuration are not other than patterns of clarity, because there is no inherent existence in the mask. So you have to bring all that we looked at in the Heart Sutra. You cannot be apart from the source, from the ground, because everything is arising moment by moment as this fresh revelation. But when we are masked, when we're enclosed, say for example in our thoughts, in our moods, in our health condition, then we have a reference point. I don't feel so well today. I'm not able to do this today. And that becomes a kind of pre-positioning on the basis of which I lose access to the widest repertoire of my responses and ways of engaging, and I stay on this kind of metronome beat of this is who I am. This is why we have to avoid defining ourselves. Self-definition is the means of maintaining the mask, because we don't know how we're going to be. If we are co-emergent, as circumstances alter, we alter. And therefore, how are you? Let's see. Because you say something now, after half an hour, you don't feel like that anymore. So it'd be quite difficult. Somebody say, how are you today? Oh, at this particular moment, I feel that it'll take a long time to tell you, because there's things in my feet which are troubling me. Now, my right foot, my left foot, they look the same, but actually they're quite different. To go into the detail. The art of boring the other. It's so meaningful to me. So, we want to find, we want to open ourselves, to our own original face. One of the ways we do this is through the Sem-Zin. Sem means the mind, and Zin means to apprehend. It means to apprehend the nature of the mind of the mask. And if you see what the masking is, then the freshness of the face is revealed. So there, in the normal collection, there are 21 Sem-Zin. We can do the first one just now. it builds on what we've already done. We imagine a white letter R. You could do that as a capital A, or if you know the Tibetan form. Either way doesn't matter. But this is the R, which is the R of the 3R Guru Yoga. It's the R of the essence of the Heart Sutra. It's the, you could say it's the symbol of emptiness, which is to put it at one step removed. Or you could say it's the living presence of emptiness. So here, that's what we're concerned with. When we pray to Padma Sambava, we're not thinking, oh, he is a symbol of enlightenment. We're opening ourselves to this vital, ungraspable presence. And it's the same with the letter R. So you imagine this white letter R, not too big, maybe the length of your thumb, and it's on the tip of your nose. You can make it bigger or smaller as you like. These practices are not technical, they're affective. So they're about the mood or the feeling tone of being within them. So you're sitting. At first you could do it with your eyes closed, and then if it gets easier you can open your eyes, but you want to keep a kind of focus. And as you breathe out, you imagine these eyes moving away. Very, very far away. And you're tracking the R as it goes further and further away. And then you breathe in, and the R is coming back and back and back, and it's resting on the tip of your nose. Then you breathe out, and it's going far away. So it's like a dynamic shine in which the object is moving. It's moving with the breath, and you just track it as it goes out and it goes in. There's nothing else to focus on. Okay, let's try this. Okay. Again, with this kind of practice, we want to take it up in the lightest possible way. It's not something to strive to do or to have a sense that you're making this happen, because then the doer of the meditation remains your ordinary self. We want to relax into the simplicity of this letter moving out and in, out and in. This. If you do it for a while, you start to experience the calm state. So it's a form of shamatha or shine. It's a way of avoiding distraction. It has the advantage over tracking something like the breath because it's more dynamic and it involves more of the senses. The key point is when the mind becomes very calm and you have this experience of this coming and going, don't get fixated on the R. The I is allowing you to experience the calm, when what we want to see is how your mind is when you are calm. Calm here means undistracted, not caught by the various reactions that can arise on the subject side or the various provocations that can arise on the object side. So we know the basic meditation instruction: don't go after past thoughts, trying to work out what they mean, don't wait expectantly for future thoughts, just stay present. So this is a way of, a more dynamic way of entering into that state. And then just see, oh, how is the mind which is calm? Don't investigate it as if it was an object, but let it reveal itself. So it's almost like when you attend to how your mind is, you're like a mirror mirroring a mirror. The mind itself is like the mirror within which the movement of the ah and your breath is arising. And if you see the mirror of your presence shows the mirror of the mind. So your empty presence and the empty mind are non-dual. Any questions about this?
Yes. Microphone.
Is it helpful or meaningful to pronounce the R silently in the mind?
No.
Meanwhile,
I would think not.
Not.
Because then you're layering up. You want it as simple as possible. However,
Yeah.
some people find visualization not at all easy. And so if your mind is more kind of nothing much is happening, then you could use the sound of ah. The principle is what we're trying to find is being present with the mind empty of clutter. So when some of us first arrived, this tent was empty. And then gradually more mats go down and then people arrive and now it's full of this stuff. And so we're in the tent, but we're in the tent with the people. And the openness, the space of the tent is difficult to have a felt sense of because it's already preoccupied. So if you can use the ah to dissolve preoccupation or to at least to gather, a bit like a shepherd gathering these sheep of thoughts and feelings moving on and bring the flock into a line, then the sound of ah could also be useful. The key point is, how is my mind when nothing is happening? Because the ego self has no interest in that. It's not interesting. So at night when you're tired and you lie down, nothing much is happening because you're too tired to think. And then the ego has nothing to do, so it kind of gives up and you fall asleep. But if you're agitated, if you're worried about something, the ego has something to chew on, then you don't fall asleep. So without falling asleep, we want to have a sense of nothing is here. Because it's always about no thing. Emergent phenomena are not a problem if we see them arising from the ground. Like if you know it's a mirror, it's a reflection. If you don't know it's a mirror, you're looking, what is this? What is this? What is this? That's why our main movement is to experience the mind without content. Then we have more direct sense of the mirror as a mirror. And then the movement of the reflections is more obviously contained within the mirror. That make sense? Yeah.
You just brought up the image of the mirror of the mind and the mirror of the experience, right?
Mm.
And I see this in my meditation, like the mirror of the mind comes up, or I see this, everything's a reflection within the mirror of the mind, and then the mirror of the experience holds like against the mirror of the mind, and then the things reflected are reflected in the other, and then it ping-pongs around.
Mm-hmm.
And this continues, and then I get confused because it is too much for me to follow the reflections of the reflections of the reflections, and then everything kind of is too much for me. What to do?
But everything which arises is vanishing. So you're describing a process of accumulation. You're building up. It's a totalizing arithmetical movement. But each thing vanishes. So here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many have we got?
Don't know.
That's okay. We have. What do you see?
2.
Same thing.
You see 2.
Yeah.
You see 2. But you can think 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. when dualistic consciousness is processing experience, it relates to its concept, but each concept vanishes.
So I'm seeing the same thing as I'm seeing the same thing as I'm seeing. See.
Yeah, you've got too much glue. Glue is very powerful. When I was in university and we didn't have much money, we made good use of solvents. Lady Esquire shoe cleaner. If you sniff that a lot, you get very out of your sense. So I did it with my good friend Jumi Dorji, who became a great Tibetan translator. And we would walk around in Edinburgh in Princess Gardens sniffing out of this bottle. So the solvent dissolves the glue which hold things together. So this is a meditational solvent.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts? Yeah.
When we are doing this practice with the A,
the microphone is not on.
Oh.
No.
It's on, right? Okay. When we do this practice with the A, is it about the all at onceness of like we are practicing with an appearance, and we at the same time not forget the space in which it appears? Is this the aim of the practice? To practice the goal?
It's not so much about the space. It's more that if you rest gently, rest your attention on the movement of the eye. The eye, the eye itself is not something that you have to do. It's like most of the time we're breathing in an automatic kind of way, and this becomes automatic. And the space is not something we're attending to. You're not over-fixated on the eye, otherwise you remove it from its context. But if you're trying to have the space and the eye, that's probably like before we did this, relaxing the eye and getting a panoramic vision, and then you bring it into focus. So to have a panoramic vision and focus at the same time, you need to speak to an optician.
Okay, yes. So I don't mean it in a sense of a holding or something, because then that creates attention. It's not really it anymore. Mm-hmm. More like having the trust of the periphery being there.
Exactly.
More like that.
Exactly. Okay. And the space becomes more apparent as you don't go after the distractions, and they dissolve in space, and then the simplicity or the singularity of the art is not different from the space. But I wouldn't try to make it happen.
Okay, thank you.
My experience was joining the A with the breath made the breath a little bit relentless, because there was this A moving, mm-hmm. coming back, and I couldn't stop it. So it felt a little bit more forced than usually when I'm breathing. It's mm-hmm. quite natural, but then it suddenly started to, and then I became a little breathless. Funny, I don't know what. Is it too much following the A, or?
Well, I mean, the A can go as far as it likes, but the breath has a very definite limit. So you get a non-syncopation between the breath and the R, and then you get that breathlessness and agitation. So at first, just do it like a short distance. The R is maybe moving 10 meters away and then back. So you harmonize it with your breath, and as you get more into it, maybe you can sustain the sense of it moving out more.
Thanks. I have a question.
I immediately, when you were describing it, the practice, I thought about when I started to meditate, or sometimes right now I'm not doing it that long. For me, it's the same. Is it the same? Like when you're breathing and you in your head you slightly say in and out and in and out with the breath. It's the same with the A. You slightly.
Well, not really, because if you're counting your breath, it's a kind of closed field, and you're tracking the breath. So it's a kind of mindfulness of the breath. But there is somebody who's mindful. Yeah. So you have a triangulation. You get the movement of the breath, and you got the observer position up here, which is fine for mindfulness, but we want to not have an observer. Okay. We want it to be the lucidity of non-dual participation. So you're just with the ah. So our danger is always commentary. Yes. And once you start counting or something like that, and you've got something to keep an eye on, something to be thoughtful about, then interpretations and judgments easily mushroom.
But for me, it's not like I'm counting. This method, I know two, one, two, and two. But it's like
the rhythm company.
The company with the breath. It's like in and out, in and out. Just not really thinking it, but also thinking it. I don't know.
Okay, but it's a kind of commentary, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Because the breath doesn't need the counting.
Yes.
Who is it who needs the counting?
Yeah. Yeah. The me.
I like to know what's going on.
Yes, yeah.
I'm part of the gang. So when that happens, with this kind of practice, you would try to just, like as if you had a dimmer switch, slightly increase your focus on the ah, and that kind of one-pointed attention brings you into an alignment with it. Because if you're really tracking it, that requires quite a focused attention, and you wouldn't split off into this parallel stream of counting.
Okay, thanks.
So that's the basic of the practice. I think we got the text of the Semzin is available. You got that? And it's in English and in German. So you can read these later. We'll do them from time to time as we're sitting here. Your face does not need your commentary, your assumptions, your beliefs, your evaluation. But the mask needs all of these. So when you find you're telling yourself about what's going on, you're preparing a mask. You're preparing a point of reference. Because if I have no mask, and I'm just here and I'm looking around, and I feel different things in each moment, I can't catch the moments because they're just fresh. This one's vanishing, the next one's arising, the next one's arising. There's no ground to build on. You're just staying with the self-arising, self-liberating movement. However, if you want to evaluate how you're doing, then you have to turn the doing into a thing so that you can evaluate it. You know, if you've got scales, you have to have something to put on the scales. So you objectify the quality of your experience, then you examine it, then you compare and contrast it with other moments of experience, and that's how we generate the mask. So when the I is a reference point that you come back to, that's very different from I as an open presence. So I is on the cusp between liberation and entanglement. You know, sometimes you see in the farmer's field a goat, particularly that's been tethered to a peg, and often they put a wooden cross around its neck so it can't walk too fast, and it just eats in a circle around the peg. So shamatha practice is based on that. You peg the mind to the breath or an image of the Buddha or a stone, and then you eat around what's happening in that clearing. So here, here is the mind untethered. So we tether our experience to our sense of self. Do we like it? Do we not like it? If we like it, we pull in the rope. And if we don't like it, we put out the rope so that the goat can wander further away. That's what it's like to have somebody who is having the experience. Because if you're having an experience, you can then evaluate it. I like it or I don't like it. With this I, we want to avoid that just to stay with it. So let's do it again, just to keep it clear in our mind. Okay. So if you practice this yourself, do it for maximum 5 minutes, take a little break, then do it again. With this kind of practice, we don't want to force. Some of the Samson, we do force it, but with this one, it's about relaxation and ease, and highlighting your sensitivity to the ungraspable nature.
James, excuse me, I have a question. Maybe.
This relates to something you said the other day about befriending the ego, not kicking it out, keeping it in the, kind of taking it in the arm. This is an experience I just had now, kind of relates to his question. There was this moment where ego was saying, yeah, but what am I supposed to do now? And I just can't relax. How can I be with that feeling in a practice like this one? I was trying to tell you don't need to do anything, but then, yeah, but I don't know. So there was this big wash of sadness that just came up. I can see it, I know where it goes, where it belongs to, ego stuff, but so all of this came up just not knowing what to do, and I'm trying to be friendly with ego, but it does kind of interfere.
Orphans are in danger. When we have these first moments of being a separated self, there is, of course, a great anxiety in that. Who am I? Where am I? I mean, it's not even cognitive in that sense. It's just a lostness, a shockness. And that hovers beneath the surface. And everything that the ego does is to try to develop that and make it safer. And this is very difficult in a world of deception like ours. I was reading that Mr. Netanyahu is proposing Donald Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. Now, when that is possible, we can have some sense of what a scary world this is, where anything can be turned upside down, when power people can redefine what things are. So it's not surprising that there's anxiety about the climate. There's all kinds of anxieties around, anxieties about children and the future and health and so on. So it's almost like, when these bugs have the antennae up there and they're picking up the subtle vibrations. We have that we are kind of sensing, is it safe? Is it safe? It's okay. It's okay. It's okay for a while in this setting, but we do need to be mindful and wary of what's going on. If we can take all the factors of the field and keep them inside emptiness, this hand is empty, this hand is empty. Ow! Emptiness meets emptiness. There's some kind of impact. So that's what we get, isn't it? If I relax, I'm in danger. And the texts always say, relax, let go, release. But the ego thinks, whoa, this is not good. My job is to be alert. I can't relax. So if you have a small baby, somehow your ears grow very big like Dumbo, and you're hearing all these noises in the night, and you go and check. So we're a bit like that. That's just part of one of the roads we can go down. So if we do the long version of this short Padma Sambava practice, at the very beginning we make a protective circle, and then we make a net or a tent of Vajras and flames. And so we're doing the practice inside this to keep all the dangers out. And because you're protected, you can relax. In Dzogchen, we don't do that so much. We're working with however things are without reifying them and solidifying them, without taking them too seriously. Although, of course, they will have an impact. What about me? What about me? So we look in various ways, like with the 5 questions. What is the status of this me that is insisting on having an existence? What we can see is it has a dependent existence, arising on the basis of these many different factors. And especially if you grow up in a critical family and you feel you're being judged, then your life is pulled up again to the surface, and there's evaluations going on. What will they think of me, and so on. The different histories in our life bring us different kinds of anxious vibration. Okay, that's how I am. That is my luck in this life, is to sink into depression, or to be very anxious, or to be very striving, whatever it would be. I have to factor that into the practice. The practice may not name it directly, but in terms of doing the 3R, my hyper-alert, hyper-vigilant ego self doesn't want to relax. So how can I make it safe for that to come into the practice? So it's like putting an arm around it. So, because danger can come from any direction. But for example, I was walking along across the floor in the place where I am, this little apartment, and there was a big slug on the floor. How the fuck did it get in here? The door was closed. Slug attack. It'll be coming when I'm sleeping, and it'll go up my nose. So that's what the anxious tracking will always find something to be anxious about. I am anxious. What is anxiety? Subject and object out of kilter, out of balance, and trying to predict what will happen next. I need to know in advance. We say, in English, forewarned is forearmed. If you can see that something's coming, then you build up your armaments, like all the countries in Europe are being forced to do now, to build up more weapons and so on. Not a non-dual strategy at all. But you can see the basis for it. Someone will attack me. This is not safe. And actually, we are only safe when we are inseparable from emptiness, because this body can be attacked. Many lamas were caught by the Chinese. They didn't get over the border to India, and they were in prison for a long time. They had many horrible things happen to them. So they had to find a way to be unsafe and safe. They're safe in the Dharma. They're unsafe in circumstances which they don't control. And of course, the kind of people who work as prison guards are interested in the suffering of others. It gives them a joy, a Schadenfreude. You know, there's a kind of excitement about that. Nobody's going to take care of me. Therefore, I have to go into the practice and find a way through that. So, for us in our practice, the ego, when it's agitated, is fighting anxieties. You know, when children are small, if they're going to have a sleepover at someone else's house, they often say, but it won't be my bed. How will I sleep? It's not my bed. How many of my toys can I take with me? All my soft toys, the cars that's loaded up. And will they give me the food I like? So children are very worried, will I feel okay? And so they're conscious that the setting, if it's disharmonious, if it's unfamiliar, there'll be an agitation. Sometimes the children relax, and sometimes there's a phone call 2 o'clock in the morning. I think you have to collect your child because they're really not at all happy here. So it's like that. What are the supports that we would need to be at ease in an environment which is not familiar, which is potentially provocative? If I react to that, it's okay. Never mind. It will be fine. The sort of soothing words that a parent might speak to a child, we want to have some of that to ourselves. But basically, this is a structural anxiety, and it's not going to vanish until we see this arises. This is the quality of my orphan self. I've lost my mum. I've lost my source. I've lost my ground. Therefore, I need to go back to that again and again. So, Garab Dorji, who brought the Dzogchen teachings into the human world, is famous for his 3 statements. The first is to recognize your original face. Secondly, to stay present with that, or not to enter into doubt about it, not to remain in doubt about it. And thirdly, to continue with this openness whatever happens, not to split back into subject and object. So the first of these is something that we're approaching from different directions. We do it through the 3R, we do it through the 5 questions, and so on. What is the basis of my presence? So it's a way of approaching. The source is not other than myself, but this source is myself as, if you like, the ethereal I, the I which is not packed with egoic substance, but is simply presence. You know, when you're present, say for example, you go to an art gallery and your eye is caught by a painting. You look at the painting and you give yourself to the painting and you're with the painting. Quite a lot of time can go by, but just with this, you receive light coming in, you're going out. If you're not evaluating it or thinking about the brushstrokes, or if you're not being a critic, then there's just this pulsatory conversation between you and the painting. The painting reveals itself because you have the space to receive the revelation. So it's your present emptiness which allows the painting in. So it's that quality of presence. I'm not present as somebody who knows about art history or different schools of art. We let go of that. Just as in the 3R, we let go of the structures of our interpretation. And then you have the freshness of the painting. And you look at it again and again. And great art has that quality. You can look at the images again and again and again. Not so great art, you kind of get a bit bored because you somehow know what it is. But if you look at a Cézanne painting of Mont Saint-Michel, this mountain, he painted so many times, and he never caught it. And he always caught it, but he never caught it, and that's why he kept doing it. And it's sort of like that you allow the immediacy of what's arising in the moment as the infinity of the moment, but something else can arise. It's never the end. It's no full stops at all, because you can do the practice again and again and again. And if you do it, it's just as fresh as the painter's eye looking at the mountain, or Bonnard looking at his wife, or suddenly it's and then it's just this. So when we don't elaborate with our doubts and worries and anxieties, we don't build up a picture, and the picture is always based on what is going to happen to me. How will it be? Am I okay? So I think we, as much as possible, we put our arm around that aspect of ourselves. We give it space, not to dominate, not to be annoyed by it. But just like if you've got pain in your knees when you sit to practice, if you see this is an impediment, this is getting in the way of me doing my practice, I need to remove the pain, and then the doctor say, nothing can be done about this. This is problems with the cartilage, the meniscus, and so on. There's going to be some sensation generated by this. So you have two choices. This sensation is attacking me, undermining me, disturbing me, or this sensation is in the family of cells. It's part of me being me. The fact that I can remember a time I didn't have a sore knee, comparing and contrasting, that was better, this is worse, then the thoughts are going. But if I just stay with it, okay, this sensation is part of what arises as the field for me. And then we incorporate. So my agitation, my insecurity, my anxiety, my fear that people will judge me, that I'll get it wrong, that's here. And the more we keep this close to us, the more we, as we receive the blessing of emptiness, or if we were doing the Padma Sambava practice, the blessing of Padma Sambava, it gets able to relax because it feels safe. But again, we're not about pushing through. It's not about overcoming the difficulties. In many of in the tantric paths, they say, may obstacles be the path. So not an obstacle to get rid of from the path, but the obstacle by staying with it, that becomes my actual path. So agitation, pain, fear, anxiety. Some people have a great fear of death, or a fear of getting old, a fear of getting wrinkles and being unloved. There are all kinds of anxieties that can come up. Who will I be if I'm like that? Will you still love me? Oh, we don't know. We don't know how long love will take. Love is fickle. Love is not a definable entity. So, can I be in myself? And that's where the I as presence is important. Anxiety is part of our life. Some people are overwhelmed by anxiety. Some people have a kind of hubris, a kind of inflated sense of self that pushes out anxiety. So many of our big world leaders are like that. They don't want to feel anxiety, but the anxiety has to go somewhere, so it goes into the general population. We can do some practice on this a little bit later. Any other thoughts at the moment about this?
imagination of the I is not very stable.
Okay.
And then there is effort to stabilize it.
Mm-hmm.
How can I manage this?
Okay. Mainly would say don't worry about it. You know, in the in the tantric system, you have different approaches to the practice. So in the Mahayoga practice, the attention is doing the visualization very, very precisely in all its details. And the next level above that, Anu Yoga, is not concerned with the details, it's concerned with the feeling tone, with devotion or delight or a sense of the beauty and wonder, which these are more oceanic feelings. But in the Mahayoga, it's more about the detail. And there's a contraction that goes with that. So if you start thinking, well, I'm not doing this very well, and how could I improve it? You end up focusing on the technique of the meditation rather than the feeling tone. So just imagine, say, even if you don't see it very well, it's just there. You could even just have the sense of spreading out, gathering. You have the sense of the diaphragm moving as the breath goes in and out. You have the sense of the breath at the nostrils. Away, here, away, here. So stay with the feeling tone, not the technique is there to support us. And there are many, many techniques in Tibetan Buddhism, and many of them are extremely difficult to do. And you can spend a lot of time trying to become a master of these things. And then you die. Any other questions? Okay, let's do. Oh, one more.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't.
Tibetans had time.
So in the first round of meditation on the R, automatically in my mind the R was becoming smaller and smaller, and then it dissolved into whatever, emptiness, I don't know. And then with the breathing in process, it arose and became bigger and bigger, and then it was on my nose, and this was happening many times. But I noticed then in the second round it's much easier not to dissolve it. But it's maybe a stupid question, what is correct and what is not correct in this case.
Well, I think in the first practice that you described, you are a student of early Renaissance perspective. Because when they discovered that if you want to show something as far away, you make it smaller. So that's what you're doing. As it's going away, it gets smaller. Of course it does. That's very correct. And as it gets closer, it gets bigger. Yes. But that's what's arising for you. I think with all of these things, am I doing okay? Am I doing it right? Is not really the point. Stay with the feeling tone for you, and how is this arising? And if you can have a clear sense so that it goes away and it comes back and it remains roughly the same, that's what you're experiencing. The thing about experience is that it is ungraspable. The thing about our concepts about our experience is that they create the sense that something is happening, and I can evaluate it. And then, am I doing it the right way? And we don't want to do it the wrong way. but there is no thing here. So the obscuration for us is always reification, turning experience into the interplay of entities. So this R is emptiness. This is just a luminous form. You could have it as a white ball of light. It doesn't need to be a letter R. This is emptiness, going and coming, so that you get used to the dynamic energy of the mind. Because if we are going to function in the world, we will find that we expand sometimes and we contract sometimes. And in each of these, the formation that expands is an illusion, and the formation which returns is also an illusion. So just staying with that. And when you get a kind of curious thought or a worrying thought, am I doing it okay or is this right? Don't do anything. Just allow the thought to be there and it will go. The mind produces many invitations to complexity, to linking. Thinking is linking. We link one word with another, with another, with another. We have many concepts and these build up pictures. And you move around inside these and you can correct them, just like a writer will do many drafts of a novel before it goes to the publishing house. We can always revise because the writer he's written something or she's written something. You have a script and you look at it and you get your red pen and you correct and you change. They're working on something. We are not working on something. We are exploring how our imagination or our creativity can give us the sense that something is happening. I am imagining this just as we imagine Padma Sambava. Now, we imagine Germany. You imagine your car. You imagine lunch. These are all mental events. Your car is a mental event. If you don't have enough fuel, the car will stop in the road, and that is also a mental event. One redolent, one full of agitation, because now there's other cars pooping their horn at you. It's always an experience. Every event, everything that happens is experience. We tend to solidify the experience into this is happening to me. So I'm real, this is real, and bang, these two things are operating together. So with the R, it's just the pulse of the uncatchable breath. We can't catch the white R or the ball of white light. We can't catch the breath. So I'm at ease with the uncatchable. So that relates to Dagmar's question about agitation. For the ego sense, am I doing it right or what will happen to me? There's no reassurance from the side of substance, but there is reassurance from the side of emptiness. So if I'm used to asking somebody to reassure me I'm doing okay, you get a momentary kind of containment. Somebody gives you a hug, but then they go away and you're still left with the trace of the agitation. So we go in the other direction, relax and release, and we find that that moment of experience has gone. It's always going. It's always going. It is our attachment that makes it more difficult. We know that when you have a small baby, they're very easy to distract. You clap your hands or you move something or you tickle them. And if they were crying, then they kind of confused. Can I ride on two horses at once? And then they start laughing and then they're out of the agitation. As the children get older, somehow they get more stuck in themselves. So by the time they're teenagers, they're very moody. And the mood is very difficult. It's not quite like a sudden feeling. It's an all-pervasive atmosphere. And they can't get out of it. So there's no beginning or end to it when you're in it. And because of that, teenagers often get depressed. The rate of suicide in teenagers in Britain is very high. It increases every year. Because it just feels infinite and endless. So it's like a dull, stupid moment of self, which seems to be the whole. And then, no matter what parents say or other people say, there's no contextualization or no real conversation. And you can see the young person going more and more into a lostness. It's difficult to call them out of that. So we've probably all been through that kind of experience. So how to release yourself when you're going down a cul-de-sac. This road is going nowhere, but I still go. I still travel down the road. I'm getting more lost and more lost, but somehow I'm committed to this feeling as if it's meaningful. Because it feels like me. So like, as you were saying, yeah, but what about me? What will I do? What will I do? Well, so these fusional states give a seeming existential presence to our ego self, our who I am. Releasing that is really quite hard. Because on the one hand, I've got this sense of me, and on the other hand, we've got open spaciousness. Although open spaciousness can survive everything, the sky is open, nuclear bombs go off, planes fall out of the sky, rainbow storms, sky remains open. But it's ungraspable. So the bit of us, the ego self that wants to hold on to something, will hold on to, I'm a failure, I'm a fuck up, no one likes me, I don't know what to do, I never asked to be born, why am I here, I don't like you, you're not my real parents. All the kind of formulations that can come out of young people. And even if they're kind of crazy, they're a sort of, I'm talking, I'm saying something, I am this. You don't understand, it's not like that. You never have understood me. I'm so lonely, leave me. It's very desperate in that state. And on the other hand, openness, relaxation. What the fuck? And then the kid wants to go to Lady Esquire shoe cleaner. A little solvent, madam. Just a tap. Our life gives us lots of different kind of experiences. So when you're tight, and that tightness seems to be the proof of your existence, and you can't relax, then the only way out is death. And many people choose that. Or self-destruction. So how do I relax out of this intensity of this is me, even if it's hellish, to, oh, here I am. And that's a transition that's really quite hard. So there's always in the background a kind of the loss of the ego's definition of self is very troubling. Who am I if I don't know who I'm going to be? A bit like the children going to have a sleepover. But we don't know. We can't know. So our t-shirt says, let's see. Let's see. I don't know. We'll see. We don't know what the weather will be like. We don't know how we're going to feel. We don't know. We'll find a way. I am a space within which different responses can arise. But if you don't have that sense of basic openness and spaciousness, you start with this anxious self that says, Up till I was 12, I was happy, I was on my bike, I was just playing, I had friends, and now I'm in my bedroom listening to bad music, and I don't know who I am, and I don't trust anyone. It's very difficult to relax out of that. So we have to remember this retractive force. I don't know if you ever played with chicken's feet, and you can take the tendon and pull it in. Another sign of a misspent youth. But it's like that. We retract, we go into ourselves. And of course, when I do that, I can't catch the ball. I can't be in the conversation because I've pulled myself into this over-tight definition. So it can be very easy. That's why doing things like dancing, interaction in the group, mime, puppetry, play, art, all of these things are very important. And that, I think for many of us, like singing and movement will be the way that we release anxiety from our system, rather than doing it in a purely mental way. Because we have a body, a voice, and a mind, and we can make more use of the voice, more use of the body. Okay, shall we take a break? So, this morning Hannah informed us of the work of the Tsatsa group, and I would again encourage people to get involved in that. If you've never made these Tsatsa figures before, it's interesting to learn how to do it. But it's also a way of taking your good wishes out into the world and planting them, putting them in places where some healing may be required, ecological healing, or where murders and so on have been committed. As we've touched on many, many times, this world of the media is so insistent and so invasive that I think it's really important to be able to do something to be more expressive so that you bring your good intention out into the world. Otherwise, we're just invaded by strange thoughts all the time. Secondly, in terms of the mask, if we consider this Lama dancing, which is so famous, their masks are worn. And the masks, when you see them, you start to learn how to recognize the different figures. There's a Chinese figure of long life. There are deer, people dressed as deer dancing. There are dances of the 8 forms of Padma Sambava and so on. When we see the masks of Padma Sambava or the tanka of Padma Sambava, we have to remember Padma Sambava doesn't look like that. It is a mask. If Padma Sambava is alive and his face is like that, then we say, oh God, too much Botox. The face should move a little bit of expression. So we use these are signs and symbols to allow us to work with the generosity of these empty forms. But they are not how Padma Sambava is. Padma Sambava is each one of us. Padma Sambava is every tree, every motor car, every football. That is to say, Padma Sambava is appearance and emptiness. In appearance and emptiness, everything is equal in its emptiness, but distinct in its forms of manifestation. And so that's why we have these 8 forms. Our task is not to confuse representations with presencing. A representation means something which has been processed. It's presented itself, and then it's processed to be representable. So When you take a photograph of something usually quite lively, people doing something that's presenting. It's just in this moment. The moment's going to change. And now you have a photograph, which you can go back to as a reliable image of the death. You're looking at a picture of a corpse. Some families, they have endless photos of mom and dad and children on the walls. It's like a cemetery. I wouldn't have any photographs of any of my family on the wall because they are not representations. They are presenting, and they present themselves as they are in the moment. Now, that's how they are. If you want to know what they are, you believe the representation somehow captured the truth of them. Do you remember when wee Johnny was 5 and he was like this and like that? But he's not wee Johnny anymore. He's gone. He's dead. He's not coming back. Unrepeatable. Unrepeatable. So fresh presence is not like a mask. We use these masks or symbols or signs for the purpose of deepening our practice. But the Buddha is manifest into the world according to circumstances. The texts say, if there is a river and some travelers come to it, the Buddha might manifest as a bridge over the river, or he might manifest as a big tree in the desert to give shelter to people. It manifests in many different ways. What is the Buddha? The Buddha is not a what. The Buddha is a how, and how the Buddha is depends on circumstances. Goes back to dependent origination. Some people have asserted very strongly that Dzogchen is soaring away above all Dharma, and that it's not even Buddhism. It has its own lineage and history. This is not the teaching I had from my teachers. When we study emptiness, we study Dzogchen. Emptiness is absolutely fundamental because it's non-grasping. And when your mind doesn't grasp, then your hand is open. And when your hand is open, you can receive. And when you receive, it's just this, just this, just this. So it's so important not to imagine that Dzogchen is a path in itself, on its own, because if you do too much Dzogchen practice, you become too mental in your orientation, and then you forget about people. You forget about the purpose. The purpose is the liberation of all beings. And in order to do that, we have to hold other beings with us. So I just give you 2 little quotes on this. One is from Nagarjuna in his text, The Precious Garland. Nagarjuna is the great master of Madhyamika, of the philosophy of emptiness and non-duality. And he says, regarding all sentient beings, may their wrongdoing ripen on me, and may my virtue ripen on them. So this is basic to the Bodhisattva vow. I give everything which would be beneficial, I give it to the other. Everything which is harmful in the other, I take into myself. And Shantideva, in the famous Way of the Bodhisattva, said, the pains and sorrows of all wandering beings, may they ripen wholly on myself. So these are 2 statements about emptiness, because you can only have this incredible generosity if you realize that you are not a finite object. Because if you're going to absorb difficult stories and you're a small pot, you're going to get burnt out, you're going to get overwhelmed. It is by being infinite that you can offer infinite love and acceptance to all beings. You have an infinite availability. So emptiness and compassion are absolutely inseparable. They are not 2 different things. And we need to remember that, because otherwise you can just be doing the meditation and the 3R, and it's very open and very open. But in that openness, there are people who have no idea about openness. They're living in foreclosure. They're living in little bubbles of self-referentiality. And we can connect with them. We do something for them. We reach out. If you just sit in your meditation room, you can stabilize your practice. It's when you're with other people, it's very difficult. Other people are unpredictable. So, compassion is connectivity, and connectivity is non-duality, because as we've looked, hot and cold arise together, good and bad arise together, they are connected. If this is hot, then that's cold. If that's cold, then this is hot. These are not back to back. On one level, they are binary opposites. They are mutually exclusive. Hot is hot, it's not cold. Cold is cold, it's not hot. But without hot, you wouldn't have cold. Without cold, you wouldn't have hot. So they're both mutually exclusive and co-emergent. So it's the co-emergence that we are focusing our attention on. The middle way, or the middle point between all the extremes. So we don't have to choose one side or the other, either or. It's both and. And the more we go into the practice, especially in Tantra, you see that the offerings go, in the lower Tantras, the offerings are very pure things, milk, butter, yogurt, sugar, white sugar, and crystal sugar. And as you go up the Tantras, the offerings become blood, flesh, semen, menstrual blood, and so on. Things which might normally be seen as impure or not good or not nice. And we offer them to the Buddha because we want to see their purity. Everything is pure from the very beginning. There is one source, not two factories. There is one source. Everything is intrinsically pure. Therefore, we have to look again and again to see that purity. And if we judge it on the basis of our egoic reaction, then we allocate status and definition to the phenomena. So this is a very profound thing, that bad behavior is also empty. So we may be unappreciative of the behavior of many of the big rulers in the world. We see them as being cruel. For example, the Iranian government has now decided to expel all the Afghan refugees. 4 million Afghan refugees being pushed out of the country. They're told to leave. They come in the middle of the night. They put them on a truck. They take them to the border. They can't take their clothes. They can't take their possessions. They arrive there, no money, no water, no food. They're just dumped. They are nobodies. Especially the women, if their man has died or been killed, they are nothing, nothing, nothing. That's what power does. Our people, your people. Our people good, your people shit. We will live, we will take what you have because we are good people. We'll wipe you out, we'll throw you out because you're bad. So the power of imputing inherent existence to people, because in Iran, it's mainly a Shia Muslim country, and many of these refugees from Afghanistan are Sunnis. The Shia and the Sunni don't like each other. And so at a certain point, the Sunni quality of these refugees means, get out of here. We don't need you. We don't want you anymore. We return to these themes again and again. The power of naming is what gives you power in samsara, but it is exactly the power of naming which creates samsara. Because you think there are really good people, really bad people, my friends, my enemies. I want to help my friends, I want to undermine my enemies. So both Nagarjuna and Shantideva are saying, I give everything to everyone, to everything. I don't discriminate. I give it to everyone. May all beings be happy. May the cruel be happy. May the kind be happy. May the generous be happy. May the mean people be happy? Because your fulfillment, your awakening is not dependent on your qualities, on the individual qualities that define your particular formation in the world. It is your potential. We awaken from our empty ground, our luminous Sambhogakaya arisings, and by the illusory way we move in the world. May all beings be happy. This is very difficult to practice in these times where we're bombarded with messages defining people. And it's a fact that if you allow the free movement in the world, Europe will be swamped with immigrants. We find our climate changing. In the Sahel in Africa, it's really changing. They're having temperatures of 55, 56 degrees. Can't imagine that. Water is drying up. The cows are dying. The goats are dying. People need to leave. They want to come to Europe. Then they're seen as terrible people who are going to destroy our culture. So this goes back to the anxiety of the ego. Just as we want to protect our sense of self, we want to protect our sense of our national culture and our way of life and our life in the village, and we have a good school and everybody has a nice garden and we all have our petty bourgeois morality, and I won't piss in your garden if you don't piss in my garden. That's about the limit of our mentality. What are we going to do with all these people? Now, we have all been watching 45,000 Palestinians murdered. We've watched all these Afghans betrayed as the brave Americans and British and French withdrew from Afghanistan and said bye-bye, like the Americans did from Vietnam. Remember the last scenes in Saigon, and the last helicopters arriving on the roof of the American embassy, and people clinging on to it, take me, and fuck you. But we're your friends, Friends become enemies, enemies become friends. This is a tricky place we live. We have to maintain our ethics in the midst of these movements of power and definition and interpretation. Germany, at the end of the Second World War, was saved by Russia. How is that? Because the Americans and the British would have been much more cruel to the Germans. They would have wanted some revenge. But because, luckily for the Germans, the Russians arrived in Berlin, and then people started thinking, whoa, we don't want these Russians. Actually, maybe the Germans are our friends. And they get rebranded. This is amazing. Companies spend a fortune branding and rebranding and public relations, and the Germans didn't even have to do it because the Americans did it with the Marshall Plan. Here's a bit of lipstick, a bit more eyeshadow. Oh, you look quite nice now. There is no inherent existence. The bad guys become good, the good guys become bad. Why? Because it's about interpretation and definition. And it's always a lie. It's a delusion. It's theater. And sometimes we are fortunate that we're born into the play at the right time. And so our world is safe. And some people are born into a play at the wrong time, like in the Sudan, like in the Congo. I mean, there are so many places. It would be terrifying to be born. Terrifying. Therefore, the cruelty is pervasive. Remember, there was a campaign about 30 years ago in the Himalayas to stop the felling of the woods that were around the villages in Himachal Pradesh and so on. Because in these villages there's no toilets. Early in the morning the women will go out in one direction into the forest to shit and so on, and the men will go in another direction. But when the foresters came in and took down the forest, the women had nowhere to go. And in that culture it's incredibly embarrassing to have to do your business in public, particularly if you're having your period. So it's so shameful. and you're paralyzed. There's nowhere to hide. And people don't think of that. We're just cutting down the trees. So dependent origination, this will have a huge impact. So the more we look at how the world is, we see the Dharma. Politics and Dharma are not different. Economics and Dharma are not different. People are making decisions which will benefit some people and not others. All governments do that. All economic bodies do that. Banks have to decide who to lend money to and who not to lend money to. So they're being evaluated. What's your credit rating? We're willing to forward you 30,000 euros, but not more. So the bank decides. So this is the world we live in. Everything is interpreted. To practice Dharma is unusual. That's why if we can support each other in our practice, and while we're here, you can think if there are people who live near you, who you might practice together with, or form a Zoom discussion group or practice group. If you can do that and it appeals to you, I would suggest it's a very good thing to do. Because the factors of chaos and confusion and misunderstanding are enormous, and the factors of simplicity and clarity are very few. So it's not to get afraid or worried, it's just to think, okay, we need to be careful. We need to be careful. Who is on my side? And if we support each other, then we can be strengthened in our practice. So, now, in the Dzogchen tradition, we don't have formal initiation as you would in Tantra. We have what's called an introduction or direct introduction. The word is Ngo Tro. Ngo is short for Ngowo, which means face. And Tro means to introduce or to meet your face. So a Ngo Tro is meeting your own face, or being shown your own face, or seeing your own face, or being your own face. And this is the first statement of Garak Dorji. To open to the always open. So when you release and you have space, and in the space many things are coming, and you just let them come and go without involvement, you are both the space and the movement. And the non-duality of these two, that shows your basic face, the Dharmakaya, the emptiness of the mind, and the complexion, the ever-changing movement of what's occurring. So that is the direct introduction to your mind. It's nothing mystical. It's just to see how it is. And what hides that mostly for us is that we are concerned with what is it. And that when you think of what, for example, here on this table there's lots of stuff. And it's all there together. And if we focus our attention on the cup, this becomes figural and the rest goes in the background. So what we want is a panoramic, all-inclusive seeing the whole all at once. And within that whole, there is diversity. So the infinite and the finite are not in opposition. And if we get the sense of that, then the Dharma practice becomes much easier. So to see our own face is to see your complexion. The Dharmakaya is not something you have or you can go to. It's not your true nature in the sense of something which is always there. The Dharmakaya is like the mirror. The mirror is always full of reflections. Your mind is always full of thoughts, feelings, memories, and so on. If you see that when something is arising inside you, maybe you think, oh God, did I turn the gas off when I left? Oh God, maybe I should phone the neighbor, maybe they could go... It's a thought. It's flying away. Bye-bye thought. Yeah, but it's flying away. Yeah, but lie away, let it go. It's just going. Then you have the space, which then fills with other thoughts, other sensations, other memories, other plans. So the emptiness and the fullness are inseparable. It's only for 30 seconds or a very brief period of time that you experience the open as open. That's so important to know, because otherwise you're looking for your open, naked, fresh mind as if it would be nothing at all. But if it was truly nothing at all, you would be in oblivion, you'd be nowhere. The mind fills, emptiness shows many different patterns. So to see your face is to see that all this busyness that fills you up is only possible because your mind is intrinsically empty and has no fixed content. So then we have these two together, not separate. They're not oppositional, they're not in contradiction. Any thoughts or questions about that? No.
You just said you said a time frame. I'm not fixed about time frames. It doesn't matter for me. Like the 30 seconds of openness, right? Does that mean I shouldn't grasp on the idea of continuity of openness and just have it like the glimpses and focus on the glimpses of openness?
Yeah, this cup is open and empty and useless. This cup is open and full of delicious drink and useful. It's just that. If you stayed with the empty, you get thirsty and hungry. What are you going to do? Now you have something, but the something is nothing. So to put something and nothing into oppositional categories, you then want to privilege nothing. And Tibetan tradition is full of praises of emptiness, full of it. And people study it again and again. But actually, when they're studying emptiness, they've got thoughts and words, and they write essays, and they have Geshe exams and so on, and they get to wear a special hat because they are masters of emptiness. This is stuff filling emptiness.
Is this what is meant by form is emptiness?
Form is emptiness, yeah.
This is this.
Yeah, this is it. Form is emptiness. So the form doesn't contradict emptiness. When you look in the mirror, you see the reflection. These shapes don't contradict the emptiness of the mirror. They are the emptiness of the mirror. Yes? You see, here we have a painting. The painting is full. And this is empty. But the mirror is full empty full. You know? So the ego self is like a painting. It is a representation, and it can be a repetition again and again. You look at the representation, it seems to have continuity through time and space. This is the ego's delusion. So the image of the mirror is to say, although appearances are arising, they are only arising because there is the space of arising. This tanka doesn't have a space of arising. Your mind, in looking at the tanka, is a space of arising, because everybody here can have different opinions about how this painting is. But the painting itself is not like that. Whereas here, the subject is empty and the object is empty. Or my subjectivity and your subjectivity are both empty. So we are co-emergent and we come into some kind of dialogue because of our emptiness and our potential. Emptiness without potential would just be desolate. Only potential without emptiness is just having a busy mind. So it's bringing the two together. So we return to the text. Oh, other question, okay.
Short question.
What does it mean, show your own face?
Sorry, say it again.
What does it mean, show your own face?
What does it mean?
It's so abstract.
What are you showing me just now? Is that your arse?
I don't know.
No, you don't know, but I see it. I see your face.
You see my face.
You don't see your face.
It's also said, look at your own face. It's similar.
Yeah.
So, then I look at my face, but
you don't see anything.
yes.
Yeah. So that's the Dharmakaya. But then thoughts come. Now you're losing the Dharmakaya. Where have I gone? I wanted the Dharmakaya! But I got the Sambhogakaya instead. Mom, it's not as good. That's not the one I wanted. I wanted Dharmakaya. But if you get the Dharmakaya, you also get the Sambhogakaya. They come together. It's a free gift. You want a free gift? Yeah, okay. So you do a little Dharmakaya and get a lot of Sambhogakaya. And then you get an ocean, a mountain of Nirmanakaya. All on the basis of 10 seconds of Dharmakaya. Because the Dharmakaya doesn't vanish with the arising of the Sambhogakaya or with the arising of the Nirmanakaya. They are non-dual, non-oppositional. So to see your own face is to see all three. Otherwise we end up essentializing my open empty face, my naked presence. But no, the naked presence and the vital presencing of this luminosity of the Sambhogakaya and the way in which you move differently in the world in different moments, these three come together. This is the inseparability of the three kayas. So in the short Padma Sambava practice, we have the white rays of light, the red rays of light, the blue rays of light, and then we have all three together. And these three coming together, this is called the Svabhavika Kaya. Svabhava means kind of self-existing Kaya. It means the integrity of the three Kayas, that they function as one. They're a bit like the Christian Trinity, that these are three aspects, but they're not separate. No? So, to only have emptiness would be hopeless. To only have stuff would be hopeless. But it's their functioning together that they are mutually liberating. So, to see your own face is to see all three, but we have to see the empty bit first. Because we are so used to preoccupation with our thoughts, memories, plans, and so on, we're stuck with the content of the mind. Like I was saying earlier about the room. Here we're in the room, some people sitting on chairs, some people sitting on the floor. There's a lot of shapes and colors in the room. But if you come in early in the morning and there's nobody here, you have a different sense of the space of the room. You can see the potential of this space. You could dance and move about now. It's very difficult to do that. So, seeing the space then allows you to see that what is arising in the space. Okay, so this is maybe a good time to look at these 5 questions. And we can look at them in an outer form. So we can say, maybe turn to a neighbor and tell them about where you came from. You're here, so where did you come from? Let's try that.
You want to tell me. Yes. It's more diametric. Lower is beauty.
I would also say I would feel in place. Actually, it's all visiting. You're too. We did it myself, but
I see people and
we only can connect. That's how we can okay.
I don't know him.
We have something to report. That was a very, very tricky question. And we got your number. We were not born, so we don't have any answer to your question, unfortunately. And that's our answer.
It's a strange question, isn't it? Because in ordinary sense you come from Berlin or Cologne or whatever it would be. Because that's the place where we live. We live in places. We're located there. The moment we're located here, we go from there to here, and at the end of the week we go from here to there. So this is the truth of the ego self, that it's always located somewhere, it's always dependent on circumstances, it's always part of the situation that it emerges in. But what is the true status of this ego self? So now we have these 5 questions that help us unravel that. So the first is, does our mind have shape and color? Your body has shape and color. My cup has shape and color. My glasses have shape and color. Carpets have shape and color. Everything we see anywhere, the vegetables, the fruit, the houses, the people, the dogs, the birds, everything has shape and color. These, we might say, these are all things among things. These are entities, and these entities have their own shape, their own color, and that's what helps us distinguish one from another. So now is the question, is my mind a thing among things? Is it like other things? Does it have shape and color? So we can, we'll start by doing the 3R, and then from the space of the 3R, gently allow this question to arise in your mind. Your mind is present, you're sitting here. Does this mind have shape and color? Okay, so we do the 3R, and then you go into just very gently, passively exploring the question. You're not like a detective, you're not investigating. What we're wanting to do is to experience the disclosure of how it is. If you tell yourself how your mind is, all you have is the story that you tell. But if you passively receive, I'm here, my mind is here, how is my mind? So you open and you wait and you see, how does the mind show itself? Does it show itself with shape and color or not? Okay. Okay. This is a question you can return to again and again in your own practice when you have time. It's very helpful. What experiences did you have? Yeah.
In the back.
Every time I thought about the shape of color, it vanished.
Mm-hmm.
I want to look if there's shape or color, and then I come to the question, where is it? Mm-hmm. And then I felt in my side, and I thought, oh, maybe it's a little bit more here, or a little bit more here, and I could not find where it is, and so I could not see how it is, if there's form or color.
So, like with the image of the mirror, reflections of the mind, or the energy of the mind, or the showing of the mind can come in any direction or any place. And if we then think, oh, well, maybe that's my mind, maybe that's my mind, maybe that's my mind, or in the previous thing, as soon as I seem to have it, it vanishes. So there is a showing, which is our normal experience of our mind, and then there is the ground, which doesn't show, which we find it very difficult to stay open with, because we're looking for something. Even though we're doing the practice, we might have done it many, many times, there's still the idea of I should come to a conclusion. Any other thoughts? Yeah.
For me, it felt like... Hello? Yeah. For me, it felt like flickering. Like the idea of a color came up and it flickered, and then vanished and came up again, and it felt like trying to find an answer to the question you stated, and seeing the flickering was like it's not solid enough to be valid, like a valid answer to your question.
Okay. So that's an example of something which is like the mirage on the hot summer's road. Something seems to be there, and it's as if, oh, maybe that's it, but then it dissolves as you get closer to it. Yeah.
For me, it was very playful, like my 3-year-old daughter. You cannot catch me, na 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 na.
Yeah.
Just running around, and I can see only the back, and I can run, and then I never can catch. When I stop, I can be with it, but I cannot catch it.
And if it was a something, maybe you could catch it.
Yeah.
But it's there, it's present as a appearing nothing. Form and emptiness. Emptiness is form. Form is not other than emptiness. There are different ways of describing this. One is looking at the 3 aspects of revelation. And the first is called Dangwa, which means kind of bright in some way. And it's compared to if you have a crystal ball and you put it on red cloth, it will start to look a little red. And if you put it on blue cloth, it will start to look a little blue. Because the light coming onto the red cloth or the blue cloth then goes through the crystal, which seems to take on that coloration. So we can say, oh, there is a blue tinge to the crystal, because you see it, it's undeniable, you can see it, and yet it's not there, because as soon as you remove it from the blue cloth, it's gone. So in that sense, we have situational content due to the circumstances, which fill the space of the mind, and which appear to be the presence of the mind. This is how the mind shows itself, which is true, because the reflection is how the mirror shows itself. The mirror never shows itself as itself as itself. It always shows reflections. So our mind shows itself through our thoughts, feelings, memories, and so on. And it is because the mind doesn't have shape and color that it can be hospitable to all sorts of shapes and colors. The quality of the situation doesn't determine how it is. It determines how it shows, but not how it is. How it is just the space within which the showing occurs. Does that seem to fit your experience? So when you get sad, you're sad. There's no individual essence to the sadness. It shows due to causes and circumstances. So you might hear that a good friend of yours is in hospital and is sick. I just got a message that someone I know is in the last days of their life. And the person telling me this was very sad. So their feeling is arising on the basis of the impermanence of that person's life. Before they weren't sick, now they are sick. Now the sickness is showing to be terminal, they're going to die. This is a process. And they'll be on morphine soon, and they'll be getting particular kinds of help, cancers moving in their body. How they manifest will depend on the various forces operating on them. So there's the person with the morphine or without the morphine. Without the morphine is hell. Many people suffer and die in great pain. Nowadays, in modern hospices, you have a lot of very skillful ways of managing the intensity of pain. But when the pain is filling the person, when it seems to be like the totality of their existence, it fills the space, like the color coming into the crystal ball. To say to that person, actually the basis of your experience is the emptiness of your mind, will be meaningless unless you had some experience of Dharma. But it's also true. You used to be young, and this particular woman, she used to walk everywhere. She led walking groups in kind of mountainous areas, extremely healthy. And now she's not. So how is that? The crystal ball was on red cloth, and now it's on blue cloth. On the red cloth, she was blossoming in her full life, all her faculties there. And now the crystal ball has rolled on to the other cloth, and life is fading away. The health and blossoming was her health and blossoming, and the delusion, and because it's arising on the basis of these factors. You say to someone, you look very healthy. Yes, that's because I'm not yet sick and old and diseased. I have the absence of sickness. That's why I'm healthy. That would be a very strange response. But it's true. Because when the sickness comes, when you roll on the other cloth, you're suffused by, you're pervaded by these feelings and sensations. And they are operationally new. You. And so when you are healthy, that's not the truth of me, that's my true self, this is me fully alive. That's a pattern arising due to causes and conditions. And that's why even when we're very healthy and life seems to be going well, we shouldn't solidify that into, this is me, look what I can do. And we see this kind of orgiastic triumphalism that's in sport everywhere now. Well, we did, and kissing and cuddling and what the fuck? You took a leather ball and you kicked it into a net. Yes, yes, we won. Delirium, and you're going to die. You remember this thing that in Rome in the old days, when generals came back from the war, they were, if the battle had gone well, they were entitled to have a triumph. That is to say, they could ride through the streets of Rome in their chariot, and the crowds would be there cheering. And always in the chariot, behind the great hero, there was somebody standing saying, and you will die, and you will die, and you will die. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, don't get carried away now. This is a moment. It's not the essence of you. And that is a wonderful defense against dictators. Because it's when the person says, I am the special one, the crowd love me, I am the winner. It has to do with me. No, it has to do with causes and conditions. Any other thoughts on that? Oh, there's some there.
A question. What is the starting point before? What is the starting point? If I do not come from awareness, is one possibility. The other possibility is I come from the subjects, from the content of the mind, my subjectivity, and look, the other possibility. From the subjectivity, I cannot answer the question concerning the mind itself. But I could answer it concerning objects of the mind, shape, objects, or something. And my question is, shall before starting this practice, try to rest in the mind. The awareness is looking on its ground or on what it's manifesting.
Okay.
Because with awareness, awareness can see thoughts. They have form. Starting point, end point, it's a form.
Okay, that's a very useful question because it has two aspects. When you look for your mind and you mainly encounter the transient content of the mind, if you really stay with that, it's like this, no, oh, it's like this, no, oh, it's like this. The pattern, the color, and the shape keep changing. Some emotion, then a sensation, and so on. The content of my mind appears and has formation and seems to be apprehendable, but it's flowing through my fingers. It's ungraspable and yet it's manifest. So there you have form and emptiness together. Okay, so that's useful insight. And then on the basis of that, but what is the mind itself? Does it have shape and color? So then we go, who is the one who is aware of the content of the mind? So that's more like the mirror. So you don't interfere with what's coming. You allow the content to be there. If you try to block it, it's never going to work. If you fall into it and merge with it, it's not going to work either. We have to stay present with the arising from whichever direction, because thoughts, feelings can come from above, below, east, west. It's as it comes. Does my mind have shape or color? So much experience. Sometimes the experience is very intense, like you might get a sudden pain in your body and all of your attention goes into that. And it's as if then the mind is very small because you're preoccupied by that one thing. And then it shifts and suddenly the mind is very big. You hear the plane. The mind is like the sky, or you're looking like at a bird flying. So mind can appear big, it can appear small. If it was really big, how could it appear small? If it was really small, how could it appear big? I mean, I'm bringing a kind of rational, reflective thing into it, which, in order to get into the practice, may be a necessary stage. Because if you go directly to the openness, you still have to work out the openness of the mind and the content of the mind. So the openness of the mind is, you can come first of all to a rational conclusion. I could not have so many experiences if the mind had a particular shape. So the mind may have a shape, it may be a space within which things arise, but it's got a hole in the bottom. So it's like a bath and you've lost the plug and you keep pouring the water in, but it's draining away because experience is flowing out and the bath never gets full. It's filling and emptying, so you can't catch what's there and hold on to it. Oh. When we have that experience, then that's a kind of internal encouragement to relax more. It's beyond apprehension. So what am I doing trying to take hold of it? When we're looking at the arising of unawareness, this first moment is described as a moment of Dzogchen. Dzog means the idea of an entity. It can mean self, it can mean I, but essentially it means there is an autonomous entity here, which could be self or could be other. And the Dzin is the grasping. So I hold on to this false idea, this delusion, this construct that there is an entity there. And my mental energy then moves to comment on how it is. So we know it. People here often ask me questions about my health. Sometimes I say, I'm feeling very tired, or I have a little bit more energy, or I slept better last night. So if there's a night when I don't sleep well and have a lot of pain, that's me. And then I sleep better, and that's me. So if I'm the non-sleeping James, who is the sleeping James? What happens to non-sleeping James? In the moment that you're not sleeping and you're there in the middle of the night and you can't fucking fall asleep, and you go, oh, I'll have another herb tea. Then that self is arising due to causes and conditions. It's just the ephemera of experience. So how come I can be healthy and then sick? And sometimes I can be healthy and sick. I can be in great pain, but able to walk up the hill. Oh. The content of the mind doesn't determine the potential of the mind. The mind is open. So if I had a fixed shape or color, I could come to a conclusion about myself. So this question is profound on a personal level because it can open you to your own unborn nature. But it's also sociologically a wonderful question because it is a great anti-fascist device. Everything I name according to causes and conditions and in terms of the view from here. And other people viewing from a different angle will see something different. So when I come to a conclusion, like the Afghan refugees should be thrown out of Iran because they are ... that's a conclusion. But there's no truth to that conclusion. The conclusion is a fabrication which is tattooed onto or nailed onto these people before they were guests in the country. Many of them have been there 20, 15 years. And now the political situation changes. So due to causes and conditions, friends become enemies and now they have to go. And they are redefined. They haven't done anything different. But as the environment alters, they shift. This is what we understand by climate change. The way some plants are flourishing with the increased heat and others are just dying because they need more water than they can get. Then we start to see, the potential is always interactive. The content of the mind is a communicative system. It communicates internally, which would be the Sambhogakaya, and it communicates interpersonally, which would be the Nirmanakaya being in the world. But this communication is movement within the unborn emptiness. So in that sense, what is moving is an illusion. It has no inherent existence. So we want to bring this always together. So we're not blocking the movement, but we want to get just a taste, like I was saying, 10 seconds, 5 seconds of just open, and then it fills again, and then it fills. But when it fills, you know this is the true ground. So this is the central point of our practice, and it comes in the small Padma Sambava practice we do. There, you visualize Padma Sambava, and rays of light come to you, you're purified, you now have this body that's full of white, red and blue light. Padma Sambava, who is also made of red, white and blue light, comes to the top of your head. This starts to dissolve into a ball, and that goes through the crown of your head and into your heart. And then your body, which is a body of light, bends into it, like the way Mercury bends at the edges. You just fold into this ball. And now this ball is the fusion of self and other, of Padma Sambava and yourself. And it's the only thing. Nothing else is there, just this ball. And you're fully with this, and it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. and then it's gone. And for a period of time, there's nothing at all. Now, what is the status of this nothing? You could say that this nothing is the absence of something, and then something arises, thank God, because it removes this weird nothingness. Something is real, nothing is nothing. Or we see, oh, in this moment, when there is nothing at all, if I stay fully with it, infinite expanse. There is no limit to this. Because there are no boundaries, there are no entities in this.
And then you become Padma Sambava.
I beg your pardon? What did you say?
And then you become Padma Sambava.
You could do, or you could become yourself. But let's stay with this. So you have the openness, which is infinite, and then finite forms arise, some of which could be Padma Sambava or Tara or your mum or your dad, or the policeman who are looking for you as a very dangerous woman. Also possible. So, all kinds of things are possible in that moment because the ground is empty. There is no core defining self which excludes the non-self, because Padma Sambava was the other, the non-self, and it comes in the top of your head, and the non-self merges in the ball of light in your heart, and non-self and self merge together in absolute non-duality, and this vanishes into nothing, because it's out of nothing that the duality of subject and object arise. So this is a folding back into the origin, which is just infinite expanse. Like Samantha Bhadra describes it as Hongyang, which means like infinite extension, without borders, no limitation at all. So this is the source. Something arises. Where has it come from? If this is truly infinite, whatever arises must be arising in this. So if it's arising, it is a form of emptiness. It is like a reflection. It is an illusion. Because there aren't two factories, the factory that produces emptiness and the factory that produces entities. One ground, the one ground shows both seeing clearly, which is the non-duality of appearance and emptiness, and it also shows unawareness, not seeing clearly, which is things exist. So this is all we're doing, is we've been looking through the lens of reification, that I see real things. That nexus, or that holding sight, has dissolved. And there's the all-at-onceness of everything. But at that moment, it's just the space. Then arisings occur, and what is vital is to see, this is the mind. This is the mind. You hear a sound, a thought arises, that's a plane. That's a thought about a plane. The thought is the mind. But if you think your thought is telling you about a real object out there, and clearly you don't want to have planes in your mind, because the mind, although it can be infinite, can also be finite and hit you on the nose. So this, the sound of the plane is this is vibration going through the air. It can't catch it. The thought goes, oh, that's an aeroplane. This village is quite often in the flight path for Frankfurt, and that's why we get these plane sounds. You start telling a story, you elaborate, I'm here, we're not in Frankfurt. And then you've lost the ground. Now it's just thought, chasing thought, chasing thought. So these moments of opening are very precious. Very, very precious. Yeah.
So,
excuse me? James?
Yeah.
One more. it is said the mind is infinite. It is said the mind is infinite. Therefore, the body is in the mind,
yes,
and the mind is not in the body. But otherwise,
Well, the mind is in the body as well, but it's not contained in it as something like your heart or your lungs.
Okay, but it is said when you are dying, the mind is leaving the body. For me, it sounds like then there is no mind. But if it is infinite, it's not possible.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Dharma is very, very complex. And there are many stories. The stories about dying and the process of going into the bardos, this is concerned with dualistic consciousness. So, dualistic consciousness, which has taken your body as its home, looking through your eyes, listening through your ears, this starts to fold in on itself. Because each of the five senses has its own consciousness. Then you have a mental consciousness processing that. Then you have your karmic infected consciousness. And then you have this alaya, the all-ground consciousness. So these are the aspects of yourself that vibrate to arisings. Awareness doesn't vibrate, but dualistic consciousness goes into resonance. Like if you've got a guitar hanging on the wall and you have another guitar and you play it, if they're tuned in the same way, you'll get a secondary vibration. So we are vibrating to these factors. That's what the death process is, that when the consciousness leaves the body and it doesn't have anything to formulate itself around, and it comes into this first open consciousness, the Dharmadhatu Bardo, the Dharmata Bardo. Dharmata means the ness of phenomena. It means the essence of phenomena. And the essence of phenomena is emptiness. So when you go into that, all the phenomena show their emptiness. Mostly in life, this non-duality of form and emptiness has been experienced by us on the form side. And now its invisible twin, the empty side, is starting to show itself. And that's the first bardo. There's nothing to cling to. There's only that. And that's why our meditation practice is so useful, because we're ceaselessly letting go and letting go. And the purpose of being alive in the world is you have to construct things. You have to have a bank balance. You have to get insurance for your house. There's a lot of shape, development and maintenance required. And as you die, all of that activity vanishes because you're no longer the owner or the inhabitant of this body. And then there's nothing. So in order to prepare for that, when you do the Padma Sambava practice and you dissolve into nothing, this is exactly the flavor of what happens at death. Or if we do this, then it's exactly the same kind of thing. Or the Semsins take us in the same direction. So many Dharma practices are designed to give you a moment of kind of simplicity, of non-opposition, or you could say transparency, translucency, because everything is like an illusion, and so light just passes through it. It has no internal existence or self-substance. But when we don't see the ground, everything seems to have self-substance. And so we spend our time naming and labeling and working out how to manipulate phenomena. So that's the difference. Yeah. We need the...
Just real quick, on the infinity of the mind, as I look into my mind and there are no boundaries, if something arises, say, the Andromeda Nebula, it arises at the same time as my mind, if you will, arrives there, where it's everywhere anyway. But this leads to the realization that there's nothing separate from my mind.
Yeah.
In other words, inseparable. My mind is inseparable from anything I see.
Yeah.
You seem to be out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you're arising.
Yeah.
In
I am your experience
of my mind.
Yeah. And you can only experience your experience of me. The me for me you can never experience. You experience the me for you. So each of us has this infinity, and our infinities have different flavors.
And that includes sort of the statements about the inseparability of us with the gurus.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, someone wanted to ask a question here.
Okay, finally. I go back to the description, how you described the process of dissolving Guru Rinpoche in line with ourselves. How it sounded in my ears, it's that first of all, you would need to do it with closed eyes, because otherwise all the stuff, at least presentationally, is still there. So it's not nothingness in this sense. It would be maybe nothingness in a sense it's without any substance, but it would appear there are many different manifestations. So do you have to close the eyes to do this kind of dissolution first?
Well, now we're a little bit after springtime, but springtime, you go to a nice cafe or a bar, and you see these young people falling in love. And they're looking at each other across the table. I only have eyes for you, and nothing else is there. And then someone says, go and get a room. This is getting a little bit hot for the cafe. But it's about, if you have the devotion and the focus, the other stuff is there, but it's non-impinging because of the entrainment.
Yeah, perfect. That's the answer.
Okay, so one more question, then we have lunch.
Okay. We can also have... For me, it's not clear the difference between the mind and the ground.
Okay.
Because if the mind is infinite, it cannot be only my mind. It's the mind. But if you say, my mind, I can only experience you through my mind, and you only can experience myself through your mind. But if it is infinite, it cannot be my mind.
Well, it's not your mind as a possession. This is like this morning I was trying to say that I can be I, the owner, the separate person, or I can be just the presence. Because when you're present, there is a kind of vitality or a here-ness or a thusness, which is I. It's here. I'm here with this, but it's not. It's not a something. It's not a something. So in that state, everything is revealed through open presence. But as soon as I go into this is my experience, and I'm not sure I quite understand what you're saying, and then I'm covering the situation in a maze of thoughts. These two aspects of the mind are quite tricky. When you have the ground, nothing is changed. Just the ground is awareness. But the ground is not only awareness, it is the emptiness of awareness, because awareness has two aspects, or several aspects. It has its empty aspect, which is called the Dharmakaya. It has its luminous aspect, which is called the Sambhogakaya. And it has its manifest aspect, which is called the Nimanakaya. And these three are inseparable. So, when we're normally thinking of ourselves as existing and separate from everyone else, we're stuck at the third aspect of manifesting, and we can't see the ground of our manifesting. We think, I'm just me, this is how I am. But when we sit with the mind and we think, does the mind have shape and color? Does it come from somewhere? Does it go somewhere? Does it rest somewhere? And we see, oh, I cannot find any substance to the mind, and yet here it is. And that here it isness is both this subtle light. So my teacher explained it to me, it's like in the pre-dawn, the night is just black. Everything, if you're up in the mountains, there's no electric light, no nothing like that. So it's dark, dark, dark. It's kind of oblivion. So this is like the Dharmakaya. So this is why Kuntuzangpo is painted in dark blue, because it's almost black. It's just a shade away from black. Nothing to catch, nothing to catch. You look and you have nothing to catch. But it's pre-dawn. Now, as the dawn arises, the first light pervades the sky. You can't see the sun yet, but it's rippling out, and gradually distinctions are coming into place. But often in that light, you can't quite say what it is. So that's like the Sambhogakaya, with different feelings and sensations arising. You can't apprehend them, you can't put them in a package, but they're undeniable. And then as the sun rises further and comes over the mountains, then you see, then you have the distinction of all these shapes. Now, is that because the day and the night are not the same? Therefore, now I see these things which are real, which I couldn't because I didn't have the light. Or is it that this is revealed through the arising of the light? That these are extensions of the light, of the luminosity of the mind. So am I seeing things, or am I seeing and interpreting? Yeah. So normally, when the daylight comes, we have a kind of, feels a bit safer. I know where I am. I can name and locate everything. I can work it out, what to do now. Because I'm seeing the form and I've lost the emptiness. The night was the emptiness with no bloody form. So that wasn't much use. And now I've got the day and it's all form, form, form and no emptiness. So how to take the emptiness of the night, not as a quality of the night, but as a direct experience. You're sitting, non-differentiation, slight differentiation, manifest differentiation within the unborn, rather than going from nothing at all to hear something. That makes sense? So that's quite a difficult transition to have, because we tend to let go of the thing we're left confident about, which is the emptiness, the nothingness, and we go to what we can make sense of. Yeah. Okay, just before we go, I tell you a little story. This is a story which I've told sometimes, and I think it is a lovely story. The story of Mullah Nasruddin. And he was in the Middle Ages, in the Middle East. He was a kind of wise fool. And one night, a friend of his goes down the path near Mullah Nasruddin's house, and he sees the mullah scrabbling in the dirt. And he says, Mullah, what are you doing? And Mullah says, I lost my keys. I can't get into my house. I lost my keys. I'm looking for my keys. And the friend says, oh, I'll help you. And they both get down on the ground. They're scrabbling and looking. After a while, their friend says, hey, I don't think they're here. He said, I know they're not here. They're over there in the dark, but this is where the light is. So that is a very profound story. Okay, lunchtime.
Okay, and I would like to remind you that
okay, we start with the 3R. Okay. So we looked at, does the mind have shape or color? Now we should look to see, does our mind have any size? Is it big or is it small? Is it something inside your body, something outside your body? We have all learned different ideas about the mind. Some people are very committed to an understanding of the central function of the brain. Some people would see all these interpretations as patterns of concepts. But we need to look directly, so that when we hear a sound like an aeroplane moving in the sky, we see, oh, that's a thought. My mind says sky, my mind says aeroplane, my mind says I can hear the aeroplane because of the nature of the atmosphere, that the sound sets up a vibration which goes from the plane into my ear, which is then interpreted as the sound of the plane. So we can explain a lot of things. And so when we're doing this inquiry, it's not about blocking the explanations, but it's not being totally committed to them. It's more like, okay, here's a hypothesis, let it hang in the air and see, does it endure? What is the status of this hypothesis? Is it intrinsic in the sense that it's just there? Once you notice it, it's just there. Or is it a construct which is reinstalled again and again every time you think of it and you believe in it? So we can just relax in the out-breath. You can do this with your eyes open or closed. You're here. Experience is arising for you. That indicates you have a mind which is the site of experience. So this site of experience, is it big, small, inside, outside? See what you can find. Okay. Then share a little with the person sitting close to you what your experience was.
Yeah, it's everywhere. Asking, like that, last year, okay. This one was the size. Yes, have the size.
What color is the line? Is it sharper somewhere? Is it low somewhere? Is it bigger or smaller? What shape does it have?
Yeah.
And I think there is because one is the complex, another is the ghost.
Yeah.
Yes,
Guys.
To see.
But I remember my inside all these guys and everything where is it?
There is an absolute aspect which is profound side of the mind is everything that can be portrayed within the mind. At every moment there is a totality of things portrayed by the mind. So that would be everything I can see, not just this, but multiple spectrum, but also all the sensations which are discontinued. But whatever comes from there, whatever comes from thought, whatever comes from conscious intuition, it's as if the mind is visual, revelation is some kind of screen. Let's consider that every kind of revelation is somehow a screen. The sum of all the screens is the mind as a whole. So that's always the totality. Because there's always a totality available. I mean, it's as if you could feel all the pores.
But we don't know, yeah.
But if there is a mind that changes.
Yes.
Yes. The totality is always because it's soul. Seems to be always the same, but things feel in different ways. And what really appears to be changing sizes is the size of the flowers, the size of the rock, the size of the tent, the size of the memory, the size of the thoughts. And then the discussion of what the size is becomes at least 10%.
Yeah.
Touch the circle. Cross it. But you could pretend it only hits the front. It's like you could at least try to discuss is a thought, this people, that nation, that other thought, which has no sense, but you can have a feeling because it's in your mind that I'm powerless, seems to be a but those are only.
But you can come to this like a relative, there's a rest now.
There's a relative size of the mind, there is the whole mind. The whole mind.
The whole mind. Like the cloud, nothing. What did you say? Relative mind.
But you can't compare these moments to some other moments, because when you're in this moment is already passed. So everything you always have is the totality of this moment, which we tell ourselves a story that this, and now we're here, so that's like a trail. But actually it's the same single moments all the time, and as you can't compare this one with the previous one in a conclusive way, all you have is there is what you're focusing and everything. And sometimes everything else together is really, 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 really because you could hear the sound of the galaxy or see a star. But it always happens like right as so it's not that easy. I mean, you're really not going through the galaxy with the galaxy.
Of course, but like
I can only see the relative side. I can only see but evidently there is more because all the time is like a little bigger than you know? There's always a chunk and there's always a rest.
Yes.
Okay.
But I don't want to think
Okay, so service easier. Always something comes up and then it recedes and perhaps you can pass the intuition that's there as something else is coming up but some you only see what's coming.
Okay.
But they don't have to be touched.
Any comments on that? Peace.
Well, that takes time. So we are doing these questions not for the first time. And always, yes. I cannot get rid of the feeling that I cannot find anything that really pertains to these questions. It's
right.
Like being, the picture that comes to my mind is like being with a very crude tool, like, a wrench or something, and there is this hyper-modern alien spaceship, totally seamless chrome steel egg, but there is no seam to even kind of start to work with this tool. It's just, I don't find anything accessible that would be corresponding with this crude verbal formulation.
Welcome in my club.
And yet, this crude formulation is what we use all the time to make sense of our world.
Yeah, that's what you said last time.
Because this crude instrument, the spanner, is our storytelling. We are used to the unimpeded telling of the world what it is. And that's what we apply. And we can apply it to whether we need to cut our toenails or not. You can apply it to anything which is occurring. But you can't really apply it to the mind itself. You apply it to the content of the mind, but not the mind. And this is this mysterious, elusive nature. So if you're doing this kind of question, and you find yourself struggling because you're naming and naming, in a sense, you're in the wrong language. You're in the language of looking, which is the knowing, the proactive naming and shaping of experience. And what we want more is to see what is presented. So we're moving from an active nailing down of what is occurring through the use of familiar signs and concepts to allowing the flow of experience to arise and just to see. There is movement in space. What is the space that it's moving in? Is this space the same as the mind or other than the mind? So it's very useful if you get caught up in this endless monologue of the ego to just use this syllable of pet. And some of you are very familiar with this, some of you are not. The function of pet is to disrupt the continuity of thought, to disrupt the continuity of the story and of the veracity, the truthful nature of the storyteller. We get rid of the object, we get rid of the subject. So you let the sound come up through the top of your head, and if you do it very strongly, you have a disorientation. You no longer have your bearings, because our bearings depend on how we relate to the past, the future, being in this place, not being in that place. We're mapping our positioning in the world through our use of concepts. And with the sound of pet, we blast through that, and it's just open, it's just there. And in that moment, here is our mind, not like anything else, and you might get the flavor of how it is, because there you're allowing, because the pet has knocked out your central control system, you're open to receptivity. So that's maybe an important thing to do. You can practice this sound of pet. It's a bit difficult when we're all together in the room and people are doing it. It doesn't really function together, but we have this time in the afternoon. You can go out and practice in the field. It's
frightening
it's not that the thoughts are the enemy. But there's a familiarity to thought construction and to storytelling, the empowerment of the teller of the tale, just to free ourselves from them. Any other thoughts about whether the mind is big or small? Does it have any size?
Thank you. I had a feeling very unique for the first time for me, that there was a lot of space. There were still all these thoughts coming like they do, but because there was so much space, my eyes were closed in the exercise. Because there was so much space, these thoughts became really small, and they were easy to go away. Mm-hmm. That was remarkable. And I was thinking about the waves, mm-hmm. and then I was thinking about the waves of other people that were there as well. Mm-hmm. And it became less significant and more gentle. It could even be a wave of Trump, being there. Mm-hmm. And it became really small. It was a weird experience. Just wanted to share.
So, if you were looking at the sea and the wind is blowing and so the waves are getting quite big, and then the wind goes down and the waves go down, have the waves been destroyed? It's a question. Have the waves been destroyed? They're no longer there. Did the wave have any life of its own? So this is the same. You apply this then to the thoughts in your mind. They arise like waves, and you could be involved in them. And if you just calm the wind of your mind, your active intelligence, your enthusiasm, your need to know, your need to be in control. If you allow that wind to calm, you just see that sometimes the mind's more spacious, sometimes it gets smaller, gets tight, it gets loose. These are the movements of the energy which support the patterning of the mind through how we make sense of the thoughts and feelings and so on. But nothing is being created and nothing is being destroyed. So when a thought, which is an appearance and emptiness, or a form and emptiness, when that form goes into its empty side, has it been destroyed? When a thought arises in the mind, it comes from its empty side to its manifest side, if you like. And while it's manifesting, it's still empty. And then that manifestation tilts more to the empty side, and the potential for manifestation is still there. Not as some fixed essence which is continuing through time, but just it's in the very nature of the ocean to have waves. It's in the nature of the mind to have experiences. And when the mind feels small, how is that possible? How could the mind be sometimes big and sometimes small if it was something? Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's not a thing. It's your mind. How strange and tragic that we can talk about our shoes, but we can't talk about our mind. We can talk about politics, fashion, this, that, and the other, but the mind is we can't talk about it. Now, is that because we have the wrong tool, or because actually you can't talk about it? And so it's a different register. And in terms of the actuality of our awareness, we see the energy of this actuality, the energy of emptiness creates patterns, and the patterns, it can interact with each other, tell stories about each other, dominate or be subjected to other patterns, but they can't catch the mind itself. The mind is not an object of thought. Dualistic consciousness is. So psychotherapy wouldn't work if you couldn't say, how are you feeling this week? And the person describes what happened and how their feelings have changed and new memories have arisen. They're talking about what arose and was registered and can be remembered and can be reviewed through the work of dualistic consciousness. But awareness itself is not in that. Not in that in the sense it's not an object that can be considered in that way.
Yes.
So when you talk about thoughts, you mean only verbalized thoughts, or also pictures that are coming up, or remembering?
Yeah.
Or sensation, for example, are
yes.
also present?
Yeah.
You mean all this together? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I should say mental occurrences or mental arisings, because it means it could be a memory, it could be sensation. Whatever feels like a somethingness that you're able to consider. What is it in this field of experience that you seem to be able to apprehend and do something with? That would be in that rubric.
What's the difference between space and the mind? You just raised that question yourself, and it appeared to me the picture within the mind, because I thought the mind feels like a space or an empty container without boundaries, but I thought, oh, maybe I'm experiencing space. If it's an object that I can experience, it cannot be the mind, because the mind is not an object, meaning there is a difference between space, which seems to be on one level pretty similar to the character of the mind, but it's not the mind itself. Can you help me out there, please?
Okay. So particularly in the Mahamudra tradition, they use the image of space or the sky a lot. The mind is like the sky, because the sky doesn't protect itself. Clouds come in, aeroplanes come in, bombs come in. So the sky is a space of occurrence, and the mind also is a space of occurrence. Now, what are the properties of space? We look outside, we see the sky, and the sky is, our local presentation of space. You have German airspace, and the Russian planes are often pushing to get into Russian airspace, in German airspace. So you have bombers and defense fighters that go up to say, "All right, don't do this. This is ours. We own this space," as if it was a commodity. So we're used to that. And the whole movement in the Third Reich for this living space, Lebensraum, that you push to the east and you clear the people out and then you take that space. But that is the space between. This is the all-encompassing space without any limit. So if we take that as a metaphor for the mind, we, just as you can say this is German airspace, this is French airspace, and so on, you can draw lines on it, but this is artificial. The integrity of space is there no matter what you impose upon it. So if you take that and you see that in your own mind, when I'm thinking about my mind, I'm like a cartographer. I'm mapping it and putting mountains and valleys and rivers and saying, this is a thought, this is a memory, this is ridiculous, da 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 da. Oh, so busy. It's just space. And the reason it's exhausting is because, as Patrul Rinpoche says in one of the texts in the Simply Being book, it's like writing on water. If you have a bowl of water and you put your finger and you start to write, it's already vanishing by the time you finish the first letter. So when you're trying to map the space of your mind, every thought is self-vanishing and self-vanishing. You can't actually impose your grid on the mind. What we do is we impose our grid on the next grid and the next grid. And so you have a linking chain of thinking about thinking about thinking. And that's how our samsara arises for it. But the actual quality of the mind, space is only a name. I think it's Tilopa who says space, 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 it's only a name. So we have to be careful, like with the mirror, that these are tools for thinking. Concepts are tools for thinking, even if they're seemingly very high, holy metaphors. They're just ways of either joining or dislocating the patterns of our thought. Sometimes we need to bring separated things in our mind together to realize that we are incoherent. We can't actually make ourselves all of a piece because we're divided against ourselves, and sometimes we need to fragment patterns which are getting a bit solid for us. You can't come to a conclusion. Whatever you say is going to be wrong. However, we'll never make any progress unless we try, because at least we're getting a kind of proximity. We're getting a kind of caress from the surfacing, the topology, the shaping, the outline of our experience. And then we have a feeling of that. And it seems to be this, and then it's not. And it seems to be this. And what you can catch in that moment is, oh, I want to have an answer. I want to have something. which goes back to what Dagmar was talking about in the morning, this desire to have a sense of kind of purpose and agency and something to do, and if that's not there, there's a kind of anxiety. So then we have the question, is space primordial? In the text it was talking about the source, the ground, that which is there from the very beginning. The text said that thing again and again. It's there from the very beginning, and yet unawareness is adventitious, like an advent calendar before Christmas. We're coming to something which begins. So unawareness has a beginning, awareness doesn't have a beginning. And when it comes in, it's an add-on. So sometimes it's compared to a patch that's sewn on a coat, and it never becomes integral with what's there. And so you have to maintain it by attention and not tearing it and so on. It doesn't have the just here-ness of something which is woven into the texture of the cloth. So then when we're observing our mind, you see, oh, I'm busy patching it up. I'm repairing this construct of my sense of who I am or what the world is or what I have to do. Yeah.
But then equally, by not feeling or giving attention to that ignorance, then the probability, like the thoughts, the probability that it dissolves or disappear, or at least doesn't, make us crazy, is bigger. If we ignore the silly ego saying, "Oh, look at me, don't leave me alone, mom," whatever, then the weaker it might get, right? So the no feeding activity is beneficial for us.
Yeah. So in sort of more modern language, you say that what's required is a paradigm shift, or a shift of view in the different levels of Buddhist inquiry. It always starts with the view, then the meditation. So the view, the non-dual view is, there is nothing separate from the ground. Nothing has ever come into separation from the ground. Nothing has inherent existence. The seeming existence of all that we experience is just the display of the infinite potential for patterning of the ground itself, just as it would be in the mirror. Any other things you want to raise? Oh, and
James, I wonder whether you can help me with this. In Mahamudra terms, the perception of space.
Could you speak a little bit louder? I'm a little bit deaf now.
I was wondering whether you can help me with this. In Mahamudra terms, the perception of space is still a movement.
Mm-hmm.
It has a beginning and an end.
Yeah.
It is not the real McCoy.
Yeah.
It is not the real Taba or stillness or ground.
Yeah.
How do you get to that?
So it's a bit like this at the beginning of the Tao Te Ching, and it says, those who know don't speak, and those who speak don't know. And in speaking, we're speaking about the things we can apprehend. And so, in a sense, it's the point of going from the construction of meaning, or the analysis of something, into not knowing, which is silent, which is another paradigm, another territory. It has a whole, it has different rules or different regulations. And so the key thing is letting go into the experience, because if you're thinking about it, you will have an it, and the it will be something different from you. So I am the subject thinking about my mind. Sometimes it looks like this, sometimes it looks like that. Then you can tell a story about it. We are concerned with to enter into the direct experience of the space of the mind And what we have then is both object becomes clearly inseparable from the space, and as does the subject. So I, the looker, the knower, the definer, the one who applies the signs, just a series of pulsations of meaning formation, which is arising and vanishing. The wave is the child of the sea. It's not the mother of the sea. The sea is the mother of the wave. So the space of the mind is the mother giving rise to all these formulations. And the formulation is the child. And as my own dear mother pointed out to me, Jimmy, you'll never know what it's like between you and your father. We have our own life, you don't know. And it's like that. How could a child understand their parents' marriage? Because they don't have access to the things that you would need to make sense of it. So the child formation, the pattern creation through the juxtaposition of thoughts cannot catch this because it's uncatchable. What we have to do, like a child, getting a bit sleepy, curling up on the sofa, lying in the lap of mum. It's okay. And you just relax into it. And then in that relaxation, the mother and the son, or the mother and the daughter meet together, which is the image that we have in the small Padma Sambava practice. So the child's always fighting for autonomy, but when they've had enough, they need a cuddle and just they give up and someone else will do it. Mom, can you do it for me? You have to cut your own food now. No, but Mom, okay. Then you cut it up in little pieces. Will I feed you now too? Yes, please. Because that's the receptivity. So it's allowing yourself to relax into the space and not struggle with it. So this puts it at 180 degrees away from almost everything we've ever learned. That if you don't try, you won't get. Everything has a cause. If you don't apply the cause, you won't get the result. This is not like that. This is intrinsic, there from the very beginning, always available, but we can't avail ourselves of it if we're full of ideas about it. So we're dissolving our knowledge base, our knowing about the mind, to be the presence of the mind. And for some people that's easy, and for others it's very difficult. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so now we can just go on to the next question, which is, does our mind come from anywhere? This tent that we're in, it's clearly come from some place. We've all come from different places. Our food is brought in vans, goes into the kitchen and is prepared. It comes from the kitchen into the big serving dishes and put on the table. Everything is coming from somewhere. Does our mind come from somewhere? Okay, so we just sit for a bit and open to that question, see how we get on. And as with the other practices of this kind, if you're doing it on your own, and I would recommend that you do come back to this again and again, just do it for a short time, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Don't push it, don't try, because effortful striving will pull you into dualistic consciousness. It always happens. So relax and open and then see. Any reflections on this? Yeah.
It felt
1 second. We need to like the Olympic Games.
It felt for me a bit the other way around, rather than that I am, the ego I am, is coming and disappearing and looking at the mind, and then I was the mind state, and I was kind of like that.
And that's lovely, isn't it? So that's like being a small girl and playing outside, and then you come back, Mom, are you inside? Yes, don't worry, then you can go on playing.
Actually, I was a bit wondering, why not more often visiting?
Excellent. Excellent. And every time you visit, Mum's there. But we forget about Mum with our busy lives. The source is always there. So this motro, this direct introduction in Dzogchen, is really a resourcing. The source is there, or the mother is there, and if we go there, we find that we are non-dual with the source. But if we turn our back on the source and we're just immersed in the busyness of what's occurring, then we're turning this way and that, and always in reactivity. Okay, then we look, if the mind is here, how is it here? Does the mind stay? If it's staying, does it stay inside us, outside us? Okay. I'll talk briefly with a neighbor, see what you found in your exploration.
So, neighbors?
I experienced the same, like when you, the last minute, yeah, so the question is, where does the mind stay?
Are we inside with the mind within us?
Right now. Like, is it physically like fully
Everything is shown within
the side, might be
only a bit of everything. Us shows with his mind.
Yes, I see this. Again, it's like very wide, but it's like what is the but I don't know in my belief that because I there's my so it's and then There's a difference. Life is now, and I don't try to express my but then yes, it's easy.
Be so that we are something because there are other things in our lives that but we don't realize those things. We have those things in us. It's not actually perhaps everything we see in all directions is just us.
Not like seeing or hearing. They exist or not?
Yeah, I don't get to see the land because I only see the land for myself. The land is the chewing of my senses. If I I would see the same lamp in a really different way, with really different characteristics. And it would still be the same lamp, so there is no lamp.
But lives easier, like
place of intersection, different yes. So everything we see is ourselves. Everything that reaches us is ourselves because it's
but it's inside mind, inside the mind.
Okay.
I'm sitting on my head.
Okay. Any things you want to raise from that?
You? Where's the much of that? Could be up here.
I just want to ask a question because we were just discussing, and it was about when I perceive the space around me, and it feels maybe I feel it maybe everywhere, and what I can perceive with my senses, and might be a bit more opaque and inside my body but outside. But then there is something what I don't understand. I mean, like when I watch TV, I perceive it.
Yeah.
and I perceive maybe they show something about another country, but I perceive it differently through the little box, and maybe I can feel the energy when I'm sitting here of here. But if I see another geographical point in the telly, I can't feel anything about it. There's not an, but it's still a part of the
So
experience. What is it?
The more representation you have in your experience, the more alienation you have. So if you can touch the ground, you have something direct to the senses. It's immediately, it seems to be self-validating. It just is. But if you're watching something on the telly, this is an image that's been prepared, so it's already cooked. And then you respond to that. But you can't touch it or smell it or taste it. So you're filling in the gap. You're making the image come alive.
Because I have only one sense for perceiving it.
And because we live in a world of representations, a lot of our sensory experience is flattened.
So it's important to have as many senses as possible to have a better grasp.
So it's like, I don't know in Germany, but in England, theatre tickets are now very expensive. In the theatre you have live actors, you might have some musicians as well. They all need to be paid, insurance and this and that. But when you're in the theatre with this, there's a whole feeling, and there's the audience as well. It's a kind of very energetic thing. And you watch the same play on the television, and it's more flat. It doesn't catch you so much.
It's with live music.
No.
Oh yeah.
So if you imagine someone like Milarepa, he didn't have any representations. I don't think he would have had any tankas or paintings or statues. He just had his love for Marpa in his heart, in the shape of the cave, and he's looking out at the clouds, at the hills, and so everything is very direct. And he feels cold in winter and hot in the summer. So it's when you feel hot, it's an experience. It's flowing through you. When you feel cold, it's flowing through you. It's not at one step removed. Which is why it's very nice to be here, and we have more exposure, and Padma Sambava's just turned on the water.
And that is the reason, because you feel so much more alive in the nature.
Yeah. Wonderful. Any other thoughts or feelings?
Going back to the one before, where does the mind come from somewhere? So I was thinking back to childhood, and there's always a sight of my experience, even though obviously my experience was very different then. But before that, like before I was born, I don't know. I mean, it's just to me that the mind has been there. It's pure theory. It's, I have no idea.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
But if it's always so the same with after death, where does the mind go? I don't know. So it's like I only have access to the mind now. As I can investigate it. Can
you imagine your flat now in Berlin?
Yes.
Imagine you're opening the front door.
Yeah.
And then you go around into the kitchen.
Yeah.
So your consciousness can, as it were, travel across space and time into the kitchen.
Yeah.
And do you have milk going sour in the fridge? So that's what consciousness can do, time traveling and space traveling, because it leaps over things. First there's a valley, and then I go there, and I get to the central station in Berlin, then I get the tram, then I do this, then I do that. And you can map each stage of the journey. But awareness is not like, awareness is always all at once. It's non-linear, it's non-sequential. But what arises in the awareness is sequential and linear.
So then I don't know. So when it's a question, where does the mind come from?
Yeah.
Is it just momentary?
Well, this is the Tower of Babel again, because these terms are difficult. Here we are talking about the mind itself, which would be awareness.
Yeah.
Or in Tibetan they would say, you have the mind, the ordinary mind, Sem, and then you have Sem Ni. And the Ni is the ness. The mindness of the mind is awareness. But the mind as mind is conceptual elaboration. So the mind creates and decides and criticizes. It's a very active function. And it functions inside the sphere of awareness which it disregards. So it is the child which doesn't recognize its mother. And because it has this orphan feel to it, it's very busy and it's setting things out. And it's always having to map what goes on. So in the tantric system, the mind, which is here dualistic consciousness, is in the heart. So if you're doing visualizations with the chakras and so on, the heart is where the mind is. And they say if you do, a lot of breathing exercises connected with the heart, which according to the Tibetan system is kind of triangular and pointing down, will turn around and start to point up, which might be very surprising for cardiovascular surgery. God, we've got another meditator. But so it's seen as being central because of the central point of the body. And so it seems to be equidistant for everything. But again, this is just an idea. However, if you study in these systems, it's taken to be a fact, and I've heard it described by different teachers as this is how it is, not as this is how we in our system take it to be. And that's a real problem, because we want you to believe in this method, and so we're going to claim it to be natural and intrinsic, even if it isn't. And that double move doesn't help at all. For me anyway, because actually you could say your mind lives up your nose. Don't sneeze too much. Which is what we say, isn't it? Someone goes, achoo, and we say, bless you. Because the idea was your soul could come out with your snot. Funny world. So, this, again, the awareness is like the theatre stage, and it's nothing much in it. It's just an open space. Maybe the best book, certainly in English, on theatre is by Peter Brook, and it's called The Open Space. And it's exactly that. The stage could be any open space, and it's the imagination that peoples it with animals, places, activities, relations between people, and so on. But it's open. So in the sphere of openness, many things arise. So you pay money to go to the theatre to see the actors. If you were invited to come to the theatre and sit for 2 hours looking at the empty stage, would you pay €1 for that? You'd think, I could sit in a cafe and have a nice coffee and look at the space as well. We are fixated on the patterns in space, movement in space. But you couldn't have the movement without the space. This is always the thing. So when we talk about movement or people or Donald Trump or whatever, it's Donald Trump and emptiness, or Donald Trump is a mode of emptiness. He is unborn. He has no true existence, but he's an energy vibration which is dislocated from its own ground, and that's what causes the trouble. Okay, so let's do this final of these 5 questions, which is, does the mind go anywhere? Okay. So, do you have any sense of whether it can go or whether it's always here? Yeah.
So I find the sitting with the question, is it here or where is it going, is very amusing. It's like a funny hide and seek game. And so what the small mind, the dualistic mind did was a kind of checking due to the instruction. And then the answer was always, sure, yeah. I mean, no, not in words, but yeah, sure, what? Where else? So what was very funny was that, like the sense of locality appeared in mind and not the other way around, of course. So, yes, and it was kind of funny because then the small mind can make up all kinds of movements and times and expansive and small, but it's always in the mind, and the mind is just like, yeah. Funny.
So the mind as awareness is a kind of play space, and the dualistic mind is always playing.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And the thing is that with this kind of checking, the funny thing is that in the movement of the dualistic mind, it seemed like in between the checking it was not there, but of course that was only the small mind, like forgetting the job, like forgetting the big mind, I would say. So it's not that it disappeared, but just that there was a forgetting and then coming back. Yeah.
When the text say that the mind itself or awareness neither comes nor goes, would that seem to fit our sense? It may be a rather hazy sense at the moment, but the energy or the potential or the showing of the mind itself manifests in different ways. Under the power of not seeing awareness, it manifests as dualistic consciousness and all that creates. And because dualistic consciousness is born from unawareness of the ground, somehow inherent in it is a lack of capacity to open to the ground, which is why you often read in Dzogchen text and Mahamudra text, don't waste your time doing mantras, don't visualize, don't go on pilgrimages, don't do any meditation at all. This is just going to waste your life and you will die. Your mind is here, rest in your mind. Because the active problem-solving, sorting out, coming to a conclusion activity, this is the sphere of operation of me thinking about something, me imagining something, me generating a pattern. And that's inside the space of the mind, but it can't catch the mind because the mind is uncatchable. So it's like two things which can never meet, but they are non-dual. So the reflection in the mirror doesn't catch the mirror. It doesn't touch the mirror. If excuse me, if the reflection touched the mirror and made a mark, then the mirror couldn't function. It is because no matter how many reflections are arising in the mirror, they leave no trace that the mirror continues to function. Awareness is not touched by trauma, by disaster, by misery, by joy, by success, by promotion at work. It is, these things all go by. So, if you were in an art studio and you have a canvas or a piece of paper, you've got that in front of you, and there you have infinite potential. There's nothing on it, it just opens. As soon as you make a mark, the openness of the surface there's a tilt that occurs in it. And the mark that's made calls for other marks. It says, I'm lonely, lonely. And then the artist get a bit more color. Oh, now I have a friend. And so the first green mark is now in conversation with the yellow mark. And then the blue is jumping up, can I join? And then the painting starts to take off. So the painting paints itself because the colors call to each other. Which is a very interesting thing in art, that if it's always about the intention of the artist, you have a particular kind of image making that arises. But when you have, when you allow a free conversation between shape and color, the space gradually fills up, and you see that just as a thought calls to a thought, or a word calls to a word, one word by itself won't take you very far. It is the linking of thoughts and the linking of words that gives us speech and reflection and so on. So in that way, it's the linking of the colors that create the painting. And in the mind, these marks dissolve. So that's like painting on water. It just dissolves, and it just dissolves. When you paint on a surface, because the surface will be more or less absorbent, the paint will come into the paper or the canvas, and it leaves a mark. So consciousness is like a painter. We paint images. We talk about something. So somebody here maybe tells you a little bit about where they went last summer for their holidays, and they painted a picture of a nice beach someplace, and then you had the thought, oh, I'd like to go there. And so some image is forming in your mind. I haven't been in Greece for a long time. Maybe I could go there. So the mark of what the person has said leaves an impression in your mind. And from that, you have a corresponding reaction, which is another impression, another mark. Okay, well, maybe I could be free in September. I can check the price of planes at that time. And thought leads to thought leads to thought. And you fill out a rounded thing. This is dualistic consciousness operating in the sphere of the mind. And it's the emptiness of the mind which allows the ceaseless flow of that. If you were making the marks on dualistic consciousness, you get to a point where, oh, I don't want to think about it anymore. I've been on the bloody computer for an hour looking at these cheap flights. I need a drink. Because we get full up with thoughts like that. But the mirror doesn't do that. Because the mirror is non-absorbent. Consciousness is pulled into the image making, although it is itself the image maker. It's trapped by the images it makes. Whereas that doesn't apply to awareness. Okay, time for a break, and then you go into the small groups, and we meet back here at 6:15.
The groups are new or the ones from yesterday?
The ones from yesterday. Perfect. Continuity, building on what we know. So we have half an hour. We could do some different practices, or we could discuss what you've been doing, or we can continue with the text. What would you like? Excellent, good choice.
What subjects are showing? Which choice?
James' choice.
James' choice.
Should come to a democratic way to decide it.
That's right. Yeah.
So have voting.
Yeah, I'll fill in the answers now. Tick, tick, tick. Okay, well, let's do something which is through the body and energetic, but really connected with the practice. Some of you are familiar with this. It's a form of Tonglen. Tonglen is an exchange in which we give what is positive and we take what is negative. The text says, whenever I feel happy, I will give my happiness to all beings. Whenever I feel sad, I will take all beings' sorrow onto myself. Now that is a kind of double edge on it, because I'm not going to take care of myself when I have sorrow. I'm going to form an alliance with the suffering of all beings. Now, before the break, I was saying how often the heart, but not the beating heart, but the symbolic heart or the energetic heart is seen as in the center of the chest, and this is where the mind is. So this is the side of doing the Tonglen. Now, we've been looking for the mind, and we say we can't catch it, it's not a thing. So here we have the painting, and if I was to take some crayons and draw on it, that would be sad, because it would be spoiling the painting. Because the painting is finished as an image, it has an integrity. If it was a mirror, it would just be some reflections arising in it. So this is where we bring our understanding into application. And we do this practice standing up, and we use the sound of Ah as the reference point. So Ah, in emptiness, the true nature of our own mind, the essence of all the teachings on emptiness. We just keep the continuous sound of Ah going, and as we do this, we're standing So out of the open heart, we're sending out blessings and happiness and good feelings to all beings. All beings. Even the most demonic creatures, we're offering this to everyone. So it's impartial, it's not a reward, it's just compassion, has no boundary. So we do it out from the heart like this for some time, and then we reverse it, and we gather in all the misery, all the sorrow, all the darkness, and have it dissolving into our heart, just like snowflakes landing on a pond and melting. So this is going through the heart. You're not storing it up. You don't want to get overwhelmed. You don't want to feel burdened by, oh my God, there's all this trauma. It's not like that at all. The space of the heart is the space of emptiness. Everything dissolves. All the negative dissolves in the emptiness, and all the virtue arises from emptiness. Both are empty. Okay? So let's try this.
So both with A?
Both with A, yeah. Okay. And if you don't feel like doing it, or if you just want to do the positive one, you can do that. But we start with the positive and end with the positive.
How many R's we make?
No, the A is going on and on, so we might do it for about 10 minutes or something like that. So it's a continuous stream of A. And because when you need to take a breath, other people are making Ah. So we're in a sound world of Ah, emphasizing all that arises is empty without inherent existence. The happiness is a form of emptiness. The sorrow is a form of emptiness. Okay, is that clear? So maybe knees bent, at ease. You can do it with your eyes open or closed. And start with the positive one. you can develop that for yourself. So as you're spreading it out, you could imagine rays of rainbow light spreading out from your heart and going out in all directions. Or you might think of a specific situation, the Ukrainian prisoners of war who are often starved and tortured, or the families in Gaza who have no protection at all, and you can focus it on them. And when you're gathering in, you can imagine dark rays coming, shadows, fierce storms flowing into your heart and dissolving and dissolving. Dissolving. There is no inherent existence in virtue or in non-virtue. Virtue brings joy, non-virtue brings suffering. Joy and suffering also have no inherent existence. So it's a very simple and a very powerful method for remaining in communication with the troubles of the world. So especially if you're doing a lot of practices that is very much about space or your mind or how your mind is, and you're reading Dzogchen books, Mahamudra books, it can become very disconnected from the ordinary world. It goes into kind of absolute truth. But we also live in the relative truth world where people feel that they exist, they have a stillbirth, or somebody gets hurt in an accident, and they feel sorrow and misery. And although that has the nature of emptiness, it is registering, it is impactful as unpleasant experience and confusing experience, and it can collapse people. It's one thing to be very grounded and aware and absorb suffering, but in an ordinary way, if you have no Dharma insight, when you're miserable, you're just miserable, and then you feel cut off from your usual life. So trauma is available everywhere. All kinds of lives are interrupted. There was that Portuguese footballer who was playing for Liverpool, and he was killed in a car crash. He had a wonderful new car, his life was going really well, he's driving with his brother, and the car went into a spin, and he and his brother died. So at any moment, some shadow, some disaster can run across people. So our practice is equanimity, the middle way. So if we remember the four immeasurables, may all sentient beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. May all sentient beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all sentient beings have the suffering which is not, have the joy which is not mixed with any suffering. And fourthly, and may they abide in the equanimity which is free of bias in favor of friends and against enemies. So the first three are about a positive orientation, and the fourth is a more subtle positioning. I'm going to be open to all beings, and I'm going to offer the same availability to all beings. And this runs against how we are, because we like to help our friends. We like to help the people we like. Well, why wouldn't we? Especially because you help the people you like, and they appreciate it because they're nice people. That's why you like them. And if you offer help to somebody who's not so nice, or who's aggressive, or feels superior to you and thinks you're stupid, you're not going to get a warm response. However, we continue with the practice. May you have that equanimity. May you not take sides. So this is a very powerful rebalancing that helps us to stabilize in the face of the wild forces which are running around at the moment. War is not so far from us. That's just a fact. And in war, people will do hellish things. They won't care about you. And people you know may be pulled into the war and they go off and do hellish things. We should never imagine that we are able to resist the force field that we live in. We have to work with these circumstances. And as the circumstances become more turbulent, more crude, more rough, we need more depth, more space, more light. So, this is a nice practice. We can do it outside when the weather's better. You can really make a sound and work with it and really have the sense of the extent of all that you're offering. I'm offering all my happiness to all beings. This is linked to the understanding of the three kayas, or the three bodies of the Buddha. The Dharmakaya, the clarity of the mind, to know that your own mind has been empty from the very beginning, that's for you. That's your share. That's the wisdom of seeing the empty nature of your own mind. The Sambhogakaya, the shimmering potential of your mind, and the Nirmanakaya, your embodied presence in the world, being with others, this is for the other. So our manifestation is for the other, and the simplicity of the mind itself is for ourselves. So if you're grounded in it and at ease in the mind, you're resting in the openness of the mind, this is satisfaction. This is contentment. You're just here. Thoughts and feelings arise. You don't need to get involved because you're fine. You're relaxed. Easy. So this is a feeling of wholeness. This is also the sense of Dzogpa Chenpo. I am complete. Nothing is lacking. I don't have excess. I don't have lack. It's just like this. And then inside this, experiences are arising, passing. And from this, we move into being with others. And other people don't behave the way we would like them to. They behave unpredictably. They cut across our plans. We feel frustration and so on. In these moments, if we hang on to this fourth of these four immeasurables, equanimity is my base. So I offer to you gold, and you offer to me shit. But we are not following Donald Trump. We're not following the art of the deal. It's not a transaction. It is a gift. We give love, we give warmth, we give hope in all directions to all beings. It's not a deal. I'll make you happy if you make me happy. This is a kind of romantic story. This is not about romance. It's about my mind is empty from the very beginning. This is the true side of my satisfaction. Not my possessions, not my health, not my partner, not my kids, not anything. Just the naked mind itself. And then with that, how we manifestation is for the other. So if you like, stillness is for yourself, the Dharmakaya is for yourself, and movement is for the other, with the other. I think that's a very beautiful vision. Any thoughts or questions about that?
Is that a part of the Zen section? Or?
No, but it could be. I mean, it has a similar kind of thing. Because whenever you do something, it's a more dualistic kind of sensing, but when you have the idea of I'll give everything, there's usually some undertone, like you get in the sea. There's a backwash. What about me? What about me? You won't get the Dharmakaya if you keep thinking, what about me? Because the me is finite and the Dharmakaya is infinite, and only the infinite can meet the infinite. So there's the story of Marpa. And Marpa called all his students together to give them this big initiation, and he said, bring all your offerings, bring everything. And one man came with lots of goats and sheep, and Marpa went out and he looked at them and he counted them and he said, you have one more. And he said, yeah, but the sheep is sick. It's at home. He said, bring it here. So this guy had to go all the way home and walk carrying this big sheep on his shoulder. You have to give everything. Because if you're keeping something in your pocket, you're not fully trusting. And that's something very profound. So when we do the PET, or when we do any of these practices, we're letting go of everything. I don't need anything except my mind, which is open and empty. Everything else is experience, patterns of experience arising and passing in the mind, and that is co-emergent with others. But the mind itself is my share. My energy, my movement is my share for you. But my share for me is just the profound emptiness of the mind itself. That's very difficult. You find in the whole Tibetan tradition there's a lot about generosity. If you do the basic tantric preparation, you offer 100,000 mandalas, and the mandala represents the whole universe, everything in it, Mount Meru in the center, the 4 continents, the 8 subcontinents, and so on. All the different levels of inhabitants. We offer everything. Why? Well, for lots of reasons, but especially you're going to die. And what are you going to take with you when you die? Nothing. All gone. So all the things that you built up in this life that are important to you, that remind you about who you are, you won't be able to access these when you die. So what will you have? You'll just have your naked presence. And if you've never experienced your naked presence because you've been so enmeshed in the patterning of your experience, then you have a loss. It's gone. It's gone. And you've no idea who you are. Because who you have been has been a pattern held in place by your house, your family, your job, the weather, the climate, your language. There have been many supportive factors for maintaining the sense, this is me, this is who I am. So we come on a retreat, we see some familiar faces, we get into little conversations. Oh, here we are again. And this kind of reassurance, that lets us settle. But when death comes, that won't be available. What you have at death is awareness. The consciousness, these 6 main consciousness I was describing earlier, each sense has its own consciousness, and then you have mental consciousness, which organizes the input through the senses. This is linked with the patterning of the 5 elements in the body. The earth element is the kind of conclusion of the possibility of movement, in which the reifying definition of appearances creates a familiar sense of this is who I am, this is my shape, this is my house, this is my job. When we come to die, first the earth element dissolves into water, water dissolves in fire, fire into wind, wind into space. So these 5 elements have been kind of supports or hooks for our thoughts. And when these hooks are withdrawn, we can no longer do it. If you have a loom and you've got your threads which are vertical, and then you start weaving in and out with different strands of wool, you gradually build up color patterns. But you have to have these vertical, you have to have the warp and the woof And as you move through these, patterns arise. So the warp and the woof is self and other. It's like the structure of duality is a loom within which we weave all the different patterns of samsara. And self and other dissolve. So if you've spent any time with people as they're dying, you can observe that they fade. They're with you, and then they start to not be with you. The body's there, the eyes are there, they're looking out, but somehow they're not. They're losing their focus on you. They can't speak anymore. They can hear. It's the familiar reassurances of I am who I know I am. These are starting to fade. So the more we intentionally allow ourselves to experience the fading of the familiar, the fading of the props that support our familiar identity, it will help us at the time of death, and it will help us in our meditation. Because when we sit for practice and we get distracted, it's because we've got entangled with the hooks of self-maintenance, with the maintenance of the mask or the self-identity. We're holding ourselves in place. And that's why in meditation we can spend quite a lot of time just in little riffs of linked thoughts that set up a shape. That dissolves, then another one, then another one, then another one. And each of these is a kind of construction of a temporary home to live in. But of course it doesn't work. And so you're endlessly busy constructing a house you can't live in, because the construction is already vanishing. So when we take up this idea, what is my share is my own unborn awareness, this intrinsic luminosity which reveals everything. I have everything. Ceaseless flow of experience. It's not what the ego wants. The ego is selective and awareness is non-selective. So we want to niche, we want to embed the selective dualistic consciousness in the non-dual, non-selective awareness. And then this movement of can I push this away because I don't like it, or get more of that because I do like it? This endless activity can rest. And then my mind is just like this. Every time I look for my mind, I can't find it. Every time I do the practice, everything, the content of my mind is different, but the mind itself, the ungraspability of this space of presence, it's there. Awareness doesn't change, consciousness changes. And the more we have that, we see, oh, consciousness is for the other. That's where I made my mistake. Awareness is for me, just relaxed, settled and open, and consciousness is how we relate to other people. So, can you remember your nephew's birthday? Women often have that job. Men usually don't remember. But the women, they have it written down and send a birthday card. That's consciousness. And that's beautiful because it makes the little person think, someone's thinking of them. Auntie sent me a card, look. So that's what consciousness does. It links, it binds, it makes connectivity, it promotes being together, joint functioning, and so on. It's not the enemy. It becomes a factor of distortion when it's cut asunder from basic awareness. So if you like, consciousness is the energy of awareness which is unaware of its own ground. Yeah? But it's for the other. And then you're free to be for the other. And you respond, people ask you questions or want you to do things, you respond. And all your potential forms around the co-emergence, the being with the other. But if we don't have that, if If you go under the power of selfishness, then everything about you is for yourself. It's retroflective. It flips back onto you. And that's a kind of lonely desolation. There's no satisfaction in it. I just need to get more and get more and get more. You know, we have from Greek mythology the story of King Midas, who was so in love with gold that at a certain point, everything he touched turned to gold. He couldn't eat. He couldn't put on his shoes. Everything was just gold. So when you become selfish, it's the same kind of thing. Everything becomes such that you can't use it. Because when we engage with other people, they are other than me, and I have to become other than me to meet them. The other takes us out of ourselves, which is liberation, which is a freedom. And that's the revelation of your potential. Just as, we know with small children, if you're out walking with them and they get tired and then they fall behind, and then you've got to do some thing like you jump up on one leg and they jump up on one leg and you hop towards each other, and then you come together again. Because they're getting lonely and isolated, so you have to build the bridge, or you sing them a song, or you clap your hands, and they get excited and they run to you. It's the invitation. It's the invitation. So our energy goes out as an invitation to connect. We are available. And our availability is grounded in our unborn awareness, which has never changed from the very beginning. So doing practices like Tonglen can help. And we have the Padma Sambava practice again this evening. And now we have food. In the dining room, when you go in the door, there's a rack with some adverts for things and some postcards. And they have these postcards of Prajnaparamita. So this is an image of the goddess who is the essence of the Heart Sutra that we've been looking at. And I've checked and they're available. You can just take one if you would like. So that might be nice to have. Okay, if we start with 3R. Streaming out from the heart of Padma Sambava are many dakinis, and they fly in the air and they come to teach us Dharma. And if we listen, we can hear. Sound is emptiness. Sound is all. Sound is all. Dharma is everywhere. The leaves teach Dharma how they move with the wind, dependent origination. So if we learn to use Dharma as our way of being in the world, everything gets much lighter and easier. So I'm here for you. we're here for a short time. In this great desert of samsara, this is a little caravanserai where the caravans come and rest before they go on the next part of the journey. This is a small oasis. And when we leave here, the resources we have here start to disperse. So I would suggest this is the time to be clear about the teaching, the practice, how you do it, why we do it, and use that to sustain your practice over the days and months and years. Hopefully you can form study groups and practice groups online, maybe in person. These often don't last very long, but at least they are attempts at supporting each other. But this is your opportunity, so while I'm here, if you have questions, please raise them. Don't stay in confusion. Don't imagine that someone else knows the important things, but you don't know. We are now adults. We are no longer children. We can't expect other people to do the work for us. What we can do is get help to do the work ourselves. There are plenty of paths for participating in Dharma, with the tsatsa, with learning the chants, with being able to lead the puja. People have different skills, different capacities. How we mobilize that for other people is very important. For example, not everybody is so interested in the path of ideas or the path of the formulation. But if that takes your fancy, I would suggest you write down what you've understood about the difference between awareness and dualistic consciousness. And you write down for yourself your understanding of how dualistic consciousness functions, and then you relate that to what happens in the world of politics and conflict, and see whether the Dharma is actually in your fingertips and is allowing you to get close into the heart of what goes on without merging into it and without rejecting it. And then you can start to work with circumstances. But it's your entitlement. Everybody is born with Buddha nature. We have never been truly separated from the source. So when we get wrapped in the introjects, the internalization of the messages that we have had about who we are and what our capacity is, we become limited. So when we do the practice, we are freeing ourselves from that so that we can stay in co-emergence with the people in the field and relate to them in different ways. We have this capacity. We have this flexibility. Some people find it easier to sing. Some people find it easier to dance. But everybody can sing and dance. Our culture is completely perverted by the experts. And Dharma can be perverted in the same way. So people go to concerts to see amazing musicians, and they don't play anything themselves. They hear wonderful singing, but they don't sing, because I can't sing the way they sing. But everyone can sing. In tribal cultures, everybody sings, everybody dances. It's a field of participation. It's the willingness to join, to become part of the group. That's the entry ticket, not some graded examination. So it's up to us. We can be on the outside or on the inside. So when we do the practice, we are moving into the inside. We are in the space of becoming. And the becoming is showing the field that we're in, and we are part of the becoming of the ever-open creative ground of emptiness. So, nobody is going to rescue us. But the ground has never abandoned us. We, in our preoccupations, abandon the ground, which is our own ground. So the function of our practice is to resource ourselves, to return to the source, and to see that when we rest in the source, the qualities of the source can flow out through us. So part of our commitment is not to judge ourselves harshly, not to reify ourselves, not to sum ourselves up, and also not to apply this to other people. Everything which occurs is dynamic. This is what we see. All people are dynamic processes, which means they can be influenced. They are flowing, and to flow is to deal with the circumstances. When this is flipped into a vertical hierarchy, the people on the top don't want to have to change and move, and they insist that it's the people at the bottom who change and move. But the whole is always a site of profound stillness in its unborn openness, and ceaseless, unstopped movement in the interaction of factors. So, if we are resting in openness, we can participate and move in all kinds of ways. Sometimes we become very small in order to fit in. Sometimes we take a bigger place. But whatever formation we have is never the final, definitive truth about who we are. So dissolving the structures is very important. So we can begin with the next pet, the next semzin, which is the use of pet. Pet is disruptive. Disruption can be a cause of chaos. For example, the American government is determined to disrupt people's minds all over the world. Nobody knows what they're going to do or how it will be, and that creates fear. As some of us have looked before, this is the dynamic of the Blitzkrieg, which happened in the First World War and the Second World War. And it's the basis of street fighting. If you're going to fight, in the first 10 seconds you have to inflict optimal pain and damage in the other. You put your thumb in their eye, you bang them on the neck, fucking go for it. Because you get them on the ground, you put your foot on their neck, and you win. It's like that. War is like that. So, when the German army came into Belgium, there was a lot of rape, there was a lot of fear, there was a lot of anxiety. And the wonderful thing is that is it ripples out and ripples out. And so ordinary citizens going about their business suddenly shrink. Don't know what the fuck's going on. Where are they going to come from? And that shrinking is enormously powerful. I remember reading about how in Argentina, in the capital, at the time of the dictatorship, there were many houses of torture. And they weren't out in the country and hidden away. They were in the middle class settings. So at night, people would hear the screams. And then everybody shrinks back. Oh my God, be careful, be careful. Don't let your children out on the street. So that's what fear does. It causes us to retract. Now, the same principle is with pet, except we're not trying to frighten other people. We're not disrupting how other people go about their lives. We're disrupting the neurotic patterns of the continuity of the delusional ego self. Does that make sense? So you can, excuse me, you can work with developing your potential, your qualities. We can develop compassion, like when we do the Tonglen practice and we're thinking of benefit for all beings and we offer happiness to all beings, we're expanding our ego to a point where the ego cannot operate. So the ego wants to take care of family and friends or country or associates. But when you say, I will work for the benefit of all beings, I mean, on one level, that's a lie. How could I possibly do that? On the other hand, it's such a vast aspiration that it pops you out of this enclosure, but I'm like this, and I'm like this, and I'm like this. So if you really get into, I will work for everyone. May all beings be happy. All beings have been my own mother. I am already connected with everyone. This Mahayana reflection is incredible, because it each time you make this aspiration, it makes another little hole in the carapace, in the shell that we live inside, and so we have more free communication. So that's a kind of developmental approach. It's looking at the potential and feeding resources and practices in that will make it ripen. Pet goes in the other direction. It says we are wrapped in these diminishing, limiting, definitive views of who we are. And if we sit in them, then it's always the view from here. I start with myself, and then everything I see, everything I understand is from my own position. So you start with a limit and you proceed. That's why generally we're starting with the 3R practice. Because when we do that, we start from no one, nowhere, just here. So you dissolve the structures of limitation and you rest in the openness. Of course, we have many habits from the past, and they can be very sticky, very entangling, and sometimes you can't find your way through it, because if you fight with your thoughts, they pull you in and you find yourself trying to think your way out, which is not possible. So we use the sound of pe, which is two parts, pe and ta. Pe. And so this is in the explanation, this is the union of wisdom and method, of emptiness and the unborn energy of emptiness. We're not actually destroying anything. What we're destroying is the delusion that our illusions are real. So we want to allow this to arise and pass right through us. We don't want to be shouting pet from the throat. Pet! Pet! It's going to hurt your throat and you won't get full power. You want this to come up through the hara, right through, and as if it's not going out your mouth, but as if it's coming out of the top of your head. Pet! And the more you can do that, for 2 or 3 seconds, you haven't a clue. You're no one, nowhere. This is called hediwa. You're shocked open. And in that moment, you can recognize, oh, the mind is empty, and then it fills again. So this is what we're really looking for, is the taste of the emptiness, which doesn't stand in opposition to manifestation, but is the ground of manifestation and is always non-dual with manifestation. So we could just try making the sound of pet first. And we live in a culture that doesn't believe in demons anymore. We don't believe in dark forces until we go out in the forest at night, and then we start to see it. So generally, if we're going to do church, which is a practice that relies on the sound of pen, we go into scary places and scary things happen. And then we see my fear arises because of my belief in the reality of my phantoms. And so when we see pen, we cut through that. Just open. Nobody for the demon to catch, no demons to do the catching. If we don't have a sense that the world is alive. I mean, one of the things about this Gaia hypothesis, that the planet is alive, and it means there are forces out there. It's not a post-colonial world where we have crushed the opposition and we are the masters of the world. It's actually to introduce yourself to the world. Is it something you have a conversation with? And it's not just a monologue going out, but there are forces around which come to us, which constrain us. So the story of the Siddhartha's awakening is he's sitting under the Bodhi tree, and the Maras come. Male Maras, female Maras, some are seductive, some are terrifying. And they provoke the 5 poisons. The sense that they're real, the sense of fear, the desire to be free of them, the desire to attack them. All of these are easily mobilized in the mind. We have to let that go. Because if we get enmeshed in that, we are in real trouble. Now, German government's making a complaint to the Chinese government that the Chinese have been using laser weapons on German reconnaissance planes in the Red Sea area. Conflicts potentially everywhere. This is a very, very hot world. Things can erupt instantly. And hopefully you're starting to see how Dharma shows what that is. It's not because there are good people and bad people want to harm good people. It's that we are all under the power of delusion. We believe that people are truly real. And if they're real, we have what I like, what I don't like. What I like is my friends. What I don't like is my enemies. And this structure is all pervasive. So when we use PET, we're cutting free. We're cutting the root of the 5 poisons. We cut the stupidity of I exist. We cut the path of desire, needing something. We cut the path of aversion. I don't need that. We cut the path of pride because it's just open. We cut the path of jealousy because nobody can take this from me. So this is a very simple and profound practice. So you can try for yourself. You keep your belly relaxed, the diaphragm relaxed. And you imagine that difficulties are coming and surrounding you, and you want to drive them away, like a stranger coming up to you on a dark night, and you just want to say, fuck off. So this is a profound way of saying, fuck off. It says fuck off to the other, and it says fuck off to the self. Because if you dissolve self and other at the same time, you'll have space. Like in India, there are many street dogs, and during the day they're often quite peaceful, but if you go out walking at night, you can encounter a group, 10, 20 dogs, and they start snapping and biting because now they have a kind of pack mentality. And traditionally in India you say, ha! Ha! You have to really look at the dog. You have to dominate the dog, otherwise the dog will bite you, and the dog might have rabies. Something is at stake. So we are in a similar situation. We have our life now. We don't know how long it will last. We have limitations. Our limitations we tend to see arising more from inside, not so much from outside. But we are also at the mercy of all the thoughts that swirl around us. So now we're going to cut a space free of the entanglement in these diminishing thoughts. So try that for yourself, just allowing this sound to come up. Go! Go! Pet! Oh, we try that.
No?
So it's quite it's clean but it's also forceful. It's a bit rough. It's not saying, please go away. It's absolutely insistent. So, winning and losing. Normally, we're avoiding the binary positions. We want to find the middle way. But in this case, we are asserting our domination over this maelstrom, this storm whirling patterning of thoughts which could catch us. So, if you go back to the image of the mirror fills with reflections. Our mind fills with all these patterns. So the pet needs to come from the place of the mirror. If the pet arises from our own empty ground, then it can have full force. It's not in relative truth. It's like, this is all illusion. Ah, nonsense. Ah. So it's like that, I don't know. It's quite disparaging, contemptuous, fuck off. and that's very, very important, because it is without compromise, without negotiation. And then you just have this moment of awakening. Of course, when we're doing it together, you get a lot of this reverberation from other people. But if the weather's okay in the afternoon, you can go out on the hill and do it. And it's very, very precious to have the confidence to do this. I will not be caught. Remember yesterday we were looking at that I stands at the cusp. I is just simple presence. Or I is I am here, I am me. And when you have that latter formulation of yourself, I exist, then all these qualities and attributions start to linger on it, and our life is constrained by our expectations of ourselves, other people's expectations of ourselves. So pet is a way of allowing that to arise. It's said to be an empty sound. It's an empty sound that empties the field, because it's all illusion. It's all illusion. There is no truth in it. So, for our practice just now, we'll just do again the 3-hour Guru Yoga, relaxed and open. And when you feel that you've lost the openness or you're getting entangled in thoughts, allow this pet to arise. Because it's as if you're a poor person and you've gone to the market and you've got your bag of food for the week and you're coming home and some healthy young person comes and bumps you and grabs your bag and they're running off. Stop! Stop! It's my fucking food. You have to have a kind of outrage. These thoughts will fill my mind and rob me of the chance to see this open mirror. And I will be trapped forever in this realm of reflections, which we call the 6 realms of samsara. So something is at stake. And it's taking that sense of, this is life or death. This is worth announcing for. I'm not going to be a helpless victim and just say, oh, well, my life's like that. Oh, it must be due to my karma from a past life. None of that. Fuck you. Then on Saturday afternoon, we're going to the football match and we're going to show these bastards. Okay, so we do the 3-hour, and then when you feel this entrapment, just open it up. So this is a practice where you have to be disinhibited. It's a shameless practice. So in the tradition of the deities, we have peaceful deities and we have wrathful deities. In the peaceful deities are about love and compassion and tenderness and forming alliances and offering comfort and refuge. In the wrathful deities, standing, roaring, surrounded by flames, shouting. They don't listen, they just shout. Flames are roaring. That is the purification of anger. That is anger which is expansive in order to not be invaded by duality. So it is a practice. It is not the truth of how the world is. It is because we get trapped in duality. So when you're a child, your parents say, hey, don't make so much noise, there are other people in the cafe. I know you want to talk, but shh, not so loud. So we're always being constrained so that we fit in and we take a place, not too big a place, and we have to be attentive to other people and not overwhelm them or annoy them. That's a lot of retraction. And then people say you're well behaved. You're choreographed into the cultural expectation. And that goes with the peaceful deities, because you can predict how they're going to be. You can't really imagine Tara having a temper tantrum. She's very nice. So she's able to disperse irritation and keep warmth and love flowing out. But the wrathful deities are not. They are implacable. That is to say, nothing can stop them. Nothing can get in the way of them. So that's the energy that we want to have. Because the wrath, if you have a look at this book that we have, Me First, it shows how the wrathful deities came into the world as a response to the misinterpretation of Dharma and the outrageous entitlement of Rudra, of this demon form, who felt everything belongs to me, I can do what I like. So, these demonic forms have no sense of karma, that there will be consequences. And what we see with the dictators, they always try to change the law. We read endlessly that Netanyahu will do anything to stay in charge, because as soon as he loses his post, he becomes vulnerable to this huge charge sheet of all the faults that he's committed. But as long as he's in role, he doesn't have that. So he keeps the war going and keeps the war going. And many of these dictators are like that. They're saying, you can't catch me, you can't catch me. So the delicacy of pointing out how cause and effects happens, and if you continue to do this later, you will suffer. Fuck off. Shut up. There is no opposition. Fascistic structures always want to annihilate the opposition. That is to say, they annihilate dialogue. So one of the things we do here when we have our small groups, we meet together and everybody can have a voice, everybody's opinion, idea is important. We listen in an open, respectful, receptive way, and we respond to what we've heard. And we don't try to dominate, we take our place in the group. And this is the great advantage of group therapy over individual therapy. Because in an individual therapy, you have the therapist and you have the patient. And in a group situation, you have the facilitator of the group, the one who just helps the group to function, but the work of the group is done by the group. So the people who are lost, confused, and so on are called to their, whatever we call it, better self, that you have something to give to the group. You're a member of the group needs you, come into the group. It's not top down, it's by our collaboration, by our being together, something will emerge. And it won't be mine, it won't be yours, it will be our product. So it's not just that you have pathways of shared understanding, but you have amity, you have the sense of collaboration, friendly collaboration. But the ego isolates itself. In a group, people say things, if the group's working for a long time, you start to get more negative feedback, people start to speak from the heart, and then you have to deal with that. Some people will like you, some people will not like you. This is a great advantage, because in a one-to-one setting, the patient can always seduce the therapist. And the therapist seduces the patient as well. They go into a folie à deux. But in a group, if you're the facilitator, you pay a lot of attention to one person, and while you're doing that, someone over there is saying, fuck you, what about me? And so they're getting angry, and then you think, well, I've just been helping someone in the group, and they're getting pissed off with you. You cannot please all the people all the time. So if you make an alliance towards one party, this will upset another party. So that is, you have to find the middle way. You have to be available for all, non-partisan, not taking sides, not privileging anyone. So that's a softer way than the path, but it's going in the same direction. It's always collaboration, co-emergence. But as long as you're in a dynamic of domination and control, and that domination could be from some superego message from your parents, you're useless, you spoiled my life, I wish you'd never been born, I never wanted to be a mother. There are a lot of attacks that can come from parents to children. And then, of course, you get the shrinking. And one of the functions of the pet is my shrunken self, my neurotic self, my diminished self cannot do the practice. I just cannot do the practice. I have to find my free, open, unborn presence, the presence of the mirror, which is always there, but obscured by its own content. By the delusion that I am an image in the mirror, and I could never be the mirror. In the West here, we live in monotheistic cultures. Only God is great. God creates the world. God is the Father. God knows the truth. You are not like God. You can never be God. If you say, I am God, then you become a heretic. And then you get burned alive. You're like a witch. You're not fitting in. Only God is great. So Buddha's vision is completely different from this. All beings have Buddha nature. And this Buddha nature is a center of creativity. Each of us has our own field of experience. This is where we move. And for each of us, there is a unique specificity to that engagement with what is arising for you. It's not going up in the helicopter of dogma, which looks down from above, imposes its map on the situation. When you're in the territory, all of this is the movement of your mind. But if you fall into identification with a pattern of the movement of the mind and you think, this is me, I am a reflection, how could I claim to be the mirror? I'm just a reflection. God is great, God is great. Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar. Madness. It denigrates human beings and it elevates some fantasy figure you never ever meet. Who has ever met God? Even the Pope doesn't get to meet God. This is delusion. So, we want to come to our own basic pure ground. Everyone has this. This is where it gets a bit technical. Everybody has the same pure ground, because there is only one source. But it's not the same for everyone, because your experience of the ground depends on the capacity you have to relate to the ground. So until your mind becomes very clear, your experience of the ground is mediated through your patterning. So again, this is why the pet is very, very useful. Because if you get enmeshed in thick patterning, there'll be no sense of the mirror. As the patterning starts to thin, because you're no longer investing it as the vehicle of meaning. Hang on, I have to think about this. We're always doing this. I have to think about this. What does it mean? Something occurs and I need to inject it with my thoughts and then I'll know what it is. But what is it? Well, I have to think about it. Then I'll tell you. Huh? You make the automatic, the simple, the natural, artificial, and now you know what's going on. Mummy, I don't want a wooden toy. I want a bright red plastic one. Plastic is better. That's what we say. We invent these structures by investing our life energy in the false. So at the very beginning we looked a bit at the 5 constituent factors, the 5 skandhas. The 4th of these, association or confectionery, duce means gathering together, composition, making, formation. This is what we do. So you say something, and then I have to formulate it for me. So I don't meet you, I meet you for me. And I meet me for me, but me for me includes all my internalized messages from my parents, school, and so on. So that if this makes sense to you, then you start to see why they say the Dharmakaya is naked, fresh, raw. It's not covered. We are covered. We are not fresh. We're bringing the past into the present. And we're not raw because we're always adding new ingredients to maintain the flavor of our self-identity. So when we use the pet, clearing out all the unnecessary elaborations which construct the image of ourselves, and then we have a moment of freshness. And with that, we can see, who I think I am is the middle point. This is an illusion. It's not real and it's not unreal. So let's try the pet again. Yeah.
So I'm new to the practice of pet, and I have 3.
Is that loud enough? I don't know if people can hear.
Hear me? Yes?
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
So I have 3 technical questions, how to do the practice. First is, if you might give us another metaphor or image. Is it more like an eruption of a volcano? Is it more like a cutting sword? Like, what is the quality of it? That's the first question. Second question is, if there's a kind of bodily aspect to the practice, like why is it going up and not down, and where does it go? And the third, is it ideally done like that? Ideally it surprises me, like I don't know when it's coming.
Yeah, in the first instance, nothing is saying to something, you're nothing. So that it has to arise from your sense of nothing. I am open, I'm relaxed. So we do the 3 R's, open and relaxed, and then these patterns come in, and they seem to be something, and they can pull us into somethingness. So when we say pet, we're allowing the delusion of something to be relaxed back into nothing. And who is doing this is nothing. What was the second issue?
The second was if there's a kind of bodily aspect to it, like an idea where to, like, is it going through the body somewhere? Or?
I mean, if you are going to do it as part of a yoga thing, you do some kumbhaka. So you do breathing, and then you lock the breath in the belly, and you build up the energy of that, and then you can release it from that. But you don't need to do that. Because all of these techniques are artificial. So the least technique, the better. And the third point was?
It was the question about the surprise. Like this, ideally done like that there's a sudden eruption from the Dharmakaya, and like that the ego ideally doesn't know it, so that one surprises oneself. Like that.
So if you were sitting at home doing the practice, and down from the roof came a little spider, and it went down the back of your neck, like that. So it's just something untoward. So the more you have this calm openness, then you feel the otherness of the intrusion. Now normally for our ego self, although we have a selectivity in what we identify with and don't identify with, we need the content of the mind to give us our own content, because the ego has no content. So the ego is always wanting to fill. But when we start with open and empty, then we see all kinds of filling, whether good or bad, happy or sad. This is the other posing as self. This is my own fraudulent claim to inherent existence. And therefore, that's the basis for getting rid of it. Any other thoughts? Yeah.
If you can teach about the mask and the face in the context of the Padma Sambava practice.
Yeah.
Because I saw that when I do it in Portuguese, I have more the feeling tone, like, oh, I'm really inside it and feeling the energy. I can feel that there is this beautiful in saying Tibetan, like, oh, we at the same melodic, and but at the same time I felt like there's some aesthetic there. In my case, I need to really give the energy of the meaning into the Tibetan world. So if you can say something about that.
Well, my hope will be that all of our practice texts will be translated into German, French, Yiddish, Portuguese, whatever, and be translated in a way that brings out the beauty and the power and the truth. We are quite a long way from that. However, there will be people here who are interested in language or skilled in language, who write poems and so on. So again, you could form a small group to think, okay, we're going to translate the Padma Sambava practice into Portuguese. I would recommend that kind of work, because if you spend time with the text, you have to go back to the dictionaries, you have to really think about the meaning of the word, and then the next stage is you have to make it beautiful. You have to, so that it fits. Now for Tibetans it's much easier, because it's such a sweet language with its simplicity of stress on each syllable. The Padma Sambava practice at the moment the language could be transformed to make it more poetic, but I've never found or given myself the time to do that. Other people can do that. But certainly the more beautiful and meaningfully chantable it can be, the better. I think that's very important, because it's your practice. So if the language that you're reciting makes a distance from the practice, then that's a contradiction, isn't it? So it has to be sweet. It has to have rhythm and pulse. So hopefully that's the work that we all can do. And we all can contribute to that. So you can make a translation and you give it to other people and ask them what they think. Because the translation has to be for the group. Other people have to share in that kind of understanding. And there are many technical terms which are difficult. For example, illusion. So in English we have a binary opposition between reality and fantasy. And illusion is a kind of subset of fantasy. So reality is good, that's how we are, but somebody is deluded if they spend their time immersed in a fantasy. So somebody decides, I'm going to build my own boat and then I'm going to row across the Atlantic to America. Fantastic idea, but you don't know anything about woodworking and you're 80 years of age. Many ideas remain abstract and floating around. We have to think, what's going to come through my arms into my fingertips? What's going to be vital for me? So with fantasy, or illusion, if these terms in the ordinary usage have a power through repetition and general belief, and we take that term and we give it a Buddhist reading that floats it away from that, then nobody hearing us talking about illusion will understand. They'll say, well, why don't you focus on reality? You know, this is some weird sect you're in where you're just kind of up your own arse. Get real. Come on, get real. You say you know you're going to die. Well, enjoy your life. Double hamburger. That's real. Fat dribbling down. So we have to see these frames of reference, these ways in which meaning is structured. And that's the binary opposition. It's a mutual exclusion. If it's hot, it's not cold. If it's real, it's not an illusion or a fantasy. So we need to find another way. I was in the middle of the night, I was writing down some ideas about this. I couldn't make much progress because every term seemed to take me back to this oppositional positioning. But illusion here is the middle way between nothing at all and very real. So it's not a polarity, hang on, it's not in the Buddhist structures. The illusion is not a polarity in opposition to reality. It's the middle way between nothing at all and something that has inherent existence. How we find words for that, I don't know. But I would suggest that if you have collaborative inquiry, the more your minds work on it together, you can start to form a common language, and that can then spread out. Because it's an alternative vision. It's not a vision that's in our culture. Yeah? Or we need to...
Yeah.
I know also very well this conflict with the words during the Padma Sambava practice, with the Tibetan words, and at the same time I feel there is a deeper sense of connection in these words, and it's like riding on the wave between knowing and not knowing, and I try to get an idea about the sense in about the English text, and then to forget it, and then to be in contact with both, with the little sense, the taste of the sense, and then the emptiness. It's not the emptiness, the taste of the emptiness. So it's like singing in the choir where I'm singing with Ukrainian texts, and the leader of this choir said, try first to bring the sense of the word in your heart, and then from your heart sing it, and forget thinking about what it means. And so it's not easy.
It's not easy.
A challenge.
We have to remember that Tibetans speak Tibetan. So for them it's home territory. And the current Pope has said very clearly they're not going back to the Latin Mass. Because there's always a right-wing group in the Catholic Church that would like to go back to that. But he said no. Because the chanting, when you go into a Catholic church and you hear the Mass being sung in English, say, it's not nearly as sweet as it sounds in Latin, but people can understand what is being said. So I hope that we don't be chanting in Tibetan for a long time. However, the problem for the Catholic Church was we have used Latin forever. There's a great deal of understanding, and the priests are special people who understand this. We ordinary people don't need to understand, we just have to have faith. Tibetans would say the same thing to Western people. So, is that true? No. You have to understand what you're doing. You have to know why you're doing it. And so it will take some time, but it needs to come into the local language. Tibetan is no more holy than any other language. Blessing is always dissolving. That's why in Tibetan they say, Chinji La, waves of blessing. In the wave arises, it dissolves, waves arises. And if it's put in place, it becomes a kind of imprisonment. Because this is special, in English or German it's not special, and this is a lie. All sound is emptiness. Padma Sambava said, sound is emptiness. So any sound can be holy because it comes from emptiness. So it's fine, your accommodation works for you, so that's very good. But I would say in general we need to find a way to translate these things. Otherwise, imagine a 20-year-old coming here. If only they would. Please. But imagine they come in and they hear us chanting away at night. What is this? It's crazy. Because it's non-welcoming, it's non-invitational. The door isn't open, you have to climb over the fence and under the bush and contort yourself.
That's how we sound.
It has its benefits. My kids just said she's talking.
You need the cool, yeah.
It was not so important. I was saying that, yeah, it has its benefits. My kids just think I'm totally mad. Now they have the evidence. She's singing some random sounds around,
no.
You know. So, in a way, I like to sing it in Tibetan. We have the meaning because we have the text and the translation in English or in German. We can reflect upon, and then we sing along.
Yeah.
But for me, it's actually beneficial. I get out of my mind and into feeling through the connection of the sound.
Nice. But I remember when some of us were in Vajra in Spain, and there was some dancing and singing. And this song came on from, I think it's Mercedes Sosa.
Yeah.
And the Spanish-speaking people were completely in this because the words are clearly beautiful. I felt the emotion, but I couldn't enter into the words that were said. And the words are very beautiful. So I think in these moments you can see there's a kind of exclusion. And there's no reason why we can't have both. You, by all means, recite in Tibetan, but you can also try to put it into Spanish or Portuguese, and then you can see for yourself the difference. Yeah.
So, James, from what you say on this subject, it seems that it's necessary for some of us Westerners to become really familiar and fluent with Tibetan. That seems to be a necessary step towards what you're saying now. How do you see that?
It would be a very good idea. It would be a very good idea. More people learning translation. But the other thing is, of course, that if somebody is translating it into another language, because I have translated it with the help of Siya Lama from Tibetan into English, you can always contact me. Some people send me, when they're translating a text, for a text of 20 pages, they will send me over 100 questions. I reply to that because I'm a good boy. That's my duty. And if they try hard, then I will try hard. Because they want to get to the truth of it and they don't want to introduce mistakes. So it's a collaborative thing. We don't need lonely heroes inventing their own funny vocabularies. And there are a lot of translators now who are like that. So, Kadak, original purity. Many people now say alpha purity. Which is great because when we were in school we all learned Greek. Yeah. It's not why would you say alpha? Why say alpha? It's just another foreign term. You can say pure from the very beginning. Ordinary language sinks into us because that's what we speak. Dharma shouldn't be something very foreign.
There's one. Hello, you go. When we are talking about this translation issue of texts that are to be sung, I think there is not only the constraint of thinking or being said that the Tibetan language is somehow superior or holy, but there's also the whole idea of wanting to maintain the melodies and the rhythm and there's a whole kind of what would you say ecology of these words in music, in speaking and so on, which does not work with our languages in the same way. So if we want to liberate that from these constraints, we also need to come up with totally other aesthetical ideas about how to put it into practice. Not just words, but also how to sing it, how to...
And that's very important. And traditionally, you had the composers who did the music bit, and then you had the librettist who did the words, and it wasn't usually the same person doing them, and they would collaborate. So I think we need to have attention to both, and people who have a musical turn can try to find frames. I mean, our languages also host hymns. Every Christian church has people singing together with the difficulties of the grammar and the line and how it's constructed, but they've also developed tunes that somehow contain this sort of complexity. I mean, this is our life. This is central to our excuse me, our sense of self. Yeah.
Just a small aspect we had, because we are international Sangha, we have always been with Sia Lama. The good thing with Tibetan was you could sing along together with French people, Polish people, Danish people, English people, and everybody could sing together, which was a very wonderful experience. But still, Rinpoche always emphasized you have to understand what you're doing.
Yeah.
So which means maybe you have to sing it 100 times, and that you can same time sing and read and know what you're singing, or you have to learn the text by heart. So it makes it much more complicated to get into it. Like it's more direct if you have it in your own language. But also it's wonderful to have it in an international Sangha like we are here.
Indeed.
To sing together in one language with one tone, with one tonality. So it's also helpful in this way, which is a little bit contradictory to the idea. Have it in your own language.
I mean, on many occasions, I heard Sia Lama singing the 7-line prayer in English. Yeah. In the northwest corner of the land of Boogie, he would sing some funny tune. And he'd be reading out the words that we had done for the translation. He said, you have to do this. You have to do this. It has to be something you understand and can join in, and you make the music. He was not a traditionalist in that sense. Because if he was a traditionalist, he would have looked at us and said, pearls before swine. Why teach Dharma to these people who have no profound belief in rebirth, who know nothing about Zangdopali, who don't understand Madhyamika? You need to do a lot of preparation 5 Nundro, at least. The traditionalists would say that because we are kind of wild people from the forest. So he wasn't saying that. He was saying you come in, but you have to work at it. So you can work at becoming a pseudo-Tibetan, or you can try to find that balancing point. And it's difficult. And that's why I would say it's our shared work. All of us have to participate in it. And then something beautiful can arise for future generations. Because we have had, some of us anyway, have had the possibility of being in a little bit, at least in Tibetan culture, exposed to traditional Tibetan ways of doing it. With the ever-increasing attacks on Tibet and Tibetan culture, the presence of that kind of voice will go down in the West. So, if you're going to resource, what is the source? The source has to be something which is close. We have been fortunate at a certain time when, due to causes and conditions, many different teachers came to the West, and people here who've had all kinds of initiations and done different retreats and so on. In the future, that was likely to be less available. So, pardon?
Therefore, it's important to learn Tibetan.
If you can. It's not a very complicated language. Well, it's not a complicated language, but it's a language in which the grammar is non-definitive. And so it's all about the feeling tone. And you have to get the flavor of the text, because that will reveal the meaning of the term. So a word like Rigpa has about 40 different meanings and applies on different levels. So you have to get the feeling tone of the text. So the feeling is central. You can't just do it from a dictionary. Yeah.
I work with academics who know a lot of Tibetan, professional translators who are working in this 84,000 project and all of that. And all the arguments, the more Tibetan they know, the more arguments there are. Because the important thing is the feeling to translate, to really translate. I mean, if you want to translate the words, and you learn Tibetan to know the words, you're trapped. You're falling again in the dualistic trap. So I don't know, as a professional translator for 30 years, teacher of translation at university, you feel it. Once you feel it, you can express it in your language. And I could have learned Tibetan. I chose not to learn Tibetan because we have teachers whom we can ask. And they are alive now. So, I mean, now we can translate. Now we can ask someone who already knows Tibetan. We don't have to do that work, and also knows how to interpret it. So I would encourage the Sangha, this is only my personal opinion, not to learn Tibetan, but to really learn the meaning of the text and ask the teachers who are alive about the meaning of those words. Because you're going to take, 10 years in learning, yes. Well, good enough Tibetan to understand, and then give it the interpretation of the Dharma. If we don't agree amongst us with technical terms in our own language, how are we going to agree in Tibetan when we just learn the language? It's like...
But at one point you must start.
Yes, but I don't think we have to start from that point, because that is starting in -10. But we can start in +10 now, because we already have the alive source, which we don't have in 10 years' time.
Excuse me, I'm very old and very tired. So that's a fact. You have to factor that in. I would, if people have a calling to learn Tibetan, I would certainly go for it. I would certainly do that, because it's quite empowering, and the more people who have access, then you will have different voices coming in. And remember, I described in the time of the early translations in Tibet, this four-sided square room with the king and his party on one side, the monks on the other side, the yogis on one side, the lay people on the other side. and in the middle was the translators, and everybody could make a comment. And then it becomes something which can go in every direction. It shouldn't be too esoteric, but it shouldn't have technical terms which are in such ordinary language that nobody can feel the specificity of their function at this point. It's very tricky. And we all can collaborate from our tendencies, our proclivity, what we're drawn towards. This is everybody's contribution, if it's thoughtful and focused on the task, can be helpful. I mean, I don't read translations very much, but when I do, I'm always appalled. And then I see other people don't have my mind, and I don't have their mind. And it is about diversity. It's not about homogeneity. So how do we have collaborative diversity? That these are different readings of the situation. So it's like the story of the 6 blind men and the elephant. You know, we're all grabbing hold of some bit of it, and this resonates with our own history, our own education, our culture, our expectations, and we formulate from there. But as long as these 6 blind men talk together, they might create some composite vision, which could be an elephant that looks like a rhinoceros, but at least they would be into something together. And you know, like when people use this term for kada, for primordial purity, alpha purity, then I'm interested in what they imagine that will bring to the Western public. Because there's some rationale behind it in people's mind. So always our task is curiosity and inquiry, not judgment. Judgment is the full stop, brings an end to things. These people are not stupid. They are approaching the text from a different point of view, and so they put it in that way. But translations are always a gesture. They never hit the original. It's not possible. So they are about a relationship of the translator to the original text, and what arises, it's like it's a version, it's a response to, but it's never the original itself. So then it comes to, well, what are the qualities of the translator? Do they have faith? Have they done the practice? Are they willing to be criticized and contradicted? And they know how to change when it's required. Okay, maybe we take a break here and come back and go back into the text.
30 minutes. Go ahead.
So, he's talking about, Nudendorf is talking about how to settle into the practice. So we touched on the first thing he said was using devotion, you visualize the deity or the guru, you imagine rays of light coming into you, and you melt, the guru then melts into you, and in that state they are inseparable from your mind, and then the meditator and the experience are clear, both empty, so remain relaxed in non-distraction beyond expression. This is what we do. However, of course, it's not so easy. The way he describes it, just do this. Okay, how do you do it? Well, you just do it. And you put yourself in the way of it. You give yourself to the practice, and sometimes it's more clear, sometimes it's less clear. It is, our path is participation. It's not that we can work out in advance how to do it, like when people plan how to climb the Eiger or Mount Everest, and they look at all kind of photographs and different paths that other people have taken, and then they plan what they're going to do. It's not like that at all. We're talking about our own mind, relating to our mind, and it has its particular dispositions. For women who are menstruating, that cycle, the hormonal wash, also impacts meditation. And we just have to factor all of these things in. If you get unemployed, if you're in an abusive relationship, whatever it would be, these are field factors. They create pressures and tensions which also influence how you are. So you have to work with that. So if you sit to do the practice and you're agitated or you're unhappy or you're feeling lonely and sad, don't merge into the feeling. It's not the truth about you, who you truly are. But also don't disregard it, because it is the field of your experience at the moment. So you sit with maybe cramps or headaches or sadness. You're doing the practice and you're crying, and you just, this is how it is. This is how it is. The instruction for yogis is not like the instruction for how to be in a monastery. In a monastery, you have the master of chanting, the umze, who sets the rhythm and the tone, and everybody can align with that. There's a choreography to that kind of group practice. But for yogis, on their own, in caves, the disadvantage is you don't have this supportive structure to keep you going. The advantage is that you have the space to be true to yourself, however you are. So if you're upset, you can cry. If you feel like blaming people in the past, you can shout out at them. And it's through the expression that you realize this is a pattern. This is a pattern. It is me and it is not me. It's me if I fuse into it, and it's not me. So in my house, I have quite a number of bottles of good wine, but I am not allowed to drink any alcohol. So coming into the flat, I see these wooden boxes with very good quality wine. I pass them every day. Hello. And it's very interesting because this wine is neutral. Before it was positive for me. And now we think, oh, I'll have a nice bottle this evening. And now we simply have to turn the dial from positive to neutral. For in my case, it's very important not to make it negative, because if it's negative, you go into resistance to the imposed order. Well, you just keep it neutral. It's just stuff. It's just stuff. So go by it. I don't feel any particular link with it. So it's the same with whatever's happening in your body or in your psychology, according to the factors around you or memories from the past. Don't block it, don't merge with it, just keep it there as neutral. It's like the trees all around here. It's like part of the furniture. And then you stay on track. Then he says, you can also focus your attention on a statue, a letter, a symbolic implement, or a pebble, whatever feels appropriate to you. So these are the four main props that people use in doing a general shamatha. You allow your mind to rest on a pebble, or a kashina, this little painted circles, or a letter kun, or a statue of the Buddha, whatever. It's a technique. You're making use of this. Then he says, then not thinking anything with your mind, do not meditate. So you're just resting your mind on this object as a way of settling, but That's not the work. The work doesn't rely on the pebble or the statue of the Buddha. He says, do not meditate. Means don't make your mind artificial by imagining you should have insight or you should have any special understanding. Don't pursue the objects of the six senses. So your mind's resting on this little stone in front of you. You hear sounds, you have some pain in your back. Or you start to cry, or some snot is coming out of your nose and dribbling down into your mouth. You're not going to die. And there was a time in your life when picking your nose and eating it was very, very important. So don't object now if it dribbles into you. You just stay present with however it is. It says, remain naturally without being mixed with even the most subtle thoughts of being or non-being and so on. Why do we mix with these thoughts? Well, we've looked in various ways that our ego self is empty, but there's, of course, these two meanings of empty. There's the inherent emptiness of not being established in itself, not being autonomous, but there's also the relative empty of this cup is empty, this glass is empty, you can put something into it. The ego is empty in being devoid of inherent existence. It's just a transient pattern arising now. But for us, in relative truth, it carries the sense of being empty like the glass. It's as if it's calling out. Calling out. When I used to enjoy the red wine, the bottle called to me, Jane. Oh, best friend, I'm almost ready, just 5 minutes more. Jane. Like that. Now it doesn't call. Because we project into the object the power. People who smoke a lot of cigarettes, it's as if they see the cigarette, they have to smoke it. The object controls us. When you have stalkers, when people imagine that they're in love with some person and they need that person, and they imagine also that that person loves them, then they start hanging outside the house, they start trying to track the person when they walk down the street and so on. And that kind of stalking is very, very difficult. I've experienced stalking in various ways in my life. And somebody's there, you go out in the morning, they're waiting outside your house. Hello, what are you doing here? Oh, hello. You know, so they're imagining themselves into a quality of relatedness which isn't there. And that's what the mind can do. We imagine this is very important, but it's just something which is arising and passing. So there you see the power of the non-releasing of the arising pattern. A thought arises, I really like this person. And it's gone. Yeah, they look really nice. I enjoy being with them. And that's life. Or you go back to it, you think, oh, they're so special for me. I need to tell them how special they are. I need to really get them to pay attention to me. And the repetition of the thought inside leads us into going out towards the object. Because we're no longer seeing the object as it is located in the world. We are projecting onto it a vibration which parallels our own feeling. This is our own creation. This is you for me. It's not you. The person saying, please stop bothering me. I don't want you to be near my house. I don't want you to leave presents for me. I don't want you to send me emails. I tell you, I will never sleep with you. I'll never be involved with you. But they don't believe it. And they come back again and again. And many stalkers are extremely troublesome. They can send with modern texting and stuff, send 100 texts a day, easily. It is invasive. because I need you to know that you really love me. You don't realize how important I am for you. Oh, that's quite a sentence. You don't realize how important I am for you. No, they don't realize it because it's not true. But this is when we start to see the patterns of our mind. Dualistic consciousness develops interpretations. And because it is empty, it wants to be filled. And it can be filled with anything. That's why we have the 5 poisons. It's filled with the mental dullness of thinking, I truly exist, you truly exist. It's filled with, you're horrible. It's filled with, you're special. And we have all these opinions and judgments. So he's saying, don't try to defend yourself against experience. If you stay relaxed and open, you will find that every emergent moment is a dissolving moment. Everything which arises dissolves. But if you conceptualize it and if you think about it, the vitality of the moment of revelation or expression is covered over because you create a shell around it. You turn a verb into a noun. You turn a movement into a static formation. And then you can think about that person. I can't stop thinking about you. But who is the you? That's you for me. The actual person doing their teeth, preparing for work, chatting with a friend, their life has nothing to do with the stalker. But the stalker is sure that they can understand the real meaning of the other person's life because they've been filling themselves with ideas about the other. This is in the nature of the ego self. It seeks content. It needs to have content, yet it has no inherent content. So it's always grasping and shaping and forming itself because it cannot bear the thought that it is the manifestation of emptiness, that is self-arising and self-dissolving. It's hanging on, like we looked yesterday, dugs in, grasping at the idea of something, but there is no something. There is just the idea of something. I am a mummy's boy. I love my mother very much. I spent a lot of time with my mum and I really loved her. My mum. My mum didn't exist anywhere except for my mind. I have to tell you that my father was not married to my mum. He was married to a woman who was actually my mum, but he didn't know that she was truly my mum because he thought she was his wife. Outrageous. Yeah, I see your amazement at this. Yeah. So that's what happens when you enter into this fixation and you're sure that the actuality of the other can be wrapped inside your definition of them, your impression of them. And you layer again and again your projections onto them. And the more you do that, of course, you don't encounter the actuality of them. And I was very horrible because of that. I remember being on holiday with my parents up in the north of Scotland. And in the evening, my mum said, your dad and I were going to the hotel because we want to have a drink and a chat. And I said, well, I'm coming too. I was about 6 years of age. And my mother said, no, but you can't go in the bar, you're not allowed there. Yeah, but I need to be there. It's absolute difficulty in not including oneself. I need to be there.
So you also was a stalker.
I was a stalker. Because the thing that the stalker cannot see, they only project and imagine. So most of our life is projecting and imagining. How rarely do we actually meet another person as they are and have full dynamic contact in the moment, which is as it is, and then it resolves. Because living contact is expressive of the quality of the moment. It doesn't establish an object. So in psychoanalysis, they always go on about object relatedness. But there are no objects. The object is a delusion. What you have is intersubjectivity. And intersubjectivity is our trying to have contact with the other, in which we may have some sense of the other as a dynamic person, having their own influences, their own forces inside them and around them that cause them to behave in particular ways. And because of that, we can't catch them. But we want to catch them because we want to know who they are. So this is always the issue for mothers. The mother has to allow herself to be only a mother for the child. Because the child needs to know that it can access this one reliable source of support. But the mother is not just a mother. And women can feel completely hollowed out by the demands of children. I don't have a life of my own. I can't even have a cup of coffee without people coming and asking me, where is this, where is that? Just give me a break. Back off. But the child feels the desperate need to have validation inside that. Well, this is really hard. You see the desperation of the child. If you give in to it too much, you become the slave. If you don't give in to it, the child becomes disempowered, which is not helpful. It's very tricky. So we're talking here about outer interactions, but it's very similar internally. Because the ego's desire to have a reliable, relatable world is why we fixate on certain patterns of thoughts, on memories, as if they existed enduring through time and they were reliable. But they're not there. They're not really reliable. Like in some forms of therapy, they use guided fantasies and they say, so now we're going to experience going to a safe place. We're going to go on a journey. We're walking down the beach. It's very beautiful. We're coming to the sea. We're swimming in the sea. We're going under the water. And we're coming to an island. And this island is your island. Only you can be there. This is your safe space. Here you can relax. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It's a reassuring fantasy. Just as when a small child has a soft toy that they need to have with them, they attribute special qualities to the soft toy that it gives them reassurance. Sometimes they're sweet to it, sometimes they're banging it, because the toy won't abandon them. It's a field where they can express their emotions. So our neurosis or our karmic formations or our habit formations are delusions in which we enter the three times. We can go into the past, we can go into the future. But when we are present, we see there is only the present. And this arises now, and then it's gone. This arises. It's moving in space without a trace. It just vanishes. We want a doggy bag. We want something to take home. Something to reassure us. Something to comfort us. But it's gone. So if you can open to space, then all the forces of change and unreliability, that's just how it is. But if you hang on to an image and you try to freeze the mirror and turn it into a painting so that the reflection becomes an image you can go back to again and again, then you end up in a kind of delusion. So we have in America, Make America Great Again. first question might be, was America ever great? But the idea that it was great and we will be great again, and Britain is completely under the power of that delusion as well, Great Britain. And all this pomp and show of the king and horses and the guards saluting and so on. The household cavalry. They wear these wonderful, big, long boots, lovely uniform. And they were famous for their homosexuality. This was the big thing. If you were of a homosexual inclination, then you want to go to where the barracks of the household cavalry are, because they were very fuckable. That's not what my mum would have thought the cavalry were doing. There's always a shadow. There's always a contradiction. Why? Because the image that we set up cannot be the truth. Because our world is three-dimensional or multi-dimensional, and when we fixate on something, we pull it into 2 dimensions, like a fixed painting, and that's the basis for the stalking. I know what you feel about me. So it's like I painted this image. So what he's saying is, release yourself from your fixations. Stay open. Don't hang on to any idea, because there is no substance to these ideas except your belief in them. And if you believe in the true reality of the transient thought or memory or image, that is you blinding yourself to the unborn openness of the field of experience. So you get something, but you lose everything. And if you release yourself from the fixation on something, you lose something, but you get access to everything, because everything arises in the here and now, in this mirror-like awareness of the mind. So then he says, at that time, do not block the flow of experience with thoughts of hoping to remain in that state for a moment or wondering how long it will continue. That is to say, don't turn your experience into a thing that you could have. It's very tempting, it's very delicious. But if you fixate on it, it will distort you from the next moment. Each moment gives you enough. Like in the Bible it says, sufficient unto the day. Give us this day our daily bread. It's a very beautiful idea in the Lord's Prayer. That what you need is sustenance for this day, for this hour, for this moment. And this is what is arising. This is it. It's filling the whole space of your experience. All of this is this. But you can't catch it and you can't keep it. This is why our Buddha, the Samantabhadra, he is naked. He has no pockets. I have pockets in my jacket. I have all sorts of things in my pockets. All kind of things. Our conditioned self, our dualistic consciousness is full of pockets, hiding things from the past into the future, plans, hopes, fears. But the mind itself is naked. And with this nakedness, there's nowhere to hang on to the moment, because this moment is full, and the next moment is full, and the next moment is full. When you have a mirror and you have it on the wall, it's always full. It doesn't just show half what's in front of it. It doesn't edit the show. It's generous to everything. So, in the same way, our mind is filling fully in this moment, and then in this moment, and then in this moment. Now, if it's going to keep filling, why would we be storing something? Well, maybe it won't fill. You've been alive a long time. You've had nothing but experience all your life. These experiences keep coming. So the text says, is unborn, doesn't have a separated existence, and it's unstopped. Nothing brings it to cease flowing. It just keeps going and going and going. mind. This is the very nature of the mind. Experience is what arises in the open, empty mind, just as reflections arise in the mirror. So we can always let go, because there will be a feeling. But, of course, it might not be what I want. So this is where our egoic self-referential triage or sorting out says, okay, this is something in my mind, but it's not what I want. So instead of seeing this is the radiance of the mind, this is the unborn potential of what is arising and vanishing, we fixate on this is the way I want it. Because we want the familiar. And because of that, we're pulled into past, present and future, going up and down, up and down. We go into abstraction, holding on to the image or the idea of something, and we miss the immediacy of the presence of this. So, if we want to be open and available, it's just this, however it is. And because it all comes from the ground, it's all good. All good in the sense of empty. You have a depression, you have a sadness, somebody you love dies or leaves you, and you feel heartbroken, bereft. That's what you've got. But I don't like it. I didn't want that. I would have preferred something else. The world is not a buffet. You don't have a choice. It's plat de jour. Plat de moment. It's what's arising on your plate in this moment. And if you can eat what's on your plate, knowing that it's sustaining because it is empty, then the emptiness of what you're present with will keep freeing you and freeing you. But if you think it's special, or it's horrible, and you try sorting it out, it becomes an it. In its immediacy, it's not an it, it's non-objectified. But as soon as you have a judgment about it, I am the subject making a judgment about the object. So he's saying, be very careful, don't do that. Allow the mind to be however it is. Because the ego is inflated. The ego has hubris, an inflated sense of its own existence, that I exist, I am myself, and its own potency, I can do what I like, and its entitlement, everything is for me. These are deluding thoughts. So he says, so don't think about your experience. Don't compare and contrast. Don't worry if you're making any progress or not. So some days the meditation is interesting or goes well. Other days it's really boring and you seem trapped and stupid and you're distracted all the time. That's what's happening. What is arising is distraction. If you don't judge it, if you stay with it, distraction will show you its own inherent non-existence. It will arise as a patina, as a film over the surface, and then it will dissolve, and then something else, and something else, some pattern after pattern after pattern. For whatever sudden thoughts appear, see them immediately and continue without distraction in the state that does not grasp after the site where the thoughts arose. So when we're looking with these wonderful 5 questions, where is the mind? Is it inside? Is it outside? When we're sitting here, if we forget all that meditation-y stuff, we're just sitting here. I am the site of my experience. I am the experiencer. So it appears to me I am a fixed point towards which or within which or away from which experiences seem to move and pass. But somehow I am the constant. He's saying, this is a delusion. This comes from attending to the sight of the arising of an experience as if it would always be the same. So we're sitting here, you hear my voice, and then you hear the birds singing. I'm here, the birds are out there. These are two sites of emergence, because the mind has no boundary. The sound of what we call the birds arises as the empty expression of the open empty ground. My voice arises as the expression of the open empty ground. There is no fixed site. If we say the source or the ground or the basis, it's not a place, it's not a thing. That's why we look at these 5 questions again and again. It's not a thing. I have my hand. So I can see my hand in relation to my arm. I can talk about my hand. I can evaluate whether it's functioning well. But I can't do that about my mind. I can do it about my conceptualized identity. I can think about myself. I can worry about what the future will be for me. Will I get more sick? What will I do? Where would I be? Thought leads to thought, leads to thought. Thoughts think about thought. But as we've been examining, the thought cannot reach or touch awareness or the pure source. The thought is there, so intimate with the open mind itself, and yet it's dissolving, just like the reflection in the mirror. No reflection stays in the mirror. No thought, no feeling, no sensation is fixed into the mind. The content flows, it is movement. Awareness itself never moves, it is stillness. So if you chase after appearances, there's no end to it. There's always something to try in your meditation, which is why, we have this basic shine. If you focus your attention on the subtle sensation of the breath at the nostrils, this is quite an ungraspable situation. It's not an object, so you can't maintain it as a concept. But if you have a mindful attention to it, it keeps showing itself because because you're alive, the breath keeps moving. And so the sensation arises again and again, but it's not the same sensation. Each moment of sensation is this and this and this and this. If you conceptualize it, oh yes, there is there is the flow of my breath, which is continuous, and therefore I focus on that. And if you conceptualize it in that way, it is as if the breath is an object, but it's not an object. It's the dissolving of objectness. So the more you do basic shamatha practice, the more you see the dissolving of the object is the dissolving of the security of the subject, that it can apprehend objects and choose the ones it likes, get rid of the ones it doesn't like, and construct a stable sense of self. That's why we do the shamatha practice, because it deconstructs the delusion of the permanent presence or subjectivity of the ego self. So, maybe we should try a little shamatha. Some of you, I'm sure, are very experienced with shamatha, general shamatha, and vipassana. Some of you not so much. The shamatha in Tibetan is jine, means just staying peacefully. So, in order to do this, you can focus on the sensation of the breath of your nostrils. For this practice, usually you try to keep the body stable. If you can, sit in the lotus position. Shoulders are dropped, elbows slightly out, chin slightly down, tongues on the hard upper palate. Gaze is down the line of the nose. eyes are slightly open. You're not staring at anything, they're just open to let the light in, because that keeps you awake. And usually for this we have our hands folded in front of us, because when your hands are on each other like this, it creates a kind of circle of presence. Your energy is contained in this. Whereas when we do the or more open practice, put our hands on our knees. So we're sitting, we're all breathing, therefore there will be sensation, but it's subtle. So at first just make some stronger breath, so you can feel the sensation at your nostrils. Now you have the focus for your attention, and you stay with that. And if you find that your mind strays off, very gently bring it back to the breath. Don't think about where you went. Don't think about why you might have done that. Don't make any judgment. You just focus on the breath. Oh, back again. Focus on the breath. Any thoughts about that practice before we begin? Okay, let's do it for a while. Okay. So that's a very straightforward kind of practice, and if you find that you're prone to distraction, it's something you can do every day. As you get used to it, you can sit for an hour and a half. And the key thing is, distraction is not an enemy until you set yourself against it. Distraction arises, your mind wanders off someplace. As soon as you see that and you just relax back into the focus of your attention, the past is gone. It is as if nothing has happened. There is no error, there is no stray, there is no wandering away. But if you set the focus very tightly and you strongly react to getting distracted, then it's very easy to start blaming yourself, you objectify the situation. Then you have must try harder, I mustn't get distracted, and so on. Then who is doing the meditation? Oh, it is the will to power. It's the aspect of yourself, I can make it happen. But from the Dzogchen point of view, this shamatha is a way of finding the balance which shifts according to external factors, but primarily when we're sitting to internal factors, and you go off in a little riff with a thought, and then that's gone, and you come back to the breath. And if that return is seamless, then it is as if the distraction has caused no trouble. But if you conceptualize it and you think, oh, I always get distracted, I'm getting tired, I need to try harder, then you've triangulated the situation. There's the practice, my experience in the practice, and the error. And the error becomes something I shouldn't go there, but I did go there. I must ensure I don't go there. And the error becomes a kind of warning to stay on track, so you try harder, and you try harder. There are ways of doing shamatha which is quite military and quite driven and about pushing through, but we don't do that. We're just gently resting our attention on the breath, which is changing, changing, coming and going. And balance is dynamic. Balance is not a fixed state. Balance is not being pulled off course, but moving with circumstances. Any thoughts or questions about that? Yeah.
Sorry.
During the shamatha practice, when distractions appear, and I managed to come back with my attention to breath, it sometimes feels as if the attention is also arising as an object in my mind or in the field of experience. Does this also mean that attention is empty in some kind of way?
Of course. Everything's empty. It's just a pattern. So you gather together the potential of your life. Excuse me, if you go for a walk outside, you see many kind of bushes and trees, and they all arise at once. If we think, oh, this is nature, we don't try to sort it out. We allow the diversity, and you could say even the contradictions. Why is it some trees are big and some bushes are very small and so on? It's like that. It's like that. So there you have a relaxed panoramic vision of what's there. When you bring your attention to bear on a particular focus, this is unnatural. This is a method. This is a technique. So it is something this body is vanishing. It is something artificial, imposed, and therefore there is a resistance to it. So if you have a focused attention, you will have distraction. Focus and distraction are born together, just as hot and cold are born together. If you have a great deal of focus, you become immersed with the object. So they have this story from Kalo Rinpoche. I don't think I told you here yet. We're connected with his monastery. There was a little retreat place, and one monk went into solitary retreat to do a lot of shamatha. He was going to be there for 3 months. And when somebody goes into a retreat like that, they put all sort of symbols on the outside of the retreat house so that people will know, don't intrude, don't do anything there. After 3 months, he didn't come out. So they waited another week and they went in. He was sitting there in the practice. And as they came to see him, there was something scurrying. And a rat had climbed up on the back and eaten into the back of his neck and gone into his skull. So Kalo Rinpoche said, don't do this. That shamatha is a practice. It's not a path of truth. And in the Tibet tradition, they don't do so much shamatha. You just do a little to have the capacity to focus a bit, because you also need to have a panoramic vision. If you only had shamatha, you wouldn't have any compassion. If you go to Bodh Gaya and all these people are doing mindful walking, you have to get out of their way, because they're not going to get out of your way. So this is like the Middle Ages with lepers with a little bell. You know, unclean, unclean, I am a meditator. They don't care because they are committed to their meditation. Therefore, other people have to care. Now, that is not the Bodhisattva Bhava. So, don't take the shamatha too seriously. Yeah.
So there are myriads of practices. Before I trained in this kind of process of access concentration and then into the jhanas. And at the moment in my practice, I'm asking myself, as the breath or as the experience of the breath gets more fresh, so the breath gets more and more subtle, like dissolving. For me, it feels at the moment like it could also be a kind of method to use it extremely gently as a subtle handrail to, like, appending into from awareness into subtle shamatha awareness, like you don't need it anymore, and then maybe you come back because the view gets fixed, and then you go back to subtle shamatha, and then you rest again in awareness. Is it something you can do with that? Or?
I mean, you described it as a shamatha awareness. It's a shamatha consciousness. Shamatha is a dualistic practice, as is the Theravadan Vipassana. It is something that you do. There is a doer and an object of doing.
Yes.
So
I didn't mean that, but more like because resting in awareness is like, I don't know. It's not possible to do it long. So for me, it's like subtly going back to having subject-object, subtly letting go again, coming back to subject-object in order to have like a subtle kind of handrail if I need it, and then letting it go again. This kind of.
I would say there are two aspects to this, and it's better to keep them apart. When we're doing this 3R and we relax and open, whatever comes. We have no intention to hold the patterning of experience in any pro forma, in any pre-designed pattern or intention. It just is as it is. And we are either open or we collapse into it. That's all. So when you find that you are getting immersed in something, don't do anything at all. What you're immersed in will vanish, and the subject who was immersed in it will vanish. Both subject and object dissolve together, and then you have awareness. But if you apply an antidote, then you become the one who's doing it. So in the Dzogchen, the unborn nature, or the unborn openness, if you like, is the guarantor of not getting lost. As long as you can stay with that, either very subtly or just as a feeling tone, it's just open. And then you see the vanishing of experience, Whereas with the shamatha, you're trying to maintain a focus. So,
so if one is like resting in awareness and then subject-object are coming on again, one just is like, no, don't do anything with it.
Yeah.
So, okay. Yes.
But of course, the subject aspect of what is arising wants to do something, because the subject wants to have a content, and it takes the object for the content. But the object is fickle and is always vanishing, so it's chasing after. So in that sense, the ego is stalking the object, but the object is haunting the subject. So, although they say in Dzogchen there is no preparatory practice to do, if you read some of the Madhyamika literature, Nagarjuna and so on, it gives you a sense of how we can misunderstand emptiness. And again, we use this image of the mirror again and again. You look in a mirror, it's very useful. There are lots of mirrors in this house. You look in the mirror, the reflection seems to be there, seems to be something. You can talk about it, you can describe it. You can make the reflection an object by your own mental activity. Then you relax in the out-breath. Just shape and color. And then you think about it, and it's filled with your thought. And so the object is the subject coming back to you.
Yes.
And that's how we get confused. Any other thoughts or questions? Oh, well.
And it's a question not, it has not really to do directly with this issue, but I would like to remind you not to put sadhanas in social media platforms, like some of us do, me too, and did provoke some of our Dharma friends to turn in a protector, something like this, and it's good. So I just want to remind you that there is also a sadhana commitment, and it could be that it have negative results about the long life of our precious teacher. So we just should think about a little bit, to be a little bit careful with, for example, the Padma Sambava practice, to put them on WhatsApp or whatever. So there will, I guess, we will find a way to do this more carefully. And this, I just try to find the right gap, and now I decide I wouldn't find it, so I use this chance.
That's very good.
I'm very sorry that I disturbed this discussion about this shamatha meditation. So I have to apologize.
To truly get into the sadhana practice, the tantric practice, you have to have the initiation. And it's an initiation into secret mantra practice. It shouldn't be shared with other people because it's special and not ordinary. And the specialness gives an added attention to it. So if I gave you a cut-out circle of cardboard, or if I gave you a gold coin and said, which one will you protect more? So it's like that. You're investing this with importance in all kind of structural ways so that you won't let it disperse. Because vows are very easily broken. And every bigger tantric practice has prayers at the end of how to repair the fact that you haven't done it properly and how to repair your vows. You make a vow, you'll lose it. If you have a focus of your attention, you'll get lost. They just go together. And the idea that a form in the world can be protected against all forces is difficult, but we do our best. So I agree, we shouldn't leave a practice text on the floor where people could stand on it, could wrap it in some nice cloth, treat it with respect because it's going to help you. His Kala Rinpoche explained these things. If you want to walk someplace, you just walk wherever you want to go. If you want to fly, it costs you money. And for our practice, the cost is paid by our merit, accumulations of merit and wisdom, and that buys us the plane ticket to go to Zangdapauri or some pure land. Therefore, the plane ticket is very precious. Therefore, you should protect it. Other people may not protect it. We don't live in a time where there's a lot of respect for Dharma. And we've seen what the Chinese have done, destroying the monasteries and so on. But also, many of the monasteries were destroyed by the Tibetan people. Because lots of Tibetans didn't like the monastery. Because the monastery was full of fat people in brocade. And the ordinary people are out in the fields and they had to give them money. And Longchenpa said, abbots of monasteries protect your slaves. They had slavery in Tibet. They had persecution of women in Tibet. Let's not make some fantasy land where everybody was lovey-dovey and so on. That's why when the Chinese got to the Potala, they had this room in the base of the Potala where people were tortured. They brought out, they show all these instruments. This is how people behave. The Garden of Eden is not here. Somewhere else. That's why we want to go, Zangdapauri. But here, power is abused. Power is abused. That's kind of by the by. We have two eyes. We need to see clearly what is virtuous and what is unvirtuous. And if we just say, oh, this is a very holy person and everything they do is pure, maybe. Lamas had a lot of power in Tibet. They had a lot of sexual contact with village people and so on, which could be good in a small isolated community. It increases the gene pool, and that's true, isn't it? It protects against degeneration. But it also means that people are encouraged to be sexually available for the Lama because it's a blessing. So there are many kind of stories we can tell. So what is holy and what is not holy, well, we have to think why that is the case. When I first met Siya Lama, he said, two things I don't believe. I don't believe in the Dharma protectors because we lost Tibet. And I don't believe tulkus. He said, I'm not a tulku, my children are not tulkus. Later on, his children became tulkus. But what he was concerned about is the blindness that comes with organizational power, with institutional power. So what is holy, what is of value, we have to feel it's not just something that somebody tells us. So the danger, especially now with text, if you put a text on the electronic media, it can be spread out and replicated very quickly. And there are many people who will invent themselves as Dharma teachers. We know that with this non-dual approach, all kind of strange people have become non-dual masters and have their little websites and talk absolute shite. And they're extremely cruel. It just happens. There's nothing you can do. If awakening occurs, there is awakening. If there is no awakening, there is no awakening. There is nothing you can do. I would thrash these people. I would have them whipped in the public square. Because they're eating the money of the people who go and listen to this shite. I had a patient a long time ago, and he had been a Buddhist monk in a Theravadan setting, and he had some psychological problems. That's why he came to see me. But he joined in this new age kind of non-duality. And he almost killed himself because he was told again and again, it just happens. It just happens. Now this is like the teachings of Jean Calvin, who followed after Martin Luther, who said, Jesus Christ has selected those who will enter paradise. There are the elect. And if you're one of the elect, you will go there. It's already written in the Book of Truth. And there is nothing you can do if you are not of the elect. We've already lived through that in Europe. Yeah? So, from a Dharma point of view, there is always something to be done. So the misunderstanding of non-duality, if you're thinking, well, it has to do with awareness, it doesn't have anything to do with dualistic consciousness, therefore you can't make it happen. See, that's misinterpretation. So I absolutely agree, if the sadhanas go out, there will be a lot of misinterpretation. People will use it for the wrong purposes. And there are Western people who set themselves up as tulkus and give themselves hats, and they sit on thrones and they pontificate about this, that and the other. But how would you protect yourself against it? When we printed these big sadhana books, Siya Lama said we need to get it into the libraries. And at that time, my good colleague and friend Barbara, she was working in the big university library in London, and they purchased the books, and they're available for anyone who's a student in the university to go and read. Why wouldn't you make it available? People should understand what it is. It's not the use which is problematic, it's the misuse, the abuse. And of course, with the public media, we've got no way of knowing it. So you could hope that people will use it well, or you could imagine that given the negative tendencies of this time, we can't trust that, therefore we should keep it more hidden. there are many things in the Tantras which are not translated because they are quite alarming. The Tibetan understanding of the protectors is often extremely violent. Dalai Lama said, don't present this. There's a lot of sexual stuff as well. Don't present that. Because sex and violence, that's what Hollywood's all about. You know, that's what Tantra was all about, sex and violence. Fucking and killing. Jor, which means sexual union. Drawl, which in that context means killing. There's a lot of that in Tantra. That's not very helpful for most people, and if you made that very public, people get very, very confused. Because we have to remember, in Tibet, everybody had done some study. They had understood Nagarjuna, or at least made some attempt at it. Mind-only approach. And if you have that, it's like a sailing dinghy. If you have some ballast, if you've got some weight at the bottom of the boat, it will tip a bit, but it's not likely to tip over. And if you have no ballast, it'll tip over. So if you don't have that kind of grounding, the winds of life will blow you this way and that, and you capsize. So I certainly think these things should not be available in that way. Everyone who wants to make use of it in a genuine way is welcome. But we have to do it with respect. But it's difficult to know what is respect. That's a problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
And for us, of course, we can help other people at least approach Dharma. We can talk about some Dharma themes that might be of help to friends or whatever. But they can be ones like impermanence. Everything changes. At the moment you're really upset because this has happened at work. But that wasn't the case a month ago. Not going to be the case a month from now. Don't over-identify with the present moment because it's just like a cork on the water. The waves go up and down, up and down. Now you're on the top, now you're on the bottom. So don't take it so seriously. So you can use Dharma to allow people not to generate some definitive story about what's happening to them.
So maybe we can do it by email with an email.
Certainly, that would be much better. That people would request it, and there could be a password, and we can check that the people are genuine and so on.
And Barbara told me she will discuss this with you in the appointment.
And when Siya Lama was around, many people came to see him. They got these very big books on Dorje Trollo and so on. And now you never see them. They're not anywhere. These books will be on the shelf someplace. I remember someone in London, they brought me a book of translations I had done on a yogini practice. How did you get that? Oh, somebody gave it to me. And that's what happens. So, again, middle way, not too tight, not too loose, somehow keeping some dynamic balance. Any other? Oh, there's some voices there.
Just quickly, I am looking for some clarification. When he says in the beginning, visualize and merge with the guru, in my own practice, that is important because it goes together with taking refuge and arising.
Sorry, could you speak a little louder? I'm a little bit deaf now.
Is it working? Okay. I'm looking for some clarification. When he says in the beginning of the session, visualize the guru, and merge with the guru. That is important for me because it goes together somehow with taking refuge and arising bodhicitta. My question is, what does he mean by the guru? In my understanding, it could be a root guru, it could be the entire lineage you're affiliated with, it could be Samatha Vajra, it could be Padma Sambava, and I'm somewhat eclectic in my practice. The guru is whatever arises at that moment for me. And I think my question is that, do I see this correctly, or is there another specific definition? It could be my own mind, the clarity and everything.
Could be. I mean, the main thing is to believe the Guru is the site of the three kayas, the three aspects of enlightenment. So, if you don't believe that about the object or the image that you're visualizing, then it won't benefit you, because you're wanting to merge your dualistic consciousness into the three kaya Guru so that you're returned to yourself. So, if you're imagining this is a person full of stuff, and only stuff, then that wouldn't be useful as a guru. But the guru has a lot of stuff, and the stuff is empty, and its reflections in the mirror. Siya Lama always explained the word guru, the root is gai, which is the Sanskrit root for cow. And cow meat is very heavy. If you eat a lot of cow meat, it takes a lot of energy to digest. And he said the guru is like that. What the guru says, indigestible. It takes a long time to metabolize it. So that's one understanding of guru. So mainly it's, here is a site of emptiness. So that could be Tara or Padma Sambava or some Lama who is alive somewhere. But it has to be, I'm going to you to have relief from myself. So if I don't believe that that person has relief from themselves, that this is a self, this is an other, and self and other will go into some dialogue, this has to be an other without otherness. So this is form and emptiness. It's other, it's not this, it's that, but that is not an object because it's the manifest presence of the absence of inherent existence. But I believe in my presence of inherent existence, so I'm praying to the Guru with one-pointed devotion. In your great and gracious emptiness, please welcome me and dissolve the stupidity and toxicity of my own reificatory beliefs. So that's the function of the practice, to release ourselves from it. Yeah, and there was another question.
James, I would like to get back to the question of shamatha.
Okay.
And can you please explain again the passage from shamatha to Dzogchen practice?
Okay. So, the function of the shamatha is to gain a state of peace, of non-disturbance. So you can have non-disturbance through non-attention to the distracting factors, which would be the sort of one-pointed attention. And if I can lock into that focus, gradually I will become calm. The problem then is you get up from the practice and you get more impact from the world, and so you tend to lose the calm in that way. And on that general level, it's mainly practiced by people in monastic settings who have very protected existences. They're not called upon to wipe a baby's bottom, for example. So, Dzogchen, in relation to Dzogchen, so you also have in the Tibetan tradition, you have shamatha without an object. So you're not focusing on the stone or the Buddha, you're focusing on just the openness of the mind, or it might be seen as space. So when we do the 3R, we relax into the openness. Movement occurs in the openness, but we stay with the openness. If we get pulled into an arising factor, then we lose the calm, because now we're busy merging and unmerging. So you can, basic Dzogchen is not so different from shamatha without an object. However, the difference would be if you approach it from the Theravadan side, they wouldn't be saying very much about the status of the Buddha or the mind of the Buddha. They would be looking more at the impediments, whereas the Tibetan tradition would be saying from the very beginning the mind is pure, it's unborn, and so it's got more sense that you could actually merge into this openness, and it becomes a way of life. It becomes the source or the ground of how you are moment by moment. And that view is not generally found in the Theravadan or in the general Mahayana. So it's if I have undistracted attention to or fixation on, but these terms are not quite right, or if I have an undistracted openness to the always already open, and I stay with that as thoughts and feelings are arising, I don't go into the thoughts, but I see them, because I'm like the mirror. A lot is going on, and I remain undistracted because the focus of my attention is the space of occurrence. So in that way you have form and emptiness. The awareness is empty, the field of experience is empty, and what is arising is patterns of emptiness appearing as almost something. And at first when we do this, we see the almost something as truly something, and that's why we get distracted here and there, and our thoughts build on something. So it's our own grasping of a transient thought as something which allows us to build up our image and our story about, which is what I'd said earlier, is better not to talk about your meditation experience because it will objectify it. So if you keep what is happening as subjective experience, then you start to see, oh, this is the luminosity of the mind. My mind is radiant with all kinds of experience. And when I say my mind, again, this is just the indicative pointing I, it's not ownership I. All of this is arising and arising and arising, and we stay open and fresh with it. And so, if you like, my portfolio increases, my range of experience increases, and I realize, oh, this comes and this goes, this comes and this goes. I can't hang on to it because it's going to go, and I can't block it because it just comes by itself. This is the potential of the mind, and this is the basis of compassion, because it's the compassion that allows us to take up different positions with different people.
And when distraction happens, when reification and thickening happens during this practice?
Yeah, so with that practice, if distraction happens, relax. And if you were doing a more Theravadan approach, if distraction happens, return to your focus. So one is, this is the point. As long as I keep the point, the metronome is going, I won't lose the beat. But it's, in a sense, it's artificial, because I'm setting it up like an experiment. Whereas if you just open and you relax, what you're relaxing is the desire of the ego to have something. Give me something. Give me. Poor man, please, madam. Themselves, please. You are so rich, please. Just something, little thing. Yeah, I want something. I feel empty. Give me something. This is our ego territory. It's very tricky. This is where we get caught again and again and again. Nothing does not need something. But if we get nothing, you see all somethings are nothing, and they are self-liberating, and so you don't get distracted. But if you take something as important and special, it pulls you into subject-object and the construction of thoughts. So it's quite I mean, all our work, you could say, is the release of habit formations Because the thing about habit formations is they are something practiced. So if you went on a ski slope where a lot of people have been skiing, the surface has been polished, and so you can go much quicker. So old habits are already prepared. So it's as if you cook something and then you put it in the freezer, and you come home and you're tired and hungry, you take it out of the freezer, you put it in the microwave, 5 minutes later you're eating your dinner. But it's not fresh. It's not fresh. So our habit formations are pre-cooked food. They've been developed before, and therefore they are familiar. They're like comfort food. Cauliflower in a thick cheese sauce. You can tell it's lunchtime. Okay. So, for our study to go ahead, we need support, we need books, we need recordings, because we need to get these ideas more massaged into ourselves. The ego needs many things, awareness needs nothing. And this is
good advertising.
Yeah. Come on, the ego! Yes!
No, I'll be closed for shop tomorrow.
So, and this is what he's describing. For whatever sudden thoughts appear, recognize them or see them immediately and continue without distraction in the state that does not grasp after the sight where the thoughts arose. So, the mind itself is empty and doesn't need to be filled because it fills with illusion. The ego is empty, but it has a need to be filled, and it makes and its orientation tends to be fusional. So, what he's saying in this sentence is actually very difficult. You're sitting in the practice, and the thought arises. And these thoughts are very rude. They don't knock on the door. They don't ring the bell. Suddenly they're sitting in your house on your sofa. Here I am. They're right inside you. You didn't see a threshold. Why is this? Because the thoughts are empty. The mind is empty. The thought is a showing of the emptiness of the mind, but because they're one family of emptiness, there is no border. But in terms of appearance, appearance is other than emptiness. Emptiness is other than appearance. But only on one level, only on a relative level. Actually, they are the same. So we are already in the thoughts as they arise. So, the more relaxed we are, the more we can see how we are modified by merging with thoughts. That the space of possibility is closed by the thought. You get something and you lose everything else. So it's that double move of gain and loss. I merge with this thought. Now I'm into something. I've got something to think about or worry about. And there's the loss of the openness. So the tendency that we have to find something will lead us astray. And this is because the ego is never complete. So as we look, Dzogchen means the great completion. Awareness is always complete. It's complete in emptiness. And although the form of the ego is also empty, the feeling tone of the ego is hunger and need. And it's that becomes the fusional aspect. the only way really to deal with this is to do more practice on a regular basis. And whenever you find yourself caught up in strong emotions, anger or desire or disgust or boredom or whatever it would be, and you come into something, you're in that state, and then it goes, always try to stay with the sunset, stay with the vanishing. Sometimes it's very sudden, sometimes it's quite lingering, but you're separating out of that state. If you're making love with someone, you become very connected, very fused together. If when the movement of the bodies comes to the end, someone jumps up and rushes into the bathroom to have a shower, that's not very pleasing for the other person. When I worked in the sex clinic, we often had this kind of problem. That for some people, having sexual fluids on their body felt like it's some kind of contamination, so they're always rushing to wash it away. So there's a sudden interruption or hiatus to the moment. You don't come into it, and then you gradually come out of this, and you still hold each other, and you can kiss, and the connection between you is there. The person's attention flips onto their sense of their body, and they have to deal with it. So the beginning, the entry, and the ending are both very important. To stay with that process of moving towards fusion, and to stay with how you come out of fusion. And then we start to see that this is a pattern within the emptiness. Nothing shows something. It is the something of nothing. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is not other than form. Then there is this filling the space of experience, and then this something becomes nothing. It fades, and the space is filled with something else. And the more we see that, we have less fusion. So the thing about awareness is it's very hospitable. There is space in the mind for all kinds of arisings. But the hospitality is the hospitality, again, of the mirror, which is untouched by the reflections which it hosts. So the integrity of the mirror is not compromised by the presence of the reflection. But when you're meditating and you're relaxed and your mind is open, and you fuse into a thought, at that time you lose this sense of openness. So it becomes an either or. So we always want to have the both and if we are hospitable, but non-dependent, non-desirous, then whatever pattern arises, it comes and it goes. But it is tricky. So very often what we find in the meditation is that we've gone off on a little dream journey and we didn't even know we had. It's only at the ending of it that we think, well, where did I go? What was that? So we want to find the beginning stage of that a little bit more precisely. So he says, if you find yourself not stopping the flow of thoughts, so it says if you have recognized there's no point to interfere with the thoughts and try to stop them, if you're not doing that anymore, yet you are still following after them, then keep your body in the sevenfold position, keep your attention sharp, and look with the mind well focused. So, although we're talking about the awareness as open and relaxed, we also need to have a kind of dimmer switch there. And if you're becoming fusional, particularly if you get a bit tired, you need to increase the alertness of your presence. Of course, this is slightly artificial, but it's a kind of mild antidote to the tendency that you're just getting caught in what occurs. It's very difficult, isn't it? Because the thought is in your mind and it's passing through. So imagine you're at home and there's a noise in the middle of the night. Who's that? What's that? Because that shouldn't be there. So there's something other is happening. But the reflection is not other than the mirror. The thought arising is not other than your empty mind. It has no self-substance. It has no ontological independence. It's not a thing. It's not other than you. It is an aspect of the openness of your mind. So it can be there without gain and without loss. So in the text they say that the more you practice, whatever arises is like a thief in an empty house. There's nothing for it to catch. But when we are attached to our plans, our hopes, our fears, when we have our neurotic sensitivities, then the pattern of something that's arising can hook with that, and off we go on a little journey. So we can't stop the flow of what occurs. If we try to block it, we'll get exhausted. What we can do is have a sense of what I'm available for. I'm available for hospitality. In country areas, in England anyway, it's quite a dangerous job to be a publican, to run a pub. Because people come in and they say, oh, I'll have a whiskey and one for yourself, landlord. Okay, the next person comes in, you'll have a gin with me, won't you? Oh, By the end of the evening, the landlord's on the floor. So the customers can have a drink, but the landlord has said, that's very kind, but no thank you. I'm running a pub. Drink is welcome. I provide the drink. It arises in the space, but I'm not going to meet you drink for drink. Yeah. Oh, we need the tukul.
So, James, I understood a couple of sentences before. You said something like, a thought arrives and it's suddenly there.
Yeah.
Many times that's the way it is, but it sometimes feels like it's possible to sense a tendency of going into a thinking.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So then there's more like a feeling mode.
Yeah.
That seems, oh, there's a thought coming or thinking is coming without the contents of the thinking at that moment. And it's almost like it's before thoughts, not always, before thoughts come, there seems to be some kind of shift in the state that we are in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Say something.
Yeah, but that's a very interesting example, because it's a little bit like in wintertime. In early winter, you have puddles on the street, and when you go out, you see on the top shimmering a very thin film of ice. And so if we think that the flow of experience can solidify itself as ice, which is not actually different from the water, but has a kind of otherness to the water. So I think you're talking about that just pre a heavy frost. You're getting the sense of, oh, this could take on a formation. And in that situation, always more space, more relaxation. But always I think we have to remember, we have many, according to our tradition, and perhaps our belief, we have many, many lifetimes of filling and being needy. And we live in particularly narcissistic times where there's a lot of focus on being special. There are, I don't know if you have it in German TV, but we get Love Island, which is really interesting. All these handsome men, beautiful women, lots of Botox, and they're all kind of in their little tiny garments and they're hanging out together and who's going to fuck who and so on. And it's all about being special. And we think, what a delinquent way to be special, to be humiliated on television. Because I think a lot of people are going to be laughing at it. And yet for the people who are in it, it's their chance of fame. It's their chance to star. So the urge towards I exist, and I exist as me, you know, the constraints on our morality from the social structure we had 150 years ago has faded away. We're not maybe living in the village where we grew up. We're not going to the local church. We have occupations which have nothing to do with our environment. And so the common ground and the shared orientation of life has changed. So you would have everybody joining in the festivals of Christmas and Easter and so on, adorning the church with flowers, and in the harvest. The group come together to the church, and the town hall and the village square become places of communal activity. Certainly in Britain, that has vanished. People are living their isolated lives, making individualized choices. So that's the loss of common ground, common benefit, the common welfare. It makes Dharma even more difficult, because actually what we call the Dharma Dhatu is the common ground of all dharmas or phenomena. Everything has the same ground. But when with the emphasis on the individual, I have my own ground. So say you're my brother. Say, I've never understood why you like that. You know, it's like, we may be brothers, but I choose my path, you choose your path. That's how it is. That's quite a normal thing to say nowadays. Whereas before, it wasn't so much. When I was a kid, we would sometimes go and visit our cousins. And I didn't like my cousins very much. My mum would say, they are family. And I would say, I don't care, I don't like them. And she would say, they are family. So she's trying to draw a circle round it that was inclusive. And I'm saying, yeah, but me, I don't like them. I'm important. I'm the center. No, this is family. And then our culture shifted. So I think generally in Britain we have much less extended family interaction. Lots of people never visit their aunts or uncles. So we have a fragmentation into the individual, and that kind of echoes into the meditation practice. That the expansiveness of thinking of the group, of thinking of the family in a wider way, means that you have to be hospitable towards people you don't really like, because you have a more basic notion, their family or their blood. They used to say blood is thicker than water. And so, in terms of thoughts arising in the mind, everything has the nature of emptiness. But if the open quality of emptiness is not as powerful for us as the seemingly special appearance of this thought or that feeling, then we go with the fragmentation. And I think we're predisposed to go in that way. So if we can recognize that our inner climate's changing and we're likely to collapse into something, that's a very good moment to relax in the out-breath, or maybe even get up and just move around a little bit and then go back into the sitting, but not fall into the collapsing quality. Does that make sense? And of course, we do it again and again and again and again. When you're doing Tantra and you have to do 100,000 prostrations or mandalas or whatever it would be. It's a big number, but you can get to the end of it. For this, it's as long as it's long. It takes as long as it takes. There's no way to know in advance, when will I get there, when will I arrive, because the mind is dynamic. And because of that, it's not a linear progression of getting better and better. We're open to the currents of the mind. And we know that some days we wake up and we're a bit confused or don't want to get out of bed, and we're not even sure why. It just feels like that. So moods, impulses and so on arise not as selected by me, but they just come. So in that thing, you can't plan a linear journey. You have to work with the circumstances of how it comes, without reifying, without turning it into something, oh, this is a sign that I'm no good at this, or I shouldn't do this practice, or it doesn't suit me. You just stay with it, and you stay with it. All that arises is empty, and I'm going to stay with the openness until the non-duality of appearance and emptiness becomes clear. But while we are getting used to this, it is as if the appearance excludes the emptiness. So if I put orange juice in the glass, it becomes a glass of orange juice. It becomes defined by its content. And if it's a glass of orange juice, you wouldn't add petrol. But if your car's run out of petrol, and this is the only thing you have, you collect some petrol and put it in your car. So it could be a container for petrol. So this specificity of what's arising for us, if we stay with it, it just vanishes. It's just part of the diversity of the unborn. But when we have a selective attention and we see it as something real, then we either accept or reject. So again and again, relax into emptiness, which of course is why we don't push the practice. We do it for 5 minutes and then we relax and we go back into it. Because if you're trying to make it happen, you're situating yourself as the subject who is going to manage the situation. And that will evoke the dualistic structure. It's very subtle. It's just very subtle. So, then he says, you can also practice by remaining relaxed without forcing a focus. So that means there's a lot of turbulence going on. So you relax. I'm not going to focus on any of that. So let me look, if you look out the side of your eyes, you get the panoramic vision. Everything's here, but you don't get the detail. Then you focus on some person, you get the detail, but you lose the room. So he's saying in this situation, you can just relax. No focus, not attending to the specificity of what's arising, but you're tilting more, as it were, onto the side of emptiness. Because in the emptiness, these things are arising. Emptiness you can't see, appearance you can see, so our tendency is to tilt towards appearance. So how do you attend to emptiness? How do you attend to space? You can't catch it, but you can be it. You can relax into the openness of the mind. And that's to not have a focus on the specific. So you might just... We also have a practice which, if the sun ever returns for us, we'll do outside. It's called a Namka Arti, translated often as sky gazing, in which you sit with the sun behind you gazing out into the open blue sky, and you allow the support of the nothingness of the sky to reveal the nothingness of your mind. Because you can't catch the sky. It's got no content for you. So by relaxing your gaze into the open sky and just being with it, thoughts move more slowly until there's very little thought and there's just this sense of infinite expansion. So you're not having to do it. You're using the environment to bring you into a state of non-reliance on concepts. So it's a similar thing. When you look into the sky, there's nothing to focus on. To have a focus and not get involved is difficult. That's why they say the Dharmakaya is for you, and it's easy, because it's just how it is. It doesn't change. But the Nirmanakaya, being involved in the world with other people, that's more difficult, because they're not stable objects. They have their moods, their likes, their dislikes. It's unpredictable. And so to be with other people, you have to be exactly here. So one way of thinking about that is that there is a kind of contact boundary that you and the world, or you and a specific person, you can be present at the contact boundary, in which you have full receptivity to what's occurring, but without merging. So you don't merge in the other, and you don't reject the other, but you kind of rock until you find yourself fully available with the other, but not in the other or the other in you. So the withness, the co-emergence of that, allows us to live with complexity without managing it. And we live in very complex worlds, so it's important to be able to find that. Any thoughts or questions about that? Does it relate to your own experience? Good. So, and he says, and you can practice by merging attention with the objects of the six senses. So you're sitting and you hear click, 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 click. So your ear is going out. Now, he's not saying merge with your concept of the object of the six senses. So you're hearing this sound, which is just fresh and just this. Of course, the concept, it's a bird singing, takes you there and you seem to get something, but now the object has caught you. So you're staying present with, receptive to, but not knowing. It is dualistic consciousness that pisses on every lamppost like a dog. My territory, my thoughts. We don't want to do that. So similarly with taste, when you go to eat your food here, you have the smell, you maybe put some spoon in the soup and you bring it up. You see the shape, the color of the content in the soup, and then comes in your mouth. You don't need, the soup doesn't need your commentary. And the soup is not your commentary. The soup is this unknowable in your mouth. It's always as if for the first time. But if you tell yourself this is a mixed vegetable soup or this is a tomato soup, your concept has already dulled the possibility of being aware of it. Does that make sense? So we want to stop the concept getting in there before the experience. Experience precedes essence. It's a kind of area that Sartre was very interested in. Do you have experience prior to essence or essence prior to experience? By essence, he meant something which had being, which existed in itself. Here it's slightly different, but if you stay with the arising without naming what it is, you will receive it as it is. And if you name it and compare and contrast it and judge it, you will receive it as you are. So we want to get free of the tedium of ourselves and have the freshness of this bright shining world. Then he says, you should also know how to practice this together with inhalation, holding and exhalation of the breath. According to the yoga system, we all breathe very, very badly. The duration of our life is governed by the number of breaths we take. So then there's quite a lot of attention to slowing the breath and sometimes counting the breath. Generally, you want to breathe in for maybe 4 counts, hold for 2, and breathe out for 6, so that the out-breath is longer than the in-breath. And you can hold in, you breathe in, you hold for 2 or 4 or 10, depending on your capacity, and then you breathe out, and then you hold out. You don't breathe in, you have a pause. So you have a kind of ellipsis. So it's going one way, and then there's a point of stillness and turn, and then come back the other way, and then similarly going round and round. So stillness out and stillness in with the movement, and a longer movement out. We can try that just now. It's easiest probably to start 4-2-4. Breathe in for 4, hold for 2, and breathe out for 4. And you count according to your own rhythm. And now 4-2-6. And now, in for 4, hold for 2, out for 6, hold out empty for 2. Okay, so you can continue that. Usually you go up by groups of 2, so you'd be breathing in for 4, and then for 6, and then for 8, and then for 10. And you gradually get used to it. If you can do it for a longer period, that's fine. The main thing is we're not straining. It has to be with ease, so the whole of your embodiment is working with this. And the holding in and the holding out is important, because in the tradition they say the mind rides the prana or the wind the way a person rides a horse. So when the breath is moving, the thoughts are moving. When you stop the movement of the breath, you stop the movement of the thoughts, the feelings, the memories, and so on. And that's useful just to get a taste or a flavor. However, of course, it's highly artificial. You're setting it up. And then you can use stronger holdings like kumbhaka, where you use your muscles to tense and keep the breath in. I'm not sure here if he touches on it, but see many texts they talk about the vase breath or the pot breath, which is when you breathe in and then you lock the muscles here in the diaphragm and you lock the muscles in the anal sphincter. So you're locked below, you're locked above, and you hold the air in there. And in that moment you have very little mental activity. And then you release the air and thoughts and feelings arise again. So that's useful to get a taste of the mind without activity. You're present, but nothing's happening. So these are just running through various ways in which you can explore what it's like to be yourself. Maybe I don't know, if you're a kid when you're learning to swim and then you learn to swim underwater and you have to do a whole length under the water. You hardly any thoughts in your head, you're swimming and then you arrive, because you can't process very much while you're holding your breath and you're doing the activity. It's a similar kind of thing. Then he says, for the beginning yogi meditators who practice in these ways, there are many ways that thoughts can arise. We know this. Do not see this as an error, for if you maintain your practice, you will be able to remain simply in awareness free of thought. So don't see the thoughts as persecutory and try to get rid of them. The thoughts are a kind of shimmering pulse of the energy of the mind, and the more you relax in the openness, the less they impinge on you. Now, he said, you will be able to remain simply in awareness free of thought. This doesn't mean there are no thoughts. This means, like the mirror is not touched by the reflection. So, when you look at the mirror, you can say there are no reflections in the mirror. They're kind of on the surface of the mirror. But if they were really inside the mirror, inhabiting the mirror, they would remain there. But they're there with the mirror, and then they're gone. So in the same way, the thoughts that arise in the mind cannot catch open, empty awareness. So if you remain with the awareness, thoughts come and go and they cause no trouble. So it's not that you have no thoughts, because if you blocked thoughts, you would have no compassion. So these, although in the Dzogchen tradition they don't talk about compassion very much, it's always very clear. If you're going to relate to others, you will have to fine-tune your sense of them and how you are. That can become more and more intuitive. But thoughts, feelings, memories are not the enemy. They only become troublesome when you merge with them, and that limited formation becomes the site of your identity. The awareness is not really an identity, but let's call it, my true identity is spacious like the sky. Thoughts arise, like clouds arise in the sky, rainbows arise in the sky. They are in the sky, but they don't touch the sky. So the sky is always free of thoughts and rainbows. Well, look outside, the sky is full of fucking clouds. But there are no clouds in the sky. The relationship between the cloud and the sky is it's both in the sky and apart from the sky. Like the reflection, like our thoughts. So if you really have that understanding, they're not the enemy to push away. You don't have to manage them, because actually they cannot harm your awareness. what they do is they get entangled with dualistic consciousness. So that's again a very accurate litmus test of whether whether the mind has released itself from its egoic fixation and there is just coming and going, or whether you're getting pulled towards an agenda. Just take a couple of minutes to discuss that together to see if it really makes sense to you.
That's nice. That's a nice thing to do. It's very, really to exchange, to chat. It's very, very beneficial, I find.
Goodbye.
Thank you. We are not mad at home. We are all together mad.
Yeah. Yes, it's no doubt true.
You are part of the madness, unfortunately.
I feel it. Any things you want to raise from that?
Yes, there's a little idea.
Oh. Is the microphone somewhere?
The joystick.
Coming.
Oh.
Okay, he said, don't say something wrong. Okay, yes, you pointed out for us that it's really, maybe, really difficult to realize these meditation instructions. To come to this point just to observe and not to fall in. All the time we recognize we are falling in, and then maybe, okay, try again. And then the solution, or not the solution, at the end, we thought maybe we have no chance in this environment, with our jobs, with our bombardation by WhatsApp and newspapers here and so on, and not newspapers, news in the smartphone and so on, to reach this point. So maybe we have to do a retreat for a longer time, not only for a week with 90 people.
If possible, that would undoubtedly help.
Do you think?
But we can still I think what might help is if each of us try to find some example in nature or some metaphor that brings this together. Like for me, the mirror seems to show this. The reflection is in the mirror, but it doesn't touch the mirror. And the thoughts are in my mind, but they don't catch my mind. Thought catches thought, but awareness doesn't catch thought. Thought can't catch awareness. So it is very subtle how one does this. But as long as you've got a sense of the consolidation that comes when you merge with something, it becomes more solid, more distinct, more separate, and yet it is not other than the emptiness. So it's, for me again, the example of water into ice is really helpful. I often take little ice cubes out of the fridge and put them on a plate and just look at them. And then I think of all the people in my life who seem like ice. And I can tell you about them and what they're like and whether I like them or I don't like them. And gradually they're just dissolving and dissolving because it's just a flow. But I freeze them and then I catch the frozen image. So if I freeze you, I have you for me. I cannot freeze you, but I can freeze my image of you. So I catch my own image, which condemns me to lonely isolation. That's the whole thing. That you lose belonging, but you gain power. I am the one who says, You dissolve out of that and you have the belonging and you're part of it, but you don't have the power. You just move with things. So if we are like little rivulets in the stream, little ripples in the flow, then we are mutually influencing. And so the pattern of my becoming, of my emergence, is not mine. It's always co-emerging. So I don't need to think about it too much. I can just observe. It's like this and it's like this. But it is tricky. It's very subtle. It's very subtle. Any other points?
Yes, I do have actually a question. Sorry. Yeah.
Actually, a question that I have for a very long time, because I don't know whether that's problematic or not. In the space of meditation lately, what happens is that there are not many objects arising during the meditation. It's just the opposite. The body relaxes, the space opens up, and there's not much activity happening. Also, it's just very pleasant at the sensory level, but also, nothing happening. I wonder, is there something that needs happening? Is that problematic? Because it's so pleasant that I was telling my friends here, sometimes only looking at the meditation space from the kitchen, there is a little door with a window, the mind does like, ooh. And it's just this, also at my back, as something would be, it's a relaxation experience arising in the mind and in the body. And I remember a previous teacher that I have, and he always says, you have to pay attention that you don't get lost, the trigunas, the energies, that you don't get lost in this sattva energy. So you get this, and I see also lights, and that you don't get that's not the end of the road. You have to continue. But there is no, in my experience at the moment, there is no, I don't know what's happening next. You see? And I also had one experience where everything was absolutely black, really, really black, in the middle of the night, and some crazy voices. So anyway, is there something that needs... let's forget about the black space. Is there something that needs doing in this lack of objects arising in the meditation space?
Okay, so in the tradition, this kind of experience is called a nyam. Nyam means like a meditation experience, and you get three main kinds of it. You have no thought, and you have dewa or sensation, and you have clarity. And so sometimes the mind is very, very clear, and sometimes like there's no thought, like this black, there's just nothing at all, and sometimes there's this pleasurable feeling, which could be intense, or could just be very easy and very delicate, very soft. So when you get this, these are cul-de-sac, these are dead ends, there's nothing there. They're signs of some progress in the practice, but return to the main thing. So what I would suggest is you use PET, if you can, in that setting. If there are other people around, you don't want to wake them up or whatever, you could do something else. You can always just do a strong and that won't be so noisy and waken other people. So you want to interrupt it because it's very seductive.
It's very seductive. Yeah.
I also want
Anything else? Any other question? Oh, here's it. Here.
Just before I give it to you.
Where's the microphone? Oh, you have.
Just
Okay.
short. Whenever somebody likes to have a retreat for its own.
Sorry.
You don't hear anything.
No, it's better, yeah. No.
Okay.
If anybody wants to make a retreat on its own, I know a very comfortable place and cheap. So if somebody wants, just ask me, I give you the address and you can do it.
Wonderful. Good.
We all want to know. Then we won't be alone anymore.
I
Oh, really?
Yes.
For me, it seems that in a fear, it's more that the feeling tone is first and then the thought. Also in meditation, and I feel it in the body as tension, and there's no thought. The thought comes afterwards. So it's not easy to see that this is also empty.
Yeah.
Because it belongs to the body.
Well, the body's in the mind.
Yeah.
It's a site of experience, and the experience comes with some tension, some contraction, some vibration, and that out of that the thought comes. So that is a kind of, in some ways, if you took that example on a first cold morning in winter, you get this very thin ice on the puddle. So that's like this, you're cutting off from the flow of what's going on, and then you have at least a thin basis for the accumulation of thoughts. So in that situation, you could physically shake it out. You can get up and shake it out, and then sit down again, and then continue. But if you can keep your excuse me, you can try to stay present with it and see how it registers. Is it in a particular part of the body? Is it linked with your breathing? Does your breath get shorter? Does it get quicker? So you ought to see if there is a kind of somatic shift that supports your likelihood of getting merged in that. Okay, so then he says, if you remain in this awareness free of thought, then you will not like distraction. You will speak little and will abide in one-pointed recollection. This is the method by which one practices lucid, calm, abiding shine. So this is the preparatory Dzogchen sense of what is shamatha. We live in the time of hyper-communication, and so the chance to be silent for a long period of time is not available to most people, whether in family settings or work settings. I mean, in the old days, the farmer would be out in the field with a horse, ploughing. There's nobody else around. There's birds in the sky, and he's just working all day, maybe whistles or sings a song from time to time, but he's just with this openness. Most of the time, we are engaged in something which is acting on us with machines. And machines are very different from horses. I mean, horses can kick you, they can get irritated and so on. But a machine can take your hand off. You know, if you worked in an engineering factory, you have to be very, very careful. So there's an anxious preparedness for communication. So then he says, the outer objects we believe in, houses, cars, people, all the experienceable phenomena of samsara and nirvana have, from the very beginning, been like the sky. So a motor car is like the sky. What does that mean? It means it is an appearance like a cloud. Because you look at the car, it seems to exist. But you have to pay your road tax, you have to get new tires, you maybe change your tires for the winter, you have to have insurance. The car is not self-existing, it's connected with factors all around. It's a movement of energy in space. Just like clouds come into formation and are moved around by the different gusts of wind. And their shape is not their shape, it's the shape of circumstances. Cloud has no self-direction, it's not planning its shape. It doesn't have a mold that it gets poured into to become that shape. It arises as the site of the interaction of the moist potential of the air and the force of the wind. So everything you see, he's saying, is just like the sky. There is no autonomy to these forms, there is no inherent existence. A sentence like this you could spend 5 years reflecting on. So remember, we have hearing the Dharma, reflecting on the Dharma, and then meditating. And with this kind of teaching, if you rush into the meditation without really chewing it over, it'll stick in your throat. You have to chew it so that the enzymes in your mouth start to break down the food, and it gets softened, and then it can go over and down the gullet. So then you do practical examples. You look at the building and you see how the wood is put together, you see the nails being put in. Here is the Berghof, and the Berghof is a composite. It's construction, it's the placing together of wood and metal and bricks and stone. And by these remaining in that pattern, we have the Berghof. Just as some years ago, there was a big earthquake in Italy, and these beautiful old towns, the stones crumbled and fell. They've been there for hundreds and hundreds of years, but with the earthquake, it collapses. It looks fixed. It is what it is. And what's missing in that moment isn't attention. The building is held in place by the balancing of the factors of maintenance. These are invisible to us. As soon as, you build up the arch and you drop in the keystone, the stones lock, and now you have a stone arch, and it just is. But it's held in place by the balancing of gravity and the strength of the rocks. It has no inherent existence, it has a contingent existence. Berghof has a contingent existence. We hope this place will continue for a long time and become a wonderful Dharma resource. But it could be that when there need to be repairs done on the building, you find there's dry rot and more has to be torn out. And you may find that then it's difficult to get insurance for the building and so on. And then maybe we have to sell it. We don't know. We never know what's going to be revealed. So we think, now we have this. Now we have a building that will cost a lot of money. So it's a work in progress. It's always a work in progress. Some time ago, maybe 2 months ago, I was eating a piece of fruit. Funny fruit. Half my tooth had fallen out. So I went to the dentist and poked around a bit, and he said, the neighbor of this broken tooth is not very healthy either. I suggest we cut both of them. Okay. He said, that'll be £2,000. That's the most expensive apple I've ever eaten. And things happen like that. You put money aside for some purpose and something else happens. So what he's saying is, when you see phenomena as a done deal, as fixed in themselves, as a conclusion, you take them out of time, but everything is actually in time. And because it's in time, it's in the flow, and sometimes the flow is supportive of this particular formation, and sometimes it's against it. But these times of change are very helpful because they show us there was no inherent existence or truth or necessity in that form. So, in India, they have this idea of the creator god is Brahma, the maintenance god is Vishnu, and the destruction agent is Shiva. There are very, very few temples to Brahma in all of India. One is in Pushkar, in Rajasthan, but there are not many. There are a lot more temples to Vishnu, but usually in the form of Krishna and so on. And there are a lot of temples to Shiva. Destruction is everywhere. Maintenance is difficult. Whatever we have easily becomes under attack. The problem there is not that all these factors are going to undermine my life. The fact is, I have a deluded concept of what my own existence is. I am a conversation with the environment. So, a few weeks ago, these people got on a plane in Ahmedabad in India, and the plane took off, and within a few minutes, almost everyone was dead. Something happened that the plane just didn't lift enough, and it went straight through this hostel for students. And that, at any moment, something shifts, and what we thought was the case is not the case. So, when we use language, we need to see that our language privileges nouns, because you can arrive at the thingness through the naming and then adding the adjectives and adverbs. You flesh out the seeming reality of something. And what's hidden is actually it's a process, it's a becoming, it's a verbal formation, it's a flowing linking formation. So that's what he's drawing our attention to. That whatever you think is static, is existing in itself, is independent, autonomous, look again, and you always see the causal forces. Destruction is very, very easy, very quick. Now the forest fires are blazing. The smoke is coming right into Marseille. Unbelievable. This huge city, and people can hardly breathe. They're sealing up the windows. How is that possible? Because it costs so much money to stop a fire when it starts. They say that fire in particular started one car overheated and burst into flames, and then it spread and spread and spread. Just like that. You're not expecting it. In Greece there are so many fires burning. So we see, random insertions of new factors come into the situation. The cost of fuel changed with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The price of grain rose in Egypt, which caused a lot of problems there for the poor people. Nothing is static. All compounded things are impermanent. So we hear this, we read this, we need to massage it into our sense organs so that we're living in a dynamic world. Because if the world is not static, I cannot fall asleep. I cannot be complacent. I can't think, okay, job done. What I have is, there is this, there is this, there is the freshness of this moment, which is unrepeatable. Do we want to be fresh, or do we want to be asleep? This freshness doesn't cost you anything, because it is the living quality of awareness. That's what it means by clarity. Clarity is to see the freshness of how each moment is revealed and revealed and revealed. And each moment is different. It's only when you freeze the moment and you compare and contrast, then you build up a sense, things were better a week ago, or things were worse a week ago. But comparing this to that. But there's nothing to compare, because it's just this arising and vanishing. So all consolidation, all reification is a delusion. This is something to practice
what
with.
What is meant here by the experience of phenomena of Nirvana?
Nirvana means this is a Mahayana critique. In the Theravadan tradition, we have the idea Buddha sat under the Bodhi tree and he gained enlightenment. He gained a nirvana at that time, a freedom. When he died, he gained the Mahaparinirvana, the great liberation, the great freedom beyond any relapse. But between the time of his enlightenment under the tree and the great enlightenment, different karmic phenomena arose. When he got enlightened, he vanished. So in the early text, it says like blowing out a lamp. Now there's nothing. So now we know what Nirvana is. It's a kind of, say Nirvana is peace. It means non-disturbance, because the ego self that was reacting to all the interactions has dissolved. There is no experiencer. Now, where is this occurring? This is then located in this kind of pseudo-spatial thing. So you've got samsara over here and nirvana over here, and you have to go from samsara to nirvana as if it was another place. Then in the Mayan tradition, they looked at that and they said, this doesn't make any sense at all. And they start to talk of mine penyang and depa, the nirvana which doesn't rest anywhere, that it's not a thing. So what he's referring to, the qualities that people impute to nirvana, it is peaceful, it is bright, it is unchanging, it's just like a kind of free association realm of everything you would like. It's Merry Christmas. So he said, hey, this is your mind, this is fantasy creation. There is no nirvana. Doesn't mean there is no freedom. The freedom is not to imagine that there is a place somewhere else where you would be free. Freedom is at this very moment, everything arises inseparable from the open empty ground. Well, that's what he's referring to. Then, all mentation's dualistic ideas are merely names devoid of even an atom's worth of true reality. This is a line that you find in many, many texts. Something similar. Mentation means mental consciousness. So you have the consciousness of the five senses, and they are managed or corralled or edited by mental consciousness. Yid ki number sheba. Yid means the aspect of the mind which illuminates entities and organizes entities. It's not awareness. It's the clarity regarding entities. So all the ideas that your mind produces about things like this is the Berghof, we are in Germany, all of these things are names. That is to say, you're telling the world what it is. And when you're doing that, it's very difficult to receive the fullness of what's there, because naming fragments. First you have the separation of presence from its own ground, so it manifests as dualistic consciousness, and then that ripens as subject and object. The subject is not object, the object is not subject, so you get further and further differentiation. Then the next level of unawareness we looked at before is the unawareness of naming everything. And the names speak to a true existence within. Yeah? As if you've got the name, you've got the person. So if somebody calls James, my head will turn like a puppet, because somehow I've got used to the idea that the sound James refers to me. So what he's referring to is that these names don't refer to anything with a true reality, because every time you say James, you don't know exactly how James is going to be in response to being called. So James is not a thing, but James is a point of reverberation between the name and the potential of the situation. Yeah? There are many kinds of tomatoes. Some are better for salad, some are better for baking, some are better for stews. many kinds of onions, many flavors of garlic. You get smoked garlic. I mean, there are so many things in the kitchen, and they all have different names, and all the spices have names, and you get oregano, and oregano sometimes are very intense, sometimes not so strong, and it depends what you want to use it for. So there's no end to learning how to name all the things in the world and manipulate them, and then you become a master of naming and a master of entities. But it's all an illusion. It's all an illusion. You make this stew, which you remember from your grandmother, and it's so delicious, and you feed it to your friends, and it's so delicious. And you think, right, we will invite a cordon bleu chef to come, 3 Michelin stars, puts in his spoon. I think no. You don't like it? No. No. This is not cooking. Of course, there's arrogance in chefs. Why not? So then you realize, I'm talking about the phenomena of my grandmother's stew, and you're coming at it with your interpretive map. Says, why do you think I trained for so long? Not to learn about phenomena, but to learn about maps. And that's what gives you power in this world of associations. Only names put by mind. This is better than that. It depends. You must try this cake. It is delicious. Thank you, but I have diabetes. Oh, so sorry. It's not delicious for me. It's fucking poison for me. You think it's delicious for you, and then on the basis of that, you assume a general deliciousness. But that's not true. So this is what we're doing all the time. That's what he's saying, that the name allows a generalization, because the name abstracts away from the immediacy of this moment, and then you create whatever you want to do, like a Lego kit. But actually, the truth of our existence is moment by moment. It's just this. So we can explore for ourselves, can I stay open to the revelation of phenomena and see how it is? So if you go out in the evening, if there's a kind of buffet and there's different cheeses and so on, you can cover the food with your idea. I want this, I want this, I want this. Or you can just try small amounts of everything and see how they are for you in this moment. Oh, I know I don't like that cheese so much. Is your tongue so regular that you can necessarily know what will appeal to you now? Because the balance of your palate, the balance of the energy in the body is shifting. And if you listen to your body, you may find that you're drawn towards something. Women often report this in pregnancy, that suddenly they have a yearning for some taste. And that comes up in them because it rings true, because their body is being completely altered in its hormonal structure and the taste is altered. Oh, why are you eating that? You don't like that? I do like that. So this is what he's talking about. These all compounded things are impermanent. Stay with the flow of experience. We have to use names, but don't be seduced by the idea that the name tells you the truth of the entity, because there is no entity. Okay? So, now we take a break. Okay, let's continue with the text. This is now coming to the end of Wednesday. Then we have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, half Sunday, and then gone.
Yes.
So if we spend a little more time in Nudon Dorji, maybe good for us.
You are very tired. No. I'm old.
So less questions.
So he says, towards the bewildering whirl of illusory appearances, which are empty and devoid of inherent self-nature, we look in terms of particular entities and apply names to them. Now, this is what we do. And it's very nice how he describes it. It's a whirl of illusory appearances. There is always so much going on. The richness and complexity of the actual, what actually appears, is beyond our capacity for categorization. So the ego that likes to know what's what is desperately trying to name and claim and name things down. So we must decide that their nature transcends being the object of limiting interpretation. That is to say, we look again and again, and especially we do it in the meditation, but also if we're outside just observing images of the wind blowing in the leaves, this appearance, and each time is flowing and changing and interacting. we say, see clearly that how it is beyond, or transcends, goes beyond being an object of limiting interpretation. So, we've already been around this a little. What you catch is never the actual. You can only catch the conceptual. And concepts vanish, and there are very little nutrition in them. But the anxiety that arises about being overwhelmed and needing to know and having to nail things down is quite strong. So he's saying, when you apply names, you are creating an artificial security, an artificial predictability, an artificial sense that you know what something is, and this reassures your anxious ego self, but it doesn't open the door to your own true nature. So he says, whatever objects arise are self-liberating, and towards the ceaseless flow of whatever appearances we see, we should remain free of the stain of holding them to be truly existing. So, self-liberating. You go outside, we have this nice gentle breeze, and there are plenty of leaves, and the leaves are moving. So, it's always this essential question, are the leaves moving or is my mind moving? When my mind moves and says it's a leaf, then the leaf is moving. But if you don't put the concept of leaf onto what is there, what you have is all at once this integral field of complex revelation. It's here, you get all of it all at once, and it's nothing at all. It is appearance without any certainty. And therefore when you apply names, you're putting names on clouds, on shadows, on rainbows, on memories. You're deluding yourself, you're cheating yourself. But this is the discourse of human beings inside relative truth. So he's saying always receive and respond. Don't leap ahead. Don't fix the name. Don't leap into, I know what's going on, me first, I'm the leader, I know what to do. Wait and see. Wait and see. When you have the revelation, then you know how to respond. It's not waiting and watching in an anxious way. It's not waiting and watching in a self-defensive way. It's just feeling how it is. It's like this. So tonight we have the puja, then we'll have some dancing. Music comes on. Feel it in your body. As you receive the music, the body starts to sway and to move, and you find your way into the music. First you have to receive the music, otherwise you just do your usual dancing. But if you allow the music, it will dance you. So you don't know how to dance. You just be with the music, it will carry you along. So always receive and respond. And the more you open yourself to this, the less preparation you need. Because you find yourself there, so it's intuitive and spontaneous. And that means much less organizing cognition is required. Clear, empty, and free of grasping, like the sky. That is the recognition that will then arise. To remain spontaneously in that state is the development of insight, Platon, or Vipasana. So, remaining clear with how appearance is arising, outer appearance and inner experience moving together, co-emergent. This is to see the clarity. In general Vipassana, you do things like body scanning, and you go up and down through the body, and you notice that how the body presents itself is always changing. So you scan down the way, you find something of note in your shoulder, and then you come back up again, and it's your knee that's shouting. And as you move up and down, you see, oh, what I call my body is a site of many different experiences manifesting. And so this is similar, but he's saying if you stay open in awareness, many different experiences are arising, but you don't need to concretize them. If you do a lot of general Vipassana, you see you don't have a body. Your body, you cannot have a body because the body is always moving. It's like you can't have a river. Oh, I'm going to have a shower. You have a shower. The water pours over you. The water is flowing down. You're engaging with the flow of the water. You dance to the music. You move with the music. The music is flowing. Your body flows with the music. It's not that you are a fixed entity. If you receive the music, it will soften you inside, and then you can, your body will come into adaptation to the music. So this is a Vipassana, is the dissolving of static formations by directly seeing that no appearance has inherent existence. So if you have a piece of clay and you mold it a little bit and you see this is a face and you put a lot of time and energy into molding it, and then you don't like it, you can smash it down, roll it around, and then start to do something else. There is no inherent existence in the clay, in the form of the clay. But if you allow the clay to dry, and then you put it in a kiln, and you do a first firing on it, it will become hard and brittle. And you can't take it back. Once it's been fired, you can pour endless amount of water on it, but it won't dissolve. So, if you take that as an image, when you cook your own sense of experience, it becomes, in English we say biscuit fired, because the temperature is not so high for the first firing. But it becomes rigid and hard, and it's an irreversible process. As long as you have the wet clay or the damp clay, you can mold and shape, and then remove the shape, and then make another shape. So the potential of our life is like the clay. But when it's grasped and reified by our dualistic consciousness, then we have all this stuff. The nature of all this stuff is emptiness. The nature of all these shapes you make with the clay is clay. But once you fire it, it's a cup, or it's a saucer, or a face. So it's this extra investment or processing which removes it, which expels the potential, and then you have something. It's like being a child. Maybe on a Saturday you get some pocket money from your parents. You have to go to the little shop and you want to buy something. You buy a comic and you want to buy some sweets and you want to buy, and the woman in the shop says, all your money is gone. You got the magazine, you got some sweets, and it's all gone. But. So it's like that. As long as you have money, you can keep making choices. But once you give your money to the lady, you get your comic and your sweeties, and the eyes are still very big. So that's what the firing or the formation does. It brings you to a definition on the object linked to a choice on the subject. So Vipassana is to stay with the flow. Stay with the flow that... so the shamatha side, the calming the mind, the first stage was releasing ourselves from identification with the flow. And now we're looking at the flow and seeing that the flow doesn't escape from the realm of potential. It never becomes a separate entity. And so the process of creative movement and organization can continue. The game doesn't end. There's no full stop. But when you conceptualize, and it is a thing and you name the thing, then the reification locks on. So again, after a while we go and eat some food, you sit together, you chat with people. We were talking earlier about the mind being open and then something arises, and can we notice how the thought comes into the mind? So an outer form of that is you're sitting at the table and somebody says something to you and you start to reply. Then you can just try to be present with where your reply comes from. How did you receive what they said? Has this positioned you in some way because you like or you don't like, or you're not sure what they're saying? Just let it go. You can always say, oh, that's interesting. Which is quite a nice neutral way of not coming into a concretization. Really, so that's how you see it. I'm neither confirming nor denying. I don't say I agree with you or I disagree with you. Oh, okay. Because if you keep getting pulled into solidifying where someone else solidifies, somehow to keep them company, what's the point? They're off, they're lost. You don't need to be lost with them. People say all sorts of things. Now you're hearing, I'm hearing sound. I am imagining language, concepts. I interpret sound as meaning. So as I've said many times, I come to Germany for a holiday because you guys blather in German. I don't understand a word. I've never wanted to learn any German. The meaning is not in the sound. But when you know a language, it is as if the person is talking sense. The person is talking sound. You are the one who attribute the sense. So if you really see that, then you see sound and emptiness, this open potential. And when you get hooked into being sure that they have defined what they're saying, you can relax out. Wow, that's an interesting idea. I don't need to get entangled to defend any position. It's just sound and emptiness. People seek confirmation. So in the Christian tradition you have baptism, There's a whole debate in the Christian tradition whether you can baptize babies or not. Should you baptize them less than 1 month after they're born? In the old days, lots of babies died in the first month. So very often people didn't bother to baptize them, because baptizing means you've got to pay the priest and you get the family and the church, blah, blah, blah. Wait and see if this one's going to die. Put them in a box. Once they're baptized, then you have confirmation. You know, and then the girls wear lovely little white dresses and go with a little crown to the church, singing something nice. And then you're confirmed in the Holy Catholic Church. Baptists don't do that. In the Baptist Church, they only have adult baptism, because they say only an adult can decide to be baptized. So baptizing children is a disgrace. It's an insult to Jesus Christ. Interesting. So, what is the status of what is occurring? When you're confirmed in the church and you perhaps are given a particular name, it's like a seal. It's like a kind of demon's Mahamudra. So this great seal of reification, this is what it is. Now that's not what Mahamudra is going in the other direction. But our ordinary sense is, I know what it is. It is what it says on the tin. The description defines the quality of this entity. But the entity is a product of your mind. There are no entities. There's simply the flow of experience. But how will I know what's going on? You'll never know what's going on. Knowing what's going on is a game that big people play because they're too stupid to play like children. It's true. You watch the evening news on the television and these announcers. Mr. Putin has done this, done that. Oh my God, Trump has done, oh. It's a very boring kind of game. You can't really join in. Because children's games always have the possibility of smashing. That's the great thing with a little 2-year-old, and you put the little wooden blocks one, and then you have to build it up again. They don't have the sensory motor skills to put up the bricks, but they do have the crude sensory motor capacity to knock them down. And it's so exciting to destroy. Creation and destruction, like we were looking earlier. But we adults, when we create, we don't want to destroy it. We want to protect our property. We want to protect our intellectual property. And so our creativity is frozen and frozen and frozen. And so like Eskimos, we're living in an igloo of our frozen concepts. That's not free play at all. Nudin Dorji was very, very bright. When practicing Utsa, when practicing however you do it, so that's very nice. Whatever practice you're doing, however you do it, many different kinds of thoughts and experiences will occur. Then you must unwaveringly examine how they are in terms of where did they come from, where did they stay, where did they go, what shape and color they have. So before we were looking at these 5 questions in relation to the mind itself. Here he's suggesting you can do it in relation to what arises in the mind. So you apply the same 5 questions to experience. So, for example, this is a jug with tap water. The water came from the tap. It came to the tap from the pipe. It came from the big reservoir through a process into the pipe. It came into the reservoir from rain from the sky. How did the rain get in the sky? The sun evaporated, and you see this whole chain of linked events. And so then you see this is part of a process. and this will get poured in the glass or poured into the flowers or poured outside at the end of the day because we want to have some fresh water. It's always in process. It's always in process. Everything has a backstory. So when the mind grasps at something as if it's self-existing, these 5 questions are very useful, because the thing that comes from somewhere, and we look at that, we track the outer story of the water. I have just told myself a story. The water comes from my story. It doesn't come from the water company. It comes from my story. Without my mind calling it water, having some notion of plumbing and so on, this is a story I tell myself. I'm telling myself about the water. So this is why these questions are very, very useful, because we are so used to objectification, to seeing the truth as lying embedded in the object. So when you speak Portuguese or German, I don't understand. This is the absolute proof the meaning cannot be in the words. Otherwise everybody would understand. But it is as if it's in the words, and it's as if the water comes from the tap. Both are stories, both are interpretations. So when we do that, then we start to see this is a potential which can be explained, explored in many different ways. It's not a done deal. It's never the end, because the potential for interpretation is great. And our mind, depending on our moods, will unfold different kinds of interpretations. So it's saying, look to the object, see the absence of inherent existence in objects. Then he says, also look at awareness itself. Not at consciousness, not the consciousness that tells a story about the object, but look at awareness itself. So you're looking for your mind itself. If you do not see anything at all, then examine carefully what is looked at and who is the looker. So you keep looking and looking, and it's as if you're sure there's something there. And when you get a bit tired of that, you become more aware of your effort to examine. You are the examiner. This is the examined. Both are your own constructions. If you don't see anything without self-substance, then really examine the many different thoughts very carefully. So you don't want to just have one moment of insight and say, oh yes, all these are temporary constructs, temporary interpretations. You see, there is no true existence. So here we have a sounds like a heavy engine, maybe a tractor. We can imagine what they're doing. It's the end of the day, the farmer's coming home. That's a story. We can all make up stories. Even to say it's maybe a tractor, that's a story. That's an interpretation. So stay with the examiner, the one who attributes the meaning. And then we just listen. The basis of saying tractor is just sound. It's just the quality of vibration. So you hear some sounds on the radio and you say, oh, that's a cello, that's a viola, that's a violin, according to the tonal quality. When you add that, does it add any value? It adds value, or it brings in the currency which works in samsara. It brings in the currency of dualistic conceptualization. But that currency is not accepted by awareness. Big thoughts, small thoughts, clear thoughts, unclear thoughts. Awareness has nothing to do with it. You want to blah blah? Fine. I'm just open. Any opinion, Mr. Awareness? No. Would you like to make a comment? No. Nothing to say? As soon as you speak and you enter into the field of language, you're entering the field of duality. All language is the discourse of duality, because language cannot touch the unborn. So, the more you you examine the quality of the many different thoughts that arise, and you see, none of these thoughts have independent existence. None of them have inherent existence. They are all transient formations. They're like clouds in the sky. Now, for people who work in the meteorological office, the nature of the clouds is very, very important. For those who inhabit their ego as their only truth, the nature of thoughts is very important. But the thoughts are just empty forms floating around in space, which are given value depending on where you stand. If you start from yourself, what does this mean for me? If you start from open awareness, it's just coming and going of empty, ungraspable forms.
Can I ask you a question?
1 second. Remain spontaneously, without grasping, in the sky-like state, without limits, free of objects, and thus be totally clear that the mind is without any root. So the mind is not rooted in anything, it's not resting in anything. Space doesn't rest on space. Within space, all things arise, and they can arise, as it were, from below, from above, from east, from west, but these are all concepts. Space has no determination. Your mind has no determination. So whenever you seem to have secured the territory, or you're able to say something definitive, you don't have to throw it away, you just sit with it. You found the real truth, and it dissolves. It just dissolves. Intrinsic truth is non-propositional, it's not set up by the mind, it's not expounded or set forth in language or in thought. It just is. And because it just is, it always is. And in its isness, it's nothing at all. But what you formulate in language and set up, that has beginning, middle, and end. So it's what he's saying. When he says remain spontaneously, he means like, just relax in the out-breath. Don't try to set it up. It's not, you're not in charge of the form. You're opening to the always already open. So you're easing yourself out of the unnecessary activity of making sense of what's going on, and then you're present with the intrinsic truth of how it is. And then when you see this and really taste it, you don't fall back into relying on thoughts to tell the truth. You see that thoughts are the play of the creativity of the unborn truth that is never established as something. Yeah, did you have a question?
It's already there.
It's about looking at the examiner. Yeah. And sometimes that can be quite involved. So I notice a sense of maybe anxiety, by trying to make sense of something, or I notice how I want to, there might be some control or whatever going on. So there's all sort of emotional impulses in the naming, when I name. And sometimes like this, it's tractor and finished. So how involved is this looking at the examiner? Can you say a bit more about that?
It's not so much looking, it's more like noting that it's happening. It's just in the Tibetan language, they have various words like tongwa, which is to see, and it can mean to see, like go for a walk and you see the valley, you're not making the valley, it's all coming at you. But it can also mean to look for something. I've lost my keys, where do I live? So, but in this situation, it's more like seeing. If you're looking, you get the subject to object thing. So here you're just spontaneously relaxed, you're sitting, and when it says examine, it means stay with the showing as it is. It doesn't mean intellectual examining and adding thoughts on in order to illuminate it more. It's not walking around it and looking from different angles, but just each appearance reveals itself. And if you see it's self-revealing and self-vanishing, you don't need to do anything. So the examining is, in a sense, to examine whether this appearance will give me a job. Will it give me an existence? Will it give me an identity?
And so the examiner or the experience, looking at the experiencer is just the same momentary thing. So I'm, if I hear the tractor and I name it tractor, I notice the me and other arising.
Yeah.
Whether I'm like worried about it or whatever, or it doesn't matter.
Yeah. As soon as that structure of interpretation, subject to object, is set up, you'll get the production of thoughts about it. And these thoughts will both illuminate its identity in relative truth and obscure its actuality in absolute truth. It's a double deal that comes together.
More concerned with the self that is being illuminated. When the self is illuminated.
Well, when you're with the absolute truth, there's neither self nor object. Both are illuminated simultaneously. So the examiner, the examiner is both the one who is reifying in the process of examining, and the one who is just noting. So it's both. So that's what we move across that, don't we? Yeah. Last question or last thought?
Nee, jetzt bin ich fertig.
Du bist fertig, ja, wunderbar. Ja, danke. I wonder but I wonder about one sentence here, which seems to have some kind of a double negation. If you don't see anything which is without self-substance, I'm not really seeing at what it aims. Is it that you look, or you see that everything seems to have self-substance for you, and then you examine, or?
Well, first of all, if you're looking at a range of experiences, and you look, or you allow yourself to see clearly, then you see that there isn't anything that has self-substance. Everything is without self-substance.
Right.
And then that generalizes, then is saying, then really examine the many different thoughts very carefully, because you have a habit of assuming and presuming and projecting the inherent existence into things. So now that you've seen that you can cheat yourself, that you have created for yourself, this is real, this exists apart from me, it is like this, I will tell it what it's like. Wow, that's my mind. I'm making this. I'm pretending. This is like a little drama I've enacted for myself. Oh. Then apply that to all the other situations where something appears to be real, and you see it's the same thing. But it is, the grammar is a bit strange.
It's a bit, well, okay. I understand it like that, but when I read it, I can't come out of the rhythm.
Yeah. Good. So we have the puja, and then we have a little movement, and we continue with the text tomorrow. Have a very good evening.
Thank you. Thank you.